I'm an even bigger fishy, right? Now I'm at a lake. And then eventually you get to the point where you say, you know what? I think that I'm big enough to go into open class, open market, and fight in the ocean. Now, if we were to look at this trajectory.
Alright, we're going with Zacian. Zacian. Let's go.
I started as a trainer. And I talked about nutrition and stuff. And then I talked about gym stuff. And then I started talking about business stuff. So you're going to have evolutions where you can get big enough for a pond that you can move on from the pond to the lake and the lake to the ocean. It's just that it's directly correlated with your skill and your experience. And so the reason that the riches are in the niches is that when you're there, number one, you're competing against fewer people. And so the upside is capped, typically. Now, it's usually capped at way higher than you think it is, but it is capped to a degree, and that's okay. But as a result, because we are just down, we're able to charge niche prices, which give us more profit, more pricing power, because there's fewer people, there's fewer things to compare you against, right? And so there does come a time where you can go move the market, right, move your market rather, to go after a different segment or a broader segment. So let me walk through what you get, how to think through this evolution for a business. So let's say that your current business is this little dot here, okay? There are 5 directions that we can move with this dot. We can go, so let's imagine this is we've got a triangle of a marketplace, okay? So this is where you inhabit. You can go up market, all right? So for example, in my gym lunch days, I could, instead of serving single location fragmented gym owners, I could go to franchisers, right? Multi-location owners and franchisers. So I have one-off gyms here. Now, the next direction, so this is direction number 1 I can do. Direction number 2 is I can go down market, which would be that I could go after trainers. There's way more trainers, they have way less buying power, but there's a lot of them. There's fewer franchisers than there are gyms, and there's fewer gyms than there are trainers. Pyramid, right? So that's the second thing we can do. The next thing we can do is we can go adjacent. So instead of gyms, I say, you know what? I think I can help chiros. That's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take my systems and I'm going to go into chiropractic. That'd be an adjacent market. I could also go broader, right? Which would mean that I would look at this way. Which means instead of gyms, maybe I talk about health and wellness in general. And so that means that I could go after chiros, med spas, anybody, weight loss clinics. All of these things are now broader. Or I can go narrower. So instead of gyms, I say I'm only going to work with spin studios. I'm only going to work with dancing studios. So this is our 5th, this is our 4th, this is our 3rd. So that gives you 5 directions that you can go in to change the direction of the market that you choose to play in. Now, I outlined this, and what's interesting is that most people who are especially smaller business owners have never even defined this to begin with, and they pretty much just accept people's money as long as they have a Pulse and a credit card. There's obviously 2 requirements. Well, let's say Pulse is optional, as long as they have a credit card, kidding, that they accept. But the thing is that you want to get really, really clear on this, because if you don't, your customers will be confused because they won't know what you're really about. So the tactics for you, if you're like, all right, I am not getting, because typically people will say that they are in too small of a market because they're not getting as many leads as they want, which are 2 completely different issues, right? And so if you can at least believe the idea that I have, that there is other ways to get customers than you're currently doing, which I'll refer to back here. What you do is you say, how do I make content in more places? How do I make more of it? How do I make it better? And then eventually you say, how do I also run ads? How do I also pair outreach with that? And that is how you can achieve omnipresence as a business. And so you need to do more in more places, even better, consistently for a long period of time. Because it's unlikely that you've actually capped the market. You are just too unskilled to capture the significantly larger percentage of the pie. And that's okay. And that's what we stay in a niche for the short term. And then eventually as you get better, you can expand it, and expand it, and expand it. You keep eating. And that's all right. And totally normal. Real quick, I have a gift for you. This is the $100 million scaling roadmap. It's something that my team and I put 200 plus hours into building and breaking the stages of scaling into 10 steps. All right, and so what we did is we broke down everything that got us stuck and what we did to break free at each level of the business. And if you'd like to know what product, marketing, sales, customer service, IT, recruiting, human resources, and finance look like at the stage that you're currently at, this is a free gift. So all you have to do is go to acquisition.com/roadmap, you plug in your business information. And if you want our help, you want my help to help you break through whatever level of scaling you're at, it's not a promise, I'm just saying about to help. On the thank you page, you can book a call. Every month we have a workshop out here at my headquarters. You actually talk to my real team that does our marketing, does our emails, does our ads, does our copy, does our sales, does our finance, does our recruiting. The real people are doing this at a very high level. And what's really cool about that is that they can typically find and spot what the constraints are in business like that. And so it's one of the most valuable things I can possibly do. Obviously, space is limited based on our actual headquarters. But if that's interesting, on the thank you page, you can book a call. No pressure. This is a gift either way. It's absolutely free. Now, I said at the very beginning, if you're a local market, this can sometimes bite you. So I want to give some of the local guys, which are usually like 35% of people who listen to this. So I'm gonna go real quick for you guys. What you can actually do to expand how much you can make with just a single location. So number one is you can expand your actual location. So that means you knock down walls, you add seats, you just increase efficiency. Like how can I get more from my existing 4 walls? How do I get more out of it? Like for me, when I started getting too crowded at my first gym, I cut the class times from 45 minutes to 30 minutes. And by doing that, I got 1.5 times more classes in. I cut out the breaks between classes. So again, I could fit more people in. I can also extend and open more hours. All of those things expand your existing location. The second thing that you can do is what I just walked through, which is you add more channels. So, okay, you're posting on Instagram. Are you posting on X? Are you posting on YouTube? Are you posting on Facebook? Are you posting on TikTok? Like, you expand channels. And I would say that many of you guys have heard my rule of one avatar, one product, one channel until you get $2 million a year. The only exception to this is sometimes local businesses. Now, if you're in, I would say, an A or B market, you can totally just do that to get $2 million a year. If you're in like a C or D market, so I would say, I don't know what the numbers are there, but I'm assuming it's probably like less than 50,000 people in like a 10-mile radius of where you're at. If you're at less than 50, then you're going to probably need to use more than one channel of your customers because there's just not as many people. You have to saturate that tiny market by getting in front of more people in more places. The third thing that you can do is you open another location. So you can expand the current one, you can add channels to drive even more to the current one, but at a certain point you're going to max out your 4 walls, and so you just open a new spot. And I see that as the eventuality of most of these businesses, and I think this is kind of interesting because a lot of people feel like they're like, I don't know if this is a $100 million opportunity. It's like, well, yeah, your one store isn't a $100 million opportunity, but you being able to duplicate and nail the model and scale the model absolutely is. And so if you have the goal of getting to $10 million a year, you can pretty much do it in any business. If you have the goal, with the exception of if you are a brick and mortar and there's 100 people in your local market, probably not. But outside of that, that business model, even if you were in a tiny market, could get to $10 million a year. You just open up in new markets. That's all you do, right? Most people's goals are achievable within their current vehicle. They're just too impatient and believe that there's another shiny object that someone will get there faster. But if you take the natural extreme and say, if I only did one thing for 4 years, do I think I'd be successful? Probably. And so if you knew that to be true, then that would give you a very strong reason to stick to whatever you're doing. Because let me give you a visual for this. This is the cost of switching. So if, let's say that you're in year 3 of your current business, okay? Or current opportunity. It doesn't really matter what it is. So this is 1, this is year 2, this is year 3. Okay. Now, what people want to convince themselves is that they're like, I want to start this new thing. Okay, that's fine. You want to start this new thing. So let's say that year 1 of this new thing is higher. Okay, that's fine. This one is a little bit higher than this one in year 2. But the thing is that this is year 1 of this year, but it's year 4 here. You're still behind. And not only that, growth when you get bigger is easier than growth when you're smaller. And you're like, okay, well maybe this faster rate of growth, I'll be able to catch up. Okay, well now you're year 2. But now we're at year 5 over here, right? And so the head start that you give yourself by sticking with something, like sticking with it is how you get the head start. It's how you keep the head start that you already began. That's something I think so many people miss when they're trying to go to this next opportunity. Unless there's something inherently wrong with the assumption that you have, and skill is not the deficiency that you need to overcome, which it often is. Most of the time, people get stuck on things that I call features, not bugs, and this isn't my invention, is that there's an element of your business that makes it hard. There's an element of every business that makes it hard. But that's what makes it business, and that's why you're compensated for it. If you're in the cleaning business, the difficulty you're going to have is attracting and retaining high-quality talent. If you're in the fitness business, the difficulty is attracting customers and customer retention because people are inherently really shaky about staying with their fitness goals. But they typically stick with their cleaners for a really long time, right? And so every business has elements that make it shaky. It's just the name of the game. And I'll give you a different frame on this. So if you were to think about different business models, so let's think about, I doubt many of you guys have heard this, so this is pretty sweet. So let's say that you've got e-commerce, you've got, let's say you've got service, you've got, let's say info, education, media, and let's say you've got SaaS, all right, so software. Okay, so let's say that these are 4 different opportunities. Each of these opportunities has a different shape. So info looks like this. Starts really fast, very difficult to scale. SaaS is the opposite. Starts really, really slow, scales really, really fast. Ecom is more like this. You can scale fast, but there's difficulty with typically cash flow because you have to continue to buy more inventory. You have supply chain issues. You have to switch suppliers, switch 3PLs so they can handle your volume. All of this stuff happens as you continue to grow. So it's more like this. That's the shape of ecom, right? And then service businesses are more like this. The slowest, but they are steady. And so when you see these 4 shapes, many of you guys just hit the crappy part of whatever the opportunity that you're on is, and then say there's something wrong with my business, therefore I should stop, rather than seeing it as what it is, which is this is just the nature of how this business works. This is a feature, not a bug. It's going to be harder for you to attract really good talent in engineering and build software, and you're probably going to be not profitable because most software sells for lower ticket most for a period of time. And it takes a long time to get a product to actually be good. And so you're going to basically burn money, burn time for a long period, and then eventually you can scale to the moon, but it takes a long time, sometimes years to get there. A lot of people don't have that level of tolerance. Info, on the other hand, is kind of the exact opposite of that. You can make a lot of money really quickly, a lot being relative, right? You're probably not going to become a billionaire, but you can make $1 million, and then very quickly it gets very difficult to scale it. I would say like info specifically more like coaching, things like that. And the reason for that is because there's almost no revenue retention. People don't stay around. Once you learn something, you learn it. That's why people graduate school. They learn, right? Service businesses, the issue is people. Because it's a very people heavy business. You have to constantly be hiring, onboarding, and training, and it depends on the service you're providing. If you provide weight loss coaching service or weight loss services, I use that as an example obviously because I came from that. You have it's easy for you to get talent because lots of people want to talk about fitness and weight loss and food all day because they're like really into it. So it's actually very easy to get good talent and for below average prices because people do it for free. On the flip side, customers never want to do it, and so they're canceling all the time. If I had an accounting firm, it's the opposite. Accounting firms have super high annual stick. What's the difficulty with accounting firms? Getting the people who can do accounting. It's almost always this balance, right? If a lot of people want to do it, there's going to be a lot of competition, there's very low barriers to entry, and as a result, customers have lots of options, and they don't want to do it themselves. If there aren't as many options, and you have supply constrained industry, then you're going to have issues getting talent. Fundamentally, and you can look at this at the business level, you can also look at the industry level. And so I talk about demand constraints and supply constraints at the business level, but you can see if you're way off track based on do you match with your industry. If your industry, and by the way, if you were the inverse of your industry, you're usually doing something either really wrong or really right. So great way to think about it. If you can be supply demand constrained in like the cleaning business example that I gave, if you get demand constraints, as in I can take 100 times more customers than I currently am with my cleaning thing, well then you either figured out something really amazing with cleaners to like attract them in and like you're about to go hyperscale, or you're just starting out in there's either something really right or really wrong with what you're doing. But most of the time you probably match the same constraint in your industry. And the problem with not being experienced is you think there's something wrong. And so then you end up spending multiple years not being all in on your opportunity and then being upset that it's not growing as fast as you want it to grow. When in reality you never really gave it a shot because you're always looking, you're kind of like the guy who's in a marriage that they're like, you know, they were in love a while ago and you know things are okay, but he's not wandering on, right? He's always looking, he's always paying, trying to look for the next thing, the next girl, the next whatever. And he's like, well, my marriage isn't good. It's like, well, no shit. You're spending all your time looking at these other opportunities rather than doubling down on the thing you got. And when you double down on the thing you got, usually when you take the marriage, it takes way less time. I'm not going to make broad sweeping statements on marriages, all right? But I will say that in my experience, from N equals 1 marriage, it takes way less time to go from like we're upset about something to we're really good than it does to create the loyalty, the trust, and the track record that you have from that marriage to someone else. Real. So, with that being said, that was my kiss and Izzy stones, if you will. That was the thing that I wanted to talk about today. That was top of mind. Yeah, so many people think that the market is actually limited when actually their mind is limited. And there are so many ways to advertise, but you do not have the skill to advertise it. And so I'll leave you with a really powerful question that I think is worth asking yourself when you're in these situations. Is instead of saying, there are no good salespeople in my market, or no one can sell like I can sell, or it's really crowded, which really is usually a translation for I can't get enough leads, or leads cost too much, by the way. But you say these statements, just frame it into a statement that you control. Meaning, I don't have the skill to get more leads. I don't have the skill to attract, hire, manage a good salesperson. I don't have the skill to get employees to behave in a way that is supporting the goals that I have in business. Those, as soon as you state it in that way, guess who owns the outcome? You become source. You become the one who can change it. And so I would just it just does not serve you to cast your power outside of yourself and give that as the reason for why you lack the success that you will. Here's the crazy part. You could be right. And so what? Like, some prizes aren't worth winning. Like, if you want to play the pity game, and you want to win the pity award for a person who was born with most inconveniences, or a person who had the worst things happen to them, you can win that award. The question is just, do you want it? Is that prize worth playing for? Is it worth competing for? For me, when I hear or see a situation like that, there's also something that I think is the same power, if not more powerful, which is this person was able to win despite that. And that's a story that only you can have. And the more fucked up your childhood, the more fucked up the things that you went through to get to where you are, the stronger that story is for the people who follow behind you and look up to you. The more you can serve as an example for other people who have suffered the same things that you suffered, or suffered worse than you suffered. And I think it's like you rob yourself of that opportunity by protecting your ego and saying that it was because of this other thing. And maybe you're right, but wouldn't it be cooler to be right about the fact that that was true and you won instead, and you won anyways, and you succeeded despite that, I think that's a much cooler story. And I think that if we use the story frame, which is one of my favorite razors, which is that when you're 85 and you're split between two choices in life, pick the cooler story, because at the end of your life, it's the only thing you're going to be left with anyways. And when you have these two choices, there's usually the hard thing, which is the right thing, and the other way. And the reason I think you should always take the hard thing is because if the easy thing were the right thing, you wouldn't have had to make this decision because you would have already done it. And so you're only hesitating because it's harder than you expect. The top 1% of business owners aren't smarter. They do things different. And that's what we're explaining in this video. I'm not sure at acquisition.com, hopefully, companies that generate hundreds of millions of dollars per year in revenue. So I've seen a lot of competitive processes that we will invest in together, or something we turn down. If you feel stuck, it's because what got you from zero to 100,000, or $100,000 to $1 million, or $1 million to $10 million to $30 million, isn't going to be the thing that gets you to the next level. And you're probably working on something that was once very important, but is no longer. So to make this real, I'm going to give you 3 examples of my own business experience of what I thought the business I was in versus the one I was actually in. So in the very beginning, I was into fitness. I got into it thinking that my life was going to be about what workouts were going to be and how it's going to structure the weights and the intensity. And then as soon as I actually got into the business, I realized that the biggest issue is most people don't even show up to the gym. All of my attention was like, oh my God, I have to get people first in the door, and how do I get them to stay? And how do I run this properly when I've got rent, I've got trainers, I've got equipment that breaks? And all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I thought I was going to be in the scientific fitness business when in reality, I was in the sales and marketing business. One of the easiest ways to identify what business you're really in is to zoom all the way out from people who are already 100 steps ahead of you. Not just 1 or 2 steps, but 100 steps. And the reason for that is because if you just look at somebody who's 1 or 2 steps ahead of you, you should do what they do. The thing is that they're 1 or 2 steps ahead of you, they're probably going to get lost in. But if you look at the people all the way at the top, typically it's because they figured out something that you haven't figured out. If you look at the biggest fitness businesses that are gyms, most of them are basically in the sales and marketing business. They have absolutely mechanized the ability of getting people in the door. Their general managers for each location are just people who have membership quotas who are driving sales day in and day out. And so for me, I never
Any news? No news.
I didn't know what email marketing was. I didn't know any of this stuff. And the thing is I signed a lease, and 30 days later I had to come up with $5,000. I'm like, how am I going to do that? When I was begging people to buy my membership, that was a form of sales, not good sales, but it was a form of sales nonetheless. All of a sudden, for repetition, I was like, oh, okay, so I have to have these consistent conversations that get me to buy. And if I do that more effectively, then all of a sudden I make more money. Okay, cool. So this is really important in this business. Because believe it or not, people don't wake up someday and say, you know what? I'm going to sign up for a gym membership. Doesn't usually happen that way. Usually the guy get interrupted.
No, not from jobs. I think it's a bad job market right now.
Or they put on their clothes in the morning, they're like, oh my God, I can't close this thing. But still, they don't just say, oh, I'm going to call the gym up. Not usually how it happens. Instead, again, it's other people stopping them in the parking lot being like, hey, do you want to work out our thing? Or showing up to their office of work and saying, hey, we need these muffins. Hey, while you're eating these muffins of ours, can I tell you about what some of
I have
get in front of people?
Well, I still don't make that much on eBay, but I'm making more sales on eBay now. The other one.
Basically, no one sticks with gyms. Now, there's a very small select group of people.
I must have applied for at least 20 jobs, although I could have applied for more, but still.
They are such a small percentage that they're
I think the job market is not good right now.
And if the amount of people that actually were subscribed to the gym,
What go? Oh yeah, I think there's no response from them.
pay who only used it, your gym membership.
I don't think it was a legit number.
Which just so
It's not.
the vast majority of service-based gyms, what cross-training facilities and boot camps and semi-private training facilities, all of
I don't think it was
show up, and that's why those prices are where they're at.
I think the number they got was
They had
not
membership, but they still have like 5 or 6%
not the actual number.
of their customers who churn out. So that's like half the customers per year.
It doesn't matter because I don't actually know them anyway.
And you lose half of them every year. Guess what else you need? A machine for generating another few thousand customers to build up the bucket. These very large companies know how to train sales staff, recruit sales staff, market across different channels to get customers in the door. And once I figured that out, my gyms started growing. But until I did, I was like lost. Might be like, okay, so
You said it's not. It is bad right now. I think it's partially due to AI as well. But I think there's more opportunity with AI. But I'm occasionally getting distracted by games, but I will not play it for that long. I think it's because AI is making it cheaper, so people don't actually need to hire like the grunt workers.
The business that I was in with supplements is actually the brand and distribution business. The ugly secret of the supplement business, at least in the United States, is that if something actually works, it's most of the time illegal.
So
Because if something works a little bit, then typically
AI is not gonna take the job, but I think people they'll just hire more people that know how to use AI to replace people that,
the thing is that if you're a customer,
right? Like I think I don't know how true it is. I've seen Twitter posts where it's saying they're hiring half the staff, but like the half the staff that they have left know how to use AI.
more or less as everyone else. And the research studies that are out there, anyone who says that they know the research, the customers certainly don't know what the research is, nor do they really care. What they really care about is how good does it taste, and do I feel cool when I drink it or eat it? And I was like, oh my god, this is not at all what I spent my entire time building this business to be. Then I learned all this stuff about brand. Now, I didn't know anything about brand at that time. And so that business kind of got to what I would consider like a direct sales model. What I really missed was the food back. I didn't understand how to make my products food. And if somebody's going to buy a creatine from me versus a creatine that's $14 and mine's 60, why are they going to buy it? I didn't have a good answer to that question. And not only that, I didn't have distribution that was convenient. In the beginning, for a business like this, you can't sell online to consumers, they can ship and stuff. But a lot of times people still like buying supplements in person because it's very easy, you don't pay the extra shipping. The business that I thought I was in was a combination of sales and making a great product. But the business I was really in was a brand and distribution business. And you'd be like, okay, so that business was being different. The third time, we'll definitely get it right. You would hope that, but I didn't. The next business that I had that I wasn't good at was my first software. At this point when I got into it, I was like, okay, listen, I can market and sell this thing. That's all that's gonna matter. Because I had, again, I did everything with marketing and sales because that was what I was good at. But when I got into the software business, I realized that you could sell software really, really easily because most software solves a problem that's pretty easy to describe. And the technology is supposed to remove a lot of pain. The problem is that as soon as someone logs in and it doesn't solve that problem, or it solves that problem by introducing even more pain into their life, which is very common, they then immediately hate it, and you by default. I thought I was in the marketing and sales business, yet again, when in reality, I was in the product business. I didn't know anything from like software. I didn't know code, I didn't know UX or design is. Like I'm still not that good. The whole thing was just kind of like screw people that free concept. I didn't have any of the talent, and my strategy was not around product. So the fundamental issue with that business was that the product wasn't good enough to deliver on the promise. And the problem was I needed to make a better product. I, at the time, hired an outsourced development team, right? And so I just had them build the product and say, yeah, do all the code stuff and, ship it back to me. But the issue that I ran into with the product, number one, is that I literally aligned myself with something that had a disincentive to do a good job. So think about this. They bill hourly, and so their incentive is to charge as much as humanly possible and do as little as possible in that period of time and just keep me on long enough that I don't cancel. Now, the longer you work with an outsourced development shop, the harder it is to leave them because they have all these developers who are dedicated to your account and they're all read up on the code. So you're like, well, I can't switch now because they already have 5 or 10 or 20 developers that are allocated to me. And here's the even worst part. Let's say that you're still really good at marketing and sales. Guess what happens next? They see how much money you're making. They own the damn software, right? So they can see that you're making money. And you know what's crazy? Is that I know this. As we kept making more money, my fees just kept going up. Wild. Almost so much that I was like, wait, where's my profit? At the end of the day, the dev shop was more or less taking advantage of us. And because I had no technical proficiency, nor did I have a co-founder who was really technical, because you can't absolutely have a business like this. Somebody's got to know how to code, right? Somebody's got to understand technology. And I didn't know it, and I didn't have anybody else. Everybody else was incentivized to help. Because in the software business, you can make the promise and do it fast and keep it really fast. You have to prepare. And that's anyway what makes that business so hard, also so lucrative when you get the class. And so I learned that lesson too late. I ended up selling that company to somebody who did have a cool that team, and I had built, because of my sales and marketing ability, still a pretty decent execution rate that he could then leverage with his software and continue to expand the business. So that worked out okay. So I'll give you another example of what this is really. I talked to a guy recently who is in the M&A world for mergers and acquisitions, and he was buying a home. And so he bought a home business. And I was like, okay, well, what's limiting the business? And he said, I can't find good plumbing. So I was like, well, what's your system for getting plumbing? And he didn't have it. And so I was like, okay, dude, if you think about what the product of the business is, when you're in the service business, the product is the service. Meaning the people who deliver the service are the thing you sell. And the margin of the business is the difference between what you have to pay them and what you need to charge for their work. Our acquisition process to scale a business doesn't have to be customer facing.
玩具干嘛？
没寄出去呢。
没有。
And so the question is, what are you doing to
他要包，你有没有那个专门的盒子？
concept that I love to talk about?
或者我就用那个塑料袋，然后用那个包包。那没有什么盒子？我不知道有，我有很多啊。
Basically, this is how
你打出来，哪一个跟哪一个，我帮你
How
包。
much do you make from a plumber per year in gross profit? So revenue minus what you pay them, what do you make?
我帮你
He
包。
said probably about $300,000. I was like, okay. I was like, so what are you willing to spend to get another plumber? He's like, well, I think we have like.
你要对上号，别混。
for somebody else. I was like, okay. So think about how wild this is. You're willing to pay $500
这是什么
for
游戏啊？
这是
$300
Pokemon
per year. This is per year.
我们
for
还有
Robin
啊，
I was like, does this feel
这个很流行啊，现在卡片
Of course it did. It's insanely low. Because the thing is that if you're a smart competitor, what am I going to do? I'm like, well, shoot, I'll pay $30,000. So all of a sudden, if I offer $30,000 to everyone in my staff that they can go get somebody, what do you think's going to happen? They're probably going to find more plumbers for me. But guess what else I can do with $30,000? I could also say, you know what? I'm willing to spend that in paid ads, or in recruiting, or headhunting. Of people who just go and post people from firm to firm. How do I know if it's going to work out? Well, if you're doing a referral bonus, you can say that it's after they're productive at month 6. Now you've got somebody who did the referral who's super invested in making sure that works out. Most recruiting firms have 90-day clauses to make sure that the person doesn't work out in the first 90 days. They'll swap them out for free. That's a pretty typical offer. If you're running ads, you don't have to worry about either of those because it's just the cost of the ads. The question is, if the one thing that's limiting this business is that he doesn't have enough plumbers, literally everything that he does with his time that is not about creating an acquisition system for talent is the thing that's limiting the business. I'll give you a different example. And the reason I'm keeping these examples is because it happens in every business, and this is typically what keeps business owners stuck. You start doing something, maybe it worked, and then it stops working. But you think, oh, I need to keep doing this thing or do more of this thing. But sometimes that's the truth, but a lot of times it's just that the game changed, or the real trend of business is not continuing. So I was talking to a media company, a super large YouTuber, big creator, right? And I said, well, what's the goal? They said, we want to, build, make more money. I said, okay, great. So what do you think it is right now? And they're like, well, right now, just to give you context, they're a way bigger channel than me. Very big. Many millions, tens of millions. I said, what are you doing right now? They're like, well, we think that we've really mechanized our process of creating content, and, we think that we can get these new levels of efficiency in the content creation. And I was like, okay, so out of 100, compared to the marketplace, what would you guys rate your content at right now? So what's funny is that, like, they were I think they were like maybe a 90, but I'm like 90 percentiles here, like your point series, but everybody plays your own game, you know so much about it, you've forgotten where the people who have been in this for 2 years know. You guys are probably like a 99 out of 100 on marketing. The issue with your business, despite the hundreds of millions of impressions per week that you're generating, is that you're just not making that much money. So do we really think that doing more media is the solution? And so they looked at me for a second, and I was like, what do you sell as an internet?
名次
And they were like, well, I mean, we sponsorship every once in a while, basically this and that. I was like, okay, do you think it's possible that not having a clear monetization mechanism is the issue? What would you rate your monetization strategy? And they're like, oh, probably like 5 out of 100. I was like, okay, so you've been deploying all your resources to go from 99 to 99.5%, rather than taking those same resources. And the thing is that when you're this low, going from 5 to like 25 probably takes less effort than going from 99 to 99.5. And so what we need to do is fix the monetization of this business. When they had this larger goal, a business that they thought they were in, which is media, but to get to where they want to go, they were going to have to enter into having a business model. They're going to have to enter into monetization as the issue in the business. The problem that most businesses have is they don't know the business they're actually in. And they keep trying to solve the problem that they enjoy solving rather than the one that the business requires to be solved. Every business has a big, hairy problem. And this has been my experience. Maybe just because it took me too long to learn, or I only learn about it once I get into it. As a recommendation, so this is a hack of hacks. If you're entering a new marketplace, talk to the people already in that marketplace and ask them what the hardest part of their business is. And a lot of people follow me because they're in education or consulting, information products. So think to yourself, well, if you're in that world, what business do you think you're in? Well, if you learn the basics of marketing and sales, just like any business, but if you want to make it big, look at the big consulting firms. Look at McKinsey, look at Bain, look at Ernst & Young, look at KPMG. These are all recruiting machines. Because on a long enough time horizon, you have to learn to do other stuff. Because you can only keep selling infinite people for your time until eventually you've sold everyone within a marketplace and there's no one left. You've already pillaged the land. Instead, we have to find a way for people to keep buying. If it's in the service business, it means having
怎么没信号了
if it's in a physical products thing, it's how do we get customers to come back again and again. If you're in the software here, a lot of entrepreneurs who are in the education space, I think it's really educating right now, is that they have one talented person, they have some guru, and then they hire people who really aren't as good, and then they dilute the service quality over time, and then they're surprised that somehow their business stops growing. When they were smaller, you grew really fast, you had a good product, which was you. You were exceptional. And then you hired all these other people, and they're not exceptional. But then you're like, oh, I love this one. I decided to stop doing it because it's not scalable. One of my favorite lines to hear. I'm going to try not to curse. It's going to be hard not to. I'm like really struggling. Motherfucker, they are building cities in the middle of the ocean. We are sending rockets to space and building internet from satellites globally. We have electric cars, we have AI robots, and you think that you can't scale service? Of course it's scalable. You're just not good enough. When you phrase it that way, now it becomes a problem you can solve. This is a second hack attacks for figuring this out. Insert the problem that you claim to have that is unsolvable and frame it in the form of an I don't know. So, for example, no one can sell like me. I do this all the time. No one can sell like me. What if you said, I don't know how to get anyone to sell like me? Salespeople suck. I don't know how to find good salespeople. There's no good plumbers. I don't know how to recruit, hire, and train good plumbers. All the leads are crap. I don't know how to advertise to get good leads. One is a complaint, the other is a question, and the question has an answer. And so as soon as you can actually ask the right question, you start walking down the path to getting the thing that your business actually needs, rather than you just complaining and giving yourself an excuse for why your business isn't growing anymore. And then you cast all the power out to some external thing, and that way you feel good and you rock yourself to sleep every night, saying, you know what, I gave it a good fight. But there are some people who actually fucking win. And so for those people who are making the video for, the thing that you're doing right now, if you keep doing it and it's not working, it's the wrong thing. So let me give you one that you might not know as much about. So in the investing world, so I got into this, right? So Leo and I took out, many tens of millions of dollars in subscriptions, and we also sold companies for lots of millions of dollars. And so we had enough money to start a family office and start buying companies and investing. I thought investing was about doing lots of deals at good prices. And what's interesting about this is that in some businesses, it does work that way. So like if you're selling cars, a lot of times the price of a Honda 2000 whatever is this. Basically, your proprietary way of getting a commodity for less. You're not going to get it by giving people on sale. Sure, you want to close at retail as close as possible, but you're not going to buy a Honda and then all of a sudden sell for $100,000. So you're going to make more of the money on where you buy, and then you make up the difference on the sale at the market rate. Whereas in the investing world, this is what, like, I thought it functioned that way, but it assumed businesses were commodities. Think about this for a second. It assumed that, okay, I'm just going to try and buy as many businesses as I can, and buy them as little as possible. But the problem was missing was that a really good business can outperform all of your bad ones with one good deal. For me, what I thought I was in was the high volume discount deals. The business that I was really in was learning how to say no at a much higher velocity to a much higher number of deals because you only need one big one. So let's get to the real problem. At each stage, I've had these learning things where I thought I knew what the business was about. And then I realized what it was really about. The big hairy problems that I had to solve. Here's how I think through this. It can be painful because oftentimes we spend so much time trying to solve every other problem that we think we know how to solve, rather than solving the one that we really need to solve. That's a lot of times what makes that big hairy problem that you just don't know what to do. And this is why so many entrepreneurs start a second business because they're like, I don't know how to solve to grow this fast. And then they make up a reason and then they start another business because they think somehow the second business is going to be good. But in reality, you're just going to reach the class that you don't know and then you're going to stop again. So you have to confront the issue. You have to confront the problem. And so this is how I mentally set myself into getting okay with solving our problems that I'm going to do. I imagine myself, this is purely hypothetical, alright? So let's say that I've got a business that's doing $10 million a year. You can use whatever year it is, okay? And let's say that it's got $3 million in profit, okay? So it's the top line, it's the bottom line, aka profit over actual cheese, cheddar, lettuce, money in the bank account, whatever you want. So that's our top line, bottom line. Let's say that we've got this big, hairy problem. You have this big, hairy problem. Now, we think that if we solve this big, hairy problem, we're going to be able to continue to grow the business to $20 million a year in top line revenue, and that really, because we talk about our base cost here in Inland, is actually going to go all the way to 7 feet. All right, in profit. So it's big, a disproportionate profit increase with the increase in top line, which is not uncommon. So here's what's crazy. This business might be worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 million. I'm just going to make an estimate about 5x on this $3 million. Okay. Now, this $8 million business might be closer to worth $2 million. That's what they signed it. And so the difference between these two amounts is $57 million. That is a lot of dollars. Here's how this is. I say, man, this big hairy problem is big as hell. But if someone paid me $57 million, I'm going to solve it. And so I've got this nice $56 million surplus of what I'm willing to do it for versus what it's actually. I tell entrepreneurs in the portfolio, I say, once we figure out what the big hairy problem is, I always try and do this. I say, hey, if we do this is going to unlock $50 million. This is going to unlock $100 million to solve this one problem. There's a common saying in the venture capital world, which is this a feature or is this a bug? There are some businesses that I will see founders bang their heads against the wall, being like, I have to solve the churn issue in my gym. I have to get it to no leads. I can tell you that now. You're never going to solve churn. You're not going to do it because it's a human problem. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You have to look at what are the features of our business and what are the bugs of our business. The bugs of the business is things you can and should work on that can help you get to the next level. The features of the business is like, this is the core way this business works. If you know for a fact that people are going to get the business, that's what basic people do, then let that be your issue. I need to build a marketing machine so that I never run out of people. Now the good news, a couple pieces of business is that one, some people come back to the business, right? So if people lose weight, or they don't lose weight, in 2 or 3 years, they might still go lose weight and try again. Whereas there's other companies, let's say your internet, probably have this with providers in life. Who does your baking for you? You've probably been with the same bank since you got moved in 2006. And so you probably have this around the same banks for a while because it's a pain to change and you probably hear that with your eyes. And so for those businesses, they're all about aggregating market share, just having a really sticky customer base. But guess what? They have problems too. My former CFO gave me this piece of advice that I just absolutely love. And I was driving her one day about basically the features of this business. Like these are things that actually for this business. And I was basically just letting her do that. And she said, Alex, I've been in business and I've seen a lot of different businesses. She said, the grass is always greener on the other side because no one sees this full life. And she's like, every business has it. But the idea is that every business has overhead. Every business has stuff like features and there's bugs. Things that are wrong with your service that should get fixed, and things that are inherent in the very nature of your business. There's core features inherent to the business, and we just have to be able to confront the issue as a hand. Sometimes it's big, scary, and it sucks. We got to make sure that we're not trying to spend all our effort trying to fix a churn problem that will literally never get fixed. Because you're trying to ask humans to stop doing it. If you think about entrepreneurship in a video, which I often do, alright, so let's imagine we've got these things. We've got level 0, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably not 7. Let's go 6. Maybe in the very beginning, you have to figure out what you're going to set. Alright, you've got a 1. And the big issue at this point is that you just can't make decisions. You're completely indecisive. You have this fallacy with the thing. That whenever you pick has to be working with your shit, the reality is that you're probably not doing those. But you have a perspective from which you make a judgment. And the only perspective from which you make a judgment is you actually pick something else. You have to do that first. Now let's say that you graduate from that level, you actually made a switch. Congratulations. Now you have something to yourself. So then you have to learn advertising 101. Because no one's going to buy your thing unless they know about it. Right? So you have to learn that skill. At every one of these levels, you will have entrepreneurs. They just get to level 1. And then they don't learn level 2. Let's say level 2 is they learn how to right? They learn a business model. They wrap it. Okay, let's say that's well, they get to level 1, and then they say, you know what? I just saw this thing over here that looks easier to scale up. So I'm gonna race through level 1 and level 2 here, and they do. Here's the crazy part. This next business, they do this in 1/3 of the time. They go, oh man, this is great. I just look how fast I'm going. And they crash on the same level again. They're still stuck at level 2 because they never learned it. The big hairy problem is typically the problem that you need to solve to get to the next level. And it typically requires a different skill set. Most people can't confront that level of uncertainty or that level of dissatisfaction with themselves, and so they just start something else. This is, and I would probably keep repeating this because it needs repeat, is that the woman in the red dress, right, she is the distraction. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, in the Matrix, there's a moment where Morpheus is training Neo. We're walking through a busy city. Then all of a sudden, the woman in the red dress walks by, and Morpheus is talking. Neo looks back, and then Morpheus says, will you listen to me or will you look at me? And he looks back at him and says, look again. He looks again, there's a gun pointed at him. He says, freeze. He said, this whole point, this training is to teach you one thing, which is that if you're not one of us, you're one of them. The one of us is, if it's not the core business, it is a distraction from the core business. Because every one of these other things, every one of these other people in the street, every one of these other opportunities can look attractive because you don't know the shit on the other side. If the grass is greener, because it's on the other side of the fence, and if you got close to it, you see the manure that you had to sit in order to get it to grow. The craziest part about all this is that you can beat just about everyone if you can stick with something for a few years. Hey, real quick, if you're not sure what level of business you're at right now, I spent 200 hours this year just making this one project for you, which is the $100 million scaling roadmap. And broke up the stages of business into 10 stages. And you can identify where you're at by simply just putting in your business information. You go to acquisition.com/roadmap, and it'll spit out this custom report that tells you what the constraints are at that current level and what you need to do to graduate and go to the next level. This is our gift to you absolutely free. And if you're like, I'm not sure what the bigger problem is, or I'm not sure what this is plan. On the thank you page, we can just call our team. We'd love to help you figure that out. And ideally, only conquer a big lead. That is common among entrepreneurs. One of the biggest reasons that people will switch from their current business to the next business is two things. One is a fancy way of saying it's hard. This is the I don't think my business is that scalable. I'm like, from cities, middle of the ocean, rocket ships in space, cars that drive themselves, robots that swim. Really? You think it's not scalable, or you don't know how to scale? Remember, let's flip it into a question. I don't know how. I don't know how to scale. How do I scale? So what is the difference? The other one that they do is they will say, I don't think this business can get to the size that I want myself. Now, I will put a big disclaimer here, which is that if you want to be the richest person in the world, yes, you're going to probably have to do some sort of technology that has mass global appeal. And it can't replicate the technology businesses that already exist because those already exist. So it has to be a true de novo idea. And I'll tell you something else. If your goal is to become a trillionaire, you probably will. And the reason for that is because the people who are the absolute richest in the world are the missionaries. They do it because they genuinely believe that this solution is the go-to in the world, and they're willing to eat glass for a very long time. Now, in your mind, and I say this as also an entrepreneur who has money goals, in your mind, $1 trillion is just like, you just see that as winning because it means that you're the richest person in the world. But like, who became the richest person in the world 30 years ago? You can't. This guy got number one. Kidding? It wasn't Bill Gates. He was Bill Gates, richest man in the world. 100 years ago. 30 years, he's the richest man in the world. You can't. So this idea that you think that becoming the richest man in the world is somehow make you immune to it, that you're going to, that your life is going to now be unique because of that. And I can also tell you that like $1 billion is a lot of money. If you're not at that level, like I think having that level is a bit silly because things will change as resources. The map, the pieces will change as you develop as much. Under the assumption that you have what I would consider to be modest growth, let's say let's take that on modest. All right, it's fair. Every business, in my opinion, can get to $100 million enterprise value. I want to be clear. I'm not saying every entrepreneur can get to $100 million. I'm not saying every business as it currently stands can get to $100 million. I'm saying that there is a version of every business that's maybe adjacent or 1 or 2 steps away that can absolutely become it. So let me give you an example. I have a restaurant. I don't think it's scalable, and I don't think that I can be a $100 million. Well, all we have to do to disprove this is say, is there anyone who's worth over $100 million in restaurants? Turns out there is. There's actually Huggy. In fact, my neighbor Huggy is worth a $10 billion, and he owns restaurants. The guy who started Subway, the primary owner of Subway. What is a franchise model? The other is privately held. Okay, so I definitely have to do, you can do either. But you have to pick which one you're going to do. And you might be like, well, yeah, sure, Subway. Let's play a fun game. How old do you think Subway is? 59 years old, as of right now, me making this video. How long do you think Andrew Churn and Peggy Churn of Panda Express have been doing Panda Express? 42 years. And so you're right. The 5 years you've been making your restaurant is probably not that close to the 59 years at Subway. And you're like, oh, well, maybe I'll be like Chick-fil-A. 78 years. Can a restaurant business become a $1 billion business as fast as a software company? What do we say your goal is? $700 million. That means you have to get about $10 million in business between now and then. Two of them. Not a promise. Is that a guarantee? I'm just saying, even if it's like, okay, well, I have a dry cleaning business. Okay, well, we can make that into a franchise and then scale that way. We can probably the business is what is the business really into a dry cleaning. Honest truth, I don't know. I've never been into it. I would do that. Probably with a dry cleaning business. Maybe that's not that hard to dry cleaning. Maybe the skills of managing dry cleaning business is not that tough. Maybe the issue is the machines. You're actually under logistics and machining. I need a lot of tech inside of it. Okay, so that's what business you're in. Ask people who are in the business what the hardest part of it is. Oftentimes we need to be careful. And then you just get to say, is that problem that I can solve? Because this is a phrase that Lily uses a lot that I love. Is helping us to make a big decision. They'll say, hey, there's 2 paths out from me. And I'm not sure, should I do this franchise? Should I do the job you have? Right? Now, the big overarching thing that no one seems to mention is, you might ask, what's the goal? But what the subtext underneath of that is, in what time? Because almost all goals are accomplishable on a longer time. Now, back to the 2 paths. Let's say that you're making that decision. I want to start a franchise or I want to keep having it. Okay. If this is the path, what you want to do is to adequately be able to know what the big hairy problem is in each of those paths. And then you ask the follow-up question, which is, which of these problems are rather help? That is, which problem are you more equipped to solve? And so that gives you a lot of insight because a lot of times people don't think about the upside, but the downside mitigation gets you to the upside. Elon has this really great quote that he has from somebody else. He says, entrepreneurship is a lot like steering the abyss in the glass. The steering the abyss part is because you're constantly facing the uncertainty of business and existential risk to the business every single day, feeling like it may not work. On the eating glass side, is that entrepreneurship is the most efficient tool for having nothing but bad news. So think about it like this. There are problems that are very hard to solve, and there are problems that people don't want to solve. You get to have the best of both. As in, you get problems that no one wants to solve, and they're really hard. Right? Problems that are hard that people want to solve, those don't work for you. Problems that are easy that people want to do, you can usually take someone enough, but like it's solvable. But it's the ones that really suck, and no one wants, that you get to have. And what happens is this becomes your lens of the world. Because you just think all day, every day is an absolute blow, and no one wants to do that. But you have to do it, because who else is going to do it? It's your business. Every single day, you're trudging through this muck. And you think that somehow another business is going to have different mechanics. But this is a feature of entrepreneurship, not a bug. Entrepreneurship is the mechanics of entrepreneurship and ownership, specifically being CEO, being calling shots. That's your life. And that's what you get compensated for. And so there's a lot of advantages about entrepreneurship, the freedom that entrepreneurship gives you. Well, it depends how big you do it. Because basically, the day that you stop eating less, the day that you stop doing that, is the day that, in my opinion, you sacrifice some of your potential. Things totally okay. But that's a trade you get to choose. But at the end of the day, I said that there are two big reasons that people say I think about virtual business. One is that this is a habit. Hopefully I'll pop that balloon for you. And the other is that I don't think that this thing could become super big. Well, you have to ask the question, how big and why do you want to do that? Is it just for you to get a cognitive naked? Because there's too hard, and you already satisfied your material needs. So the reason that there's massive keeping success is because teachers are them genuinely thought that to become something with to do this service for the world, and as a result, the team continues to grow, and they were willing to deal with all the glass for an entire period of time. We talk about Jeff Bezos with Amazon. You know, it's only been like a show 30 years. For Amazon, 35. Like, we talk about this fast growth tech, like, Facebook's 20-something years old. At the end of the day, you're going to have this choice. I want you to know that there's absolutely original businesses that can become $1 billion. Or at least, I have a very hard time convince me that there's not original because of this. No matter how small the niche is, there's going to be people. And so, with online, we can now access it. This might not have been true 30 years ago. But today, kind of is. Anything brick and mortar, you can scale it. And I feel like, oh, in the country, they only have 6 or 7 people. Okay, well, then look, you got internet. But are you saying it's possible or different? What makes you improve? I don't know how to go international. Do you think no one else has gone international before? Well, people have it. Therefore, it's possible. Therefore, I can learn. I think about these big hairy problems because this is what hopefully the entire point of this video is. Figure out the business you're really in and being able to confront the problem ahead of you so you don't switch paths. And you actually have to do this. While you're going to do this, I think that there's this personal experience that you have to learn, which is what's good hard and what's bad. And this actually ladders up to a very classic who I put you down. And you're like, wait a second, I thought you said that I shouldn't switch these things. It's different. The good kind of hard is when you have underlying assumptions that you believe to be true from first principles, and you just have to push through via iteration. That sounds like a so if I'm going to start running TikTok ads, or our company, you need to decide that you want to things the bigger audience, we don't know how to advertise paid, and that's what it's going to take for us on. Okay, well, myself, and the answer would be yes. And so it's like, okay, well, is there a way that we can run and profitably compare them to the answer is yes, and I'm going to do this possible with $1 Here, now, you might have run TikTok ads, you may want, and not run, but it doesn't mean that getting to kind of close to that is impossible. It's just, you don't have to. You know, and you're like, oh, that's going to be hard. Remember, there's a big dollar sign, big price tag associated with something. Let's say we start running ads, and we don't immediately see ROI. That's the good kind of, because we can iterate. When we're saying good kind of service, right? We get enough clicks, we get enough opt-ins. Are they people opt in? There's some people. If not, maybe we need to change the message. Change the message, right? All these are just iterative. But it's not that it's impossible. It's just, it takes work. This is iterative. That's good. To be clear, I see losing money on ads is losing money. I see it as investing in something that's going to increase the value, creating another acquisition and simultaneously diversifying how we get customers. And so having multiple acquisition channels meaningfully increases enterprise value without even having additional profit because it decreases the risk for the acquirer and the person going to buy the company. Right? If I have 2 ways to get customers, I do way better. If I have 6 ways to get customers, I do even better than that. But not only that, each of the 6 ways also brings the customers. So it also grows the business and increases the risk. It's one of the valuable things you can do in business. And so it would make sense that the reason it's such a valuable thing to do in business is because it's hard. It's hard for people to do it. You might have valuable, but it is rare. I can't say that I want this really rare outcome. And then at the same breath say, I'm not willing to do this very rare outcome. So let's go ahead and think. So if a business is worth $10 million, okay, and I can add a second acquisition chip that doubles the revenue in the first time, that might have $15 million revenue. So if I lose $100,000 figuring out TikTok ads over 6 months, but I get a $10 million return, would I do it? Absolutely. The thing is I say this, and people not they're listening to them. Yeah, I believe that. But you have to see these as investments in the business. Like, I'm willing to invest this time and this money, and I'm willing to not see success for this period of time before deciding to truly call. And honestly, though, when you decide to truly call, it's just your ability to do it. So there's something about human behavior around this, which can kind of frustration. So the basic behavior is how many times you try something again before you quit. And this typically has to do with the history of being more. So I'll give you an example. If you say, hey, I'm not going to buy something from you, and the salesman says, well, like, I don't like this. The amount of time that salesman is willing to follow up and ask them is directly proportional to the amount of time that after asking the second, third, fourth, fifth time, they will be rewarded for doing so. And so if someone gets rewarded again, intermittent reinforcement doesn't mean they have to get reinforced every time they ask 5 times. If they get reinforced enough times that they ask 5 times, they will ask 5 times every time. So give them. And they come, and you give them food because they pay, right? Then you reinforce pay, so they come back and they pay. Now, if they come back and then you don't give them something which you do well power, and they sit there and they just why? What do they do? And what do you do more? What do they do? Okay, they come back again. Here's the great thing. Let's say that they come back 5, 6 times. If on the 6th time you give it to them again, you've just taught them. that they have to wait for extended periods of time. You've rewarded them trying again and again and again and again. Entrepreneurs, we are like this too. And if you're newer to the game, then I would encourage you to increase your frustration tolerance. I can't manufacture the win that you're going to have, but this is why I try to make these videos, is that the amount of times that it has taken me 100 iterations to get an ad campaign to work is a lot. And so now I just have a fundamental belief, like if we keep working on this, we will make this work. Because down the fundamentals, there are eyeballs here we can pay to reach them. There's no reason physically why we can't get them to take a click and then ultimately buy our thing. We just aren't doing it. And so we just have to look. Are the people who buy our thing profitable? Is there a good reason? Can I do this profitable? Yes? Great. We can make money from all our tracks. And so the only thing we have to do is not run out of money while we try. That's it. But here's the thing. Let's say that. And I said that this is what this looks like in reality. You make this decision to make this investment because you see the big price tag on the other side, right? And you say it would be reasonable for me to spend $100,000, $1 million, whatever the number is for you, in 6 months to get this thing that's going to double our acquisition, right? Of course you would make that investment. But the first time you spend $100 grand and you don't make money back, you throw their hands up and you're like, it doesn't work for me. Of course it didn't work the first time. This is why you get paid to solve big problems. The types of problems that are created because they're all problems. The other way is like business behavior patterns. Absolutely. So I think there's this great, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. It's the same thing in business. Like, if I knew every single thing that I was going to do with every business that I started, then it would be instantly bigger. No, there's similarities, there's patterns they recognize. They're like, okay, we're going to have to turn on paid ads, but we've never done this for B2B on TikTok. So we're going to have to learn that more nuance in this setting. And even if you have B2B on TikTok, maybe you haven't done B2B on TikTok for accounting, but you did it for marketing agencies, right? So like, okay, fine, we did that. All right, well, like, there's always going to be more nuance because I can always say, cool, you did that a year ago, but what about next? So the idea that you're going to know the solution is a false belief that will make entrepreneurship significantly harder. I said it earlier this week, there's good, kind of hard, and back and hard. So what's back and hard? Back and hard is an underlying thing. So this is the classic one. You pivoted several times, but I pushed a lot more. So you pivot and you're underlying something meaning. So let's say, for example, when came out saying TikTok had banned, then I would say the underlying assumption was there are people here who can make a profit. They don't want to. That's not true. So at that point we have to pivot to a different platform or a different avenue. And so I just use this as a clear test of when I'm being selfish and when I'm being. And so before making a big investment, I like to identify what I call the never beliefs, right? Or the assumption that I believe to be true or must believe to be true for the remainder to follow as desired, right? So as long as those assumptions are true, we keep pushing. And if one of those assumptions is proven wrong, with supporting data, then you change. And so fundamentally, that's the ignorance tax we all pay. Is that sometimes you have these assumptions because you can't know everything, you're not God, you can't know everything. Sometimes you gotta find out on your own, and you find out that assumption is not true. And that was kind of like the whole thing was predicated. So you find something else out that is true that you didn't know was true before, and you make a change. I told the story of a business who had technology. This is something that, obviously it's a big thing. But what he chose to do was try and turn around. So he tried to turn around newspapers. So he said, hey, I'm going to take you into the digital age, and we're going to have an ad platform that'll take all your print ads and turn them into ads on your site. And it's just, you use our software to do it. It's one click. With that, you think, okay, that business makes sense. You're going to transition these guys over. It gives them a whole other thing to sell. Cool, groovy. Now, what was the problem with the business? What are the need to believe in that business? The need to believe are that newspapers, with their inherent business model, are going to continue to exist in order for that business to be viable. Now, at the onset, you might get into that business thinking, well, yeah, I'm going to help you that makes sense. But if those businesses cease to exist, there is no one left to do it. Because all the people have just switched their consumption to the platform. And so in that instance, that's what I consider bad hard. That's like the underlying assumption of this business is no longer true. It's proven incorrect. We thought that they would continue to exist, we switch over, they'd generate the same revenue as they were before, and so then we'd have this massive market to go after. But in reality, many of them just went out of business. And so there's really no go after. The few that did, that you can go after, continue to shrink over time. Not a good market to go after. That is a bad heart. It's the kind of heart that you can't fit. In that setting, you have to pivot. You would then have to ask the question, okay, what other businesses got ads, digital ads too? And then at that point you have to say, okay, maybe I could take blogs and make ads, make a network of blogs, and that's kind of more new age traffic, and help them either cross-sell across each other's, and basically get network of traffic. Like that would be an interesting business. Again, there'd be needed around that. At that point, you have to have a real existential question about who do we want to be when we grow up, because who we thought we wanted to be ain't gonna work out. A little subtext here. It's very rare in what I would consider traditional businesses to have a need to believe that's actually not true. If you're an accountant, you're in urban you sell, website design, notwithstanding AI, for the time being, notwithstanding those two things, for the last however many years, 50, 60, 80 years, those businesses more or less, you not being able to scale there was a you problem. Because fundamentally, you didn't know how. That was it. There wasn't anything else to market, there was no HVAC, there was no plumbing, there was no lawn care. All those things are continuing to exist. And so if you were limited in any kind of business that I would consider a normal business, just know that there's nothing to do with the scalability of your business. It's your ability to scale that is the problem. Yours. And so at the end of the day, a lot of entrepreneurs get into this for some sort of freedom, or some sort of monetary, or because they want to solve a problem or combination of three. But we fundamentally get paid to solve big, hairy problems. And the bigger and hairier the problem, in general, the bigger and hairier the payoff. Paul Graham said this quote on Twitter the other day. He said, if you want to make $1 million, you must endure $1 million to pay. I like to consider how much enterprise value I'll get on the other side of this concrete wall that I bash right into. If the number's big enough, and I've got a strong enough helmet, I will keep bashing into it so I can get to the other side. And that's what keeps me moving. So as long as I'm solving the right kinds of problems, ones where I can reason the first principle that there is a solution, then that solution will make money, then I keep going. And if I get to the bottom of it and I find out that I'm doing something wrong, I have to change, and that's just as hard. For the entrepreneurs who are starting to listen, identify the business that you really like. Confront the big hairy problem in front of you. Don't jump ship, thinking that some reason the grass is greener. That the woman in the red dress is somehow different and not crazy from the woman that you're married to right now. She just has a different kind of crazy, and you'll discover that in time. So you might as well be happy with what you got, because you know what you need to do to make this person happy, and you keep forwarding. And then you decide whether or not you want to push or you want to pivot based on the underlying assumptions. And if you push, focus on making progress and breaking through that wall, because the payoff is on the other side, and that's what makes entrepreneurship worthwhile. Now, this was all very theoretical, because, obviously it applies to a lot of different businesses. If you want to see me apply these same concepts of how do I actually push through the wall for business to get it, to break through to the next level, I have a video here that you're absolutely going to love, of me breaking down a real business and how to
他都不能够区别。我以前跟大家讲过，如果不是这个国民政府把台湾人当作同胞，你台湾人是有战犯的。
I've been in business 13 years. I've sold 9 companies. My last company I sold for $46.2 million.
My current portfolio at acquisition.com is over $17 million a month. I'm going to compress 13 years of business advice into this company. Number one, have something extremely expensive to sell that you never even plan on selling. I learned about this A-brain tactic from a friend of mine. And he said, listen, man, you can just put something on your menu of items or services that you sell that's 10 or 100 times more expensive. And just by having it there, it'll anchor everything else on your menu or the rest of the prices that you have. And just make it something that if someone actually bought it, you'd be stoked that they did. But what ends up happening is that, one, you'll sell more people on your core offer because they have this big price anchor. Second, it allows you to nudge up your main offer's price because related to the big one, it looks like almost nothing. I was talking to a different friend of mine and I said, hey, you should consider just adding one of these things in. He had a weight loss business, very online weight loss business. And so he added a 6 times higher price version of his offer. And then the craziest thing happened. People started buying that more than his core offer. And when he did that, he tripled his profit overnight. And so the thing is that it also breaks you, especially if you're starting a business, out of this fear of raising prices by just saying, hey, there's no way anyone's going to buy this. I'm going to make this so expensive, no one's going to buy it, and that's okay. So you give yourself permission to just fly it out there. But what you will find is that 10% of customers just want to buy the most expensive thing. These are the whales. And the only thing worse than making a $1,000 offer to somebody with a $100 budget is making a $100 offer to somebody with a $1,000 budget. Because in the first scenario, you lose $100. In the second scenario, you lose $900 of the money that you should have made. Number two, no one knows you exist. Advertise more. And so to give you context on this, when I walk through the streets, I usually get stopped 4 or 5 times on like a 60-minute walk. And when I was launching my book last year, I had 500,000 plus people who were registered to this massive event, broke the internet, whatever. But during the month leading up to it, we're advertising on all channels, we're running ads, we've got affiliates that are pumping it, I'm making content all over the place. And over the 4 weeks of people that stopped me, only one person knew that I had a book coming out. And so every time I see somebody like, hey, you gonna be at the book launch? And they're like, oh, you have a book? And I was like, how can you not know that I have a book? There's a story from Henry Ford that I love, which is that he was walking by, the CMO of Ford was right next to his office. And every day he'd walk by and he'd see the marketing campaign. He'd see the marketing campaign day after day after day. And so 3 months into seeing the same campaign, he knocked on the CMO's door. He's like, hey, when are we gonna stop running this thing? He's like, I'm getting exhausted to see it. And the guy just looked at me, he's like, we haven't started running it yet. And the thing is that we get so sick of our advertising so much before our customers or potential customers even remember our names. And so the extent of advertising that you have to do, there are so many people in the world and people's attention is so spread thin and they're so distracted that in the off chance you actually do get an advertisement of some form in front of them, the likelihood that they remember that it was even you and the core message of that advertising is even lower. And so many of us have this big fear that we're harassing our audience by repeating ourselves over and over and over again. But the vast majority of the time, no one even A, knows you exist, or B, specifically knows the message that you're trying to let them know. And so I like to tell my team and remind myself that we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. And so your audience needs to be reminded more than they need to be taught. And I don't know about you, but I follow plenty of accounts where like they have the same 4 or 5 messages, more or less, that they put out there. And the reason I follow them is because I like the reminder. I like to be reminded to be patient. I like to be reminded to not take things too seriously. I like to be reminded that I have to think long. Like those are the things that I like to be reminded of. And so imagine if that account's like, I already said be patient once, I don't want to say it again. They've already heard that from you. It's like, no, people have messages that they want to continue to get fed into. And every time you feed that same message that they liked before back to them, they'll have another positive experience with you. The amount of novelty that's required in content is significantly less than you think as a creator. Think about it like you're going after a girl, and she's with somebody right now. All right, so you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna ease off, and I'm just gonna let them know. I'm just gonna throw these little flares out there that I'm interested. I'm here. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm available, right? And then what happens is, as soon as she gets out of that relationship or whatever, then she's receptive to your message. And so the thing is, the same way it works with customers is that they may not be looking for a marketing solution. They may not be looking for a plumbing solution. They might not be looking for an IT services provider for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But they might like to hear your stuff. But the moment they are in the market, you're the first one they think of because you continue to repeat the messages that resonated with them to begin with. The big thing is the 4x4, all right? Which is, especially when you're starting out, 4 hours a day, doing the core 4. Because the core 4 means you're reaching out to people you know one-on-one, reaching out to strangers one-on-one, making content one-to-many, or running ads one-to-many. And so there's the 4 ways. The only things one person can do to let other people know about their stuff. And so I use the rule of 100 as my guide there, which means you either make 100 minutes of content, you do 100 outreaches, so either cold or warm, or if you want to get really spicy, or at least $100 a day of advertising. Now, obviously, the $100 a day you can scale as much as you want, but as a baseline for anybody who's starting a business, those are 3 ways that you can just say, okay, what do I have to do to let more people know about my stuff? If you're not making 100 minutes of content, you're not doing 100 outreaches a day, or you're not spending $100 a day in ads, no one's going to know you exist, and that is the biggest threat to your business. The reason it's so important as a founder to do this in the business is that you have to be able to make it rain. And so every business at the most basic level has to advertise before it can have money, right? So like if you want to make money, people cannot give you money until they know you exist. And so it is a prerequisite for making money in business is that you advertise first and then you have a product that you can deliver on, and that's the most basic form that you have to have. If you just have the product and no one finds out, you will continue to not make money. Which leads me to number 3. Until you're at $100,000 a month, advertising is all of your focus. And the main reason for that is if you don't have enough people coming in, you're not going to have enough iterations of the product to get feedback to know if your stuff's good or not and what you need to do to make it better. Now, the thing is that up to $100,000 a month, at that point, it's all advertising. But at some point, in order to continue to scale, you need to fix the product. You need to make sure that people are recurring. You need to make sure people are happy, that they're referring other people, that they're staying month after month, or they're repurchasing month after month after month. And so if you're not solving that, then you've got a leaky bucket. And that's going to be a problem that you're going to deal with later. And so the smart move is to fix that stuff now so that you can grow a really big business. And this is one of the biggest mistakes that I made so many times in my early career is that you start advertising, you start understanding to sell and acquire customers, and you say, oh, that worked, I'll do more of it. And you should do more of it, but within this current context of you have to make sure that you're delivering. And so my recommendation is get to $1 million, so get to $100,000 a month-ish, then put all of your focus on filling all the holes in the bucket. So that, and the thing is when you do that, you're actually going to keep growing. If you keep the same activities, and you fix the holes, you're still going to keep growing steadily month after month after month, even with the same level of advertising effort. Then, once you fix the holes, then you go back to the front end and say, how do I 10x this? And that is how you can stay step. Even though your actual revenue growth will still look flat because when you fix the holes, you'll make more money, but the doingness of the business will shift. Now, if you do the alternative of that, which is you just advertise more and more and more, there's going to get to a point it's an asymptote. So basically, you start growing and you start plateauing like this. Because then your infrastructure is too big and there's too many moving pieces to fix the thing that you should have fixed earlier. But then you're in a rock and a hard place scenario because then you can't dial back the advertising because you've got all these people that you've hired. But the more you sell, the more your reputation goes in the tank because the stuff's not good. So you get in a really hard scenario. And so fixing it first, fixing it early sets you up to build a much bigger business later. Number 4, under $1 million a year, it's one channel, one avatar, one product. I see way too many small business owners saying, hey, I've got 2 businesses, or I have 7 products, or I have 2 different avatars, or blah, 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 right? No, focus on one specific type of customer. And if you just say yes to everyone with money, you're basically saying no to your business because you're never going to be able to focus and make something really good. You can't serve 6 customers and then make a good product only doing $100,000 a month. It just doesn't, like, it's too small volume. Like, you don't get enough reps. And so you need to do one very specific thing, which means you have to say no to people who aren't that type of person. You serve one problem, which means you have one product for that specific avatar, and you get better and better at templatizing it, at productizing the service or productizing whatever the product is itself, making iterations on it, and you advertise through one channel. Meaning, you just know how to make cold email convert, or you just know how to make cold calls convert, or you just know how to make TikTok ads convert, or you just know how to make YouTube videos that convert. Whatever your channel is, you just stick with that channel. Because as soon as you're like, oh, I'm going to do 2 different things, like that's not the objective of this stage. You just need to get it reliable so that you can then keep tweaking the product so that then you can 10x the existing channel you're on. And once you get to about $1 million a month is when I recommend starting to think about second and tertiary channels getting up. And part of the reason I recommend that is that when you start a second channel, it's going to cost you money and it's going to cost you time. And so the reason that you keep that one channel and keep doing it longer than you think is because you need to be able to get it working at the same level or higher with not you doing it, so that you can have the secondary channel. If you're the one who's gassing this first channel, and then you move to the second, well now you have this second one that's not going to be working out nearly as efficiently as the first one, especially in the beginning, first 3 months, 6 months, it's not going to be cranking like the first one is. But the first one's also going to go down because you're not there. And so you spend the extra time there, you put the right people in place, you make sure the training is such that they actually can meet or exceed what you were doing on your own, and then when you start the second channel, you pour resources into it because you still have cash flow from your main thing. And that little switch is where most people get lost and they just crush their businesses. So don't do that. So to give you guys some context, I didn't open up a second channel of acquisition until we were at 4 million a month. Now, mind you, I started with paid ads because I was good at paid ads, and I learned how to run paid ads in my local business, which then when I went national, I didn't have to do the same skill set. But after 4 million a month, I was like, okay, I need to get the second channel going. And so I started increasing that channel via cold email, cold call, cold DMs with an outbound team. But I say that because a lot of people are like, shouldn't I do this? I try to delay that as long as I possibly can because I know it's going to cost a huge amount of time, a huge amount of money, and it might not work for 6 to 12 months. And to give you context, it took me 12 months for outbound to be responsible for half of my revenue. So it's not going to happen overnight. Number 5, always start for free, always. And I know, and I don't usually use explicit 100% black and white language, but I have yet to see a time where starting for free has not made me more money. So let me explain. So when I started my fitness business, way back when, I started with free. I wanted to get people results, and I said, I don't have any experience, so please let me just train you for free. And because of that, I have lower stakes because they didn't pay me money. They're still paying in other ways. They're still paying time, they're paying inconvenience, all the other things that a customer has to do. Those costs are still there. By the way, those hidden costs are the things that you want to decrease as much as you can in your product so that you can charge more money because you'll find over time that the most expensive thing about your product often isn't the price. It's everything else you require a customer to do as a result of the purchase, which is what things do they have to give up that they like doing as a result of the purchase, and what are the things that they have to start doing that they hate doing as a result of the purchase. And this happens with everything. When I say like and hate, I use those as extremes, but fundamentally there's some sort of friction, there's some sort of inconvenience. Like when I buy a car, I have to now get gas. That is now an inconvenience in my life. Now, compared to all other cars, maybe all cars that have that inconvenience until they have an electric car, and all of a sudden that inconvenience has been removed because I can plug the car in at night. So I'm a co-owner of School.com, and I talk to beginner entrepreneurs a lot. And so I see this happening more often than not, which is they say, hey, no one wants to buy my thing. And I say, okay, well, where are your testimonials? Where are the people that you used before this and you've helped get the result? And they're like, well, I don't have any. I'm like, well, why would I believe you? They're like, well, I have this amazing offer, and I'm going to talk about this in number 6 at night. But if you don't start for free, why should anyone believe you? And if you are doing this for the first time, why would you want to take money for something that you don't even know if it's good yet? And so this can both give you the conviction and give you the confidence to get going because you actually have some results that you can go off of. You can use those results to market to get more customers. I do this at every level of business. And so everything that I do, I always start with free, no matter what it is. And whether it's a new product line in a massive company, one of our portfolio companies, we built out a software product for the existing service base. And so we said, hey, we can now have a DIY version of our services that you can use with the software product. And what did we do? We started for free. We took our top 100 customers and said, hey, why don't you try it out, let us know, get us feedback. And they just kept giving us feedback. And honestly, in the beginning, the fact that some people want to charge for this is insane. It's like they're giving you so much valuable stuff. I'm just happy that they use it. Right? And so you go with free, and then you go with a small amount of money, and then you keep raising your prices over time, which I'll get to in a second. And for those of you who are worried about your pocketbook, like, I'm fronting all these costs. Well, yeah, that's why it's called investing in a business. But people who you work with for free can make you money in 3 ways. Number 1 is they can leave you a testimonial. Number 2 is they can refer you other customers via word of mouth that you did a good job. And number 3, they can actually stay on and pay after a certain period of time when you do make it not free, you make it for money. Because if you want to keep surfacing, and this is ideally how it works out, is that you do such a good job that they're like, I don't want this to stop, and then you say, great, now you can do it in exchange for money because I can't do this anymore in exchange for nothing. Because I have enough demand, because I've done a good job that I have these referrals and I have this first, that people do want to pay me for my services. So if you like that too, you can get the same price they have. Number 6, and this is a big one. Proof over promise. So what a lot of beginners do is they read $100 million offers and they're like, I have a Grand Slam offer. And so because of that, I've got this big thing with all these bonuses and the stack and these guarantees, and I've got a premium price, and yet no one's buying it. So what I want to do is walk you through a hypothetical. Let's say on one extreme, we've got somebody who has an amazing, crazy, awesome offer for whatever. It promises you the world and beyond. On this extreme, same core product or core service as the first guy, except he has no crazy offer. He just has 1,000 testimonials. Who is going to get the most customers? This guy. And so your proof is going to do more selling than any promise can possibly do. Because the promises all function as an approximation of the likelihood that they're going to get a result. And proof is always going to be more compelling. And so when you're starting out, you want to capture as much proof as humanly possible. Now, I have a huge amount of stuff on proof because I'm obsessed with it, but I'll give you 4 very good things that you can do to make your proof more compelling. Number 1, recent proof is better than delayed proof. So if proof was 5 years old, proof that's from last week is going to be more compelling. Second is you want it to be as visual as possible. So just a bunch of words on the screen is less compelling than a screenshot of someone's bank account after they made money. Or someone saying, hey, I lost 20 pounds is not as compelling as the picture of them losing 20 pounds, which is also less compelling than a video of them weighing in and then a video of them weighing out. The third component for proof that I'll give you is you want high volume. And the nice thing is that most businesses actually have a lot more proof than they know they do. They just never capture it. And so one of the things that I did in our brick and mortar chains that we've had with all of the gyms I do across all our brick and mortars is if you look at Yelp, you look at Google, you look at Facebook, all of these have reviews for your business. And so for me, and if you're digital, then you have Facebook reviews on your Facebook page and things like that. And so I would go into the stars, you click into it, and there's like 100 of them, and then you just screenshot each one of them. So if you have 100 5-star reviews on Yelp, that's like a mediocre Yelp account, right? But if I screenshot 100 of those, and then I frame them, and I put them on my lobby wall from floor to ceiling, it's overwhelming, the amount of proof that is. And so most businesses have way more proof than they think they do, they just don't leverage it. And so one of the easiest things you can do, take the screenshots of all review sites across all platforms, show them individually, and show them as their new wallpaper. And the fourth element of proof is that you want to capture pain. And so let me explain about that. So I've been able to look at a zillion ads across all companies where they have testimonial ads from customers or user-generated content. Be fancy, right? The thing is the content that begins with pain converts significantly higher. And so this is my theory around this, which is that the pain relates to the customer or prospect that they currently have. If they start with a promise, it's too far disconnected. But if you start with pain, they relate to the person, and then you can take them through the story of them getting the result. But if you start with the end result, it's too disjointed, it's too far away, and it becomes less believable. So if you had to pick between proof or promise, double down on proof. And that's also the reason that I tell everyone to start with giving stuff away for free, because it's the easiest and fastest way to get tons of them. Best time to ask someone for testimonials at the moment of greatest satisfaction. All right, so that's also, by the way, different from the best time to sell. All right, because you want to sell at the moment of greatest pain. You want to get a testimonial at the moment of greatest satisfaction. So think about it this way. If I were to say, hey, you have steak dinner, and you have a steak and you're starving, oh, this is great, blah, blah, blah. The moment to sell you the steak is right before you've had the steak, and then you eat the steak. Now, after you have the steak, is that the moment that I say, would you like another steak? Not really. You're like, I'm feeling good. So that's the point of greatest satisfaction, not the point of greatest deprivation. Now, after I've had the steak, I'm going to say, hey, would you mind like looking at the camera and saying how great the steak was? You're like, oh my God, it was amazing, it was so great, you guys should definitely check this place out, it's awesome, right? And so, point of greatest deprivation is when you make your sale. Point of greatest satisfaction is to make like your proof. Number 7, raising prices almost always makes you more money, but you hear no more often. And so let me break this down. So I had a sales guy in one of our portfolio companies, and we doubled the price of a product. So a lot of people are like really afraid of like 10% or 20% increases. Like I'll test 4x, 5x price difference. Pricing in many instances is far more inelastic than you think it is. All right, so elastic versus inelastic pricing, I'm not going to get into that. But basically, if you have a $5 sandwich going to a $10 sandwich, there's a lot of elasticity with food, meaning people are very responsive to small increases in price. The classic counterexample is if you have life-saving medication, it's not very elastic at all, meaning if you double the price, people still are going to pay for it because they need to live, right? And so the thing is that if you have a very valuable thing, the price is usually a lot more flexible than you think it is in terms of how much you can use it, right? And so I like making massive price tests. But the thing that you have to have when you do this is the balls or the stomach to deal with more no's. And so when I walked that sales team through price increase, I said, hey, we're going to double the price. I said, you have to understand that we're for sure going to get less or fewer yeses. But the question is, will we get half the yeses? So we had a 35% reduction in conversion percentage, but we doubled the price. And so we made more money in multiple ways. So one, we made more absolute revenue. We literally just made more top line. Well, the magic of this is that, let's say the cost of our thing was $500 and we sold the thing for $1,000. Okay, so we have 50% margin. Well, if we double the price, we go from making $500 in profit to $1,500 in profit. So I actually triple the amount of money I make by doubling my price. And so even if I have a 35% reduction or a 1/3 reduction in sales, I triple how much money I made on the other 2/3 of my sales, which means me doubling the price with a 1/3 reduction in sales still doubled the profit in absolute amounts despite selling 1/3 to your customers. And one of the nice benefits of having fewer customers is that you have fewer costs associated with delivering them. So not only is the gross margin per customer higher, your fixed costs that you have to incur to continue to expand your infrastructure go down. And fundamentally, a smaller amount of customers that make more money is an easier business to run than more customers that make you less money. And let me tell you how important this is. I've seen businesses that have not changed their prices for 5, 6, 7 years, right? Because they're afraid to do it, whatever. But I want to give you some real hard truth right now. In 2017, if you sold something for $100, that was your only profit, and you were running 20% margins as a business. If you did not change your price from 2017 until 2024, that $100 now means that your costs in that business have gone up by 20%, which means that your profit is now zero. And so if you feel like your margins continue to compress year after year after year, it's usually because you're not appropriately adjusting your prices. So to give you context, $79 in 2017 is the equivalent of $100 today. And so that would be like you going back in time where you had a 20% margin business and running it at a $79 price point rather than a $100 price point. And so you just like that eliminate all the profit in the business. And so you have to do the reverse of that because inflation is a compounding threat to your business that every year stacks on top of itself. And so if you're not making 3, 6% increases in prices at least annually, you're not even keeping up with inflation. And to give you a little story around this, Warren Buffett, when he bought See's Candies, said that he only wanted to control one thing. And so what that one thing was is that every year you look at all the prices of all the candies and you would ship them the new pricing. And he has raised prices 50 years in a row, sometimes in a single year as high as 17% onto their pricing, and as a result of that, he's cleared himself $1 billion in profit. And so if it was the one thing that he focused so hard on, it might be something worth it. So if you do make a pricing change, there's two components to this. One is new customers, the other is old customers. The easiest thing to do is just change the price and just apply it to new business. That's it. If you're in a transactional business, that's fine. Even because the old customers come back and buy again, right? But if someone's on some sort of recurring service, it's a little bit trickier. Now, I have some tactics around this, but I'll just give you the high level, which is you want to have a price increase letter, you want to talk about all the things that they're going to get as a result of the investment that you're now making into the business, and that it's the only way to do it today in business, given inflationary pressures, etc. Right? And so you just want to say, here's the thing, here's the stuff you're going to get, I want to keep my promise to you, which is to keep our thing as good as possible, and the only way for me to keep my promise is for us to reflect that in the prices, which are now having to be changed effective to this date. But don't worry, I've grandfathered you in to your old price by this time. That's key. Is that the old customers, you say, everyone wants to be grandfathered. You say, so I'm grandfathering you in until this date. And that way it's not like it's changing tomorrow. It's delaying the pain and giving them a gift right now as a way of honoring the fact that they've been loyal customers. Those are the main bullets of what that price letter would go out. And if you are going to raise your prices, you want to be measured about it. You should know what your conversion rates are prior to you making the price change. And you should be able to give a statistically significant sample size of shots on goal with the new price before you make a decision. If you get on the phone and the first 2 people say no, well, we knew more people were going to say no. We already expected that. And if you have, call it 40% close rates right now, well, if you make double the price and you go to 30% close rates, then that's still a great deal for you. You might just be getting the first 2 no's out of the 7 no's you already know you're going to get when you talk to 10 people. And so talking to 2 or 3 people getting no's doesn't mean you need to change your price. It might have just been the no's you were normally going to get even at your lower price. So you can't be emotional about this. You have to be calculated. And this, in my opinion, is the reason most people don't raise the prices or can't do it successfully. Number 8, talk to customers to solve all your problems. So Paul Graham said this, and I think it's really good. If you can solve just about every business problem by talking to your customers. So if your advertising isn't converting, talk to your customers. If your pages aren't converting, talk to your customers. If the price seems weird, talk to your customers. If the product isn't delivered, talk to your customers. At the end of the day, your customers are the people you serve. They have all the information you need to make your product better. So, especially when you're starting out, even if you have very low prices, so let's say you charge $10 a month, right? And you want this thing to have thousands and thousands of customers. Okay, fine. But if you don't talk to customers, you're not going to know what's going to drive them to convert, buy, and stay. And so I come from an industry where people meet face-to-face, in-person, to sell $10 a month memberships. So I don't want to hear it. All right, I spent the first 4 or 5 years of my career selling $30, $50, $100 things all day long. I don't know a very successful advertising entrepreneur who's a rainmaker, meaning they know how to get customers, who didn't have 4 or 5 years of hardcore sales under their belt that no one knew who they were. Right? That's the rocket cuts, where you take hundreds and thousands of calls with customers, where you hear the words they use, so that when you say, does this suck? But they say it differently. And so then you say that in your advertising. So when you take these sales calls for $10 a month, you're not doing it for the $10 a month. You're doing it so that you can learn more about them, and you just so happen to get paid. But you find out the words that get them to move. Because you might think these are all the selling points of your thing. But when you're talking to them, nothing really happens. Then you say one thing, and then boom, their eyes light up. They're like, yeah, that. And then all of a sudden you reorder your sales script, you reorder your headlines, you reorder the roadmap on the things that you're going to improve the product, because these are actually the things that are driving purchases for the first purchase and getting them to stay. And so most entrepreneurs are afraid to talk to customers. I have no idea why that is. They're afraid to talk to random people who are giving them money. I don't get it. But one of the easiest ways you can learn more about your business and make more money is pick up the phone and call people who give you money and ask them why they did. And just as importantly, more important, talk to all the people who didn't buy and ask them money. And if you think you're above this, you just keep doing that. But everybody who wants to beat that guy, get on board. So InsideOfSchool.com, we run a contest every month with the top 10 people who are new to the platform, who generate the most revenue in their communities, get to fly out to Vegas and spend a day with me and Sam at the other end of school. And part of the reason we do this is that, of course, it's a great prize for all the winners, and they get to meet each other and it's an awesome event. But for us, we get such valuable user feedback from super users. These are the highest, most invested users. And so we're like, hey, do you like this thing? Hey, this is the product roadmap. Hey, would you prioritize this or this? So recently we used the feedback from this group and said, hey, we have this thing that could be controversial with the rest of the community, because we could see people taking it like this. If we made this change to the product, what would you guys think? And unanimously, they're like, oh no, that would make us more money. We're totally in for it. And so we're like, wow. So months of deliberation of like, oh, do you think they'll like it? I don't know if they'll like it. What if they don't like it? All of that got solved by just asking. And then we got our answer. And then we did it, and everyone was happy. And so the beauty of this is that you get certainty around your decisions, and so you can make decisions faster. And the entrepreneurs who make faster decisions move faster. And when you do talk to customers, whether it's in person like this school event that I was talking about, or just on the phone, what do you think happens to them? You can take someone from a neutral customer to a super fan in one call. You can tell the story of the business. You can tell them why they started. You show that you care. And guess what? That person might bring you 10 or 50 more people when you think 2 rows down the line of word of mouth referrals. And of course, they're on this day way longer than what otherwise. Because if they do have an issue, guess what they're going to do? Instead of canceling, they're going to call you and let you know. A great time to do this that a lot of people don't like is that the moment people ask to cancel. So if you have any kind of recurring membership, or if they ask for a refund, get on the phone with them. And it's not necessarily trying to like hard sell the back into it, which by all means you can. But the more valuable thing is to understand what went wrong. And you'd be surprised how many times you just let someone vent. Here's the key. Don't minimize what they said. Get more angry about the reason they're canceling than you. You're like, that's ridiculous. That should never happen to you. I can't believe that was your experience. I completely understand why you want a refund. I would want a refund 10 times over. I'm surprised you're not going to be in jail. I get it. All right? Is there a world that I can make this right? Or what would it take for me to make this right? What would it take for me to make this right? And so now you get into them solving what it would cost or what it would take for them to get. And more times than not, you want to talk to all sorts of customers. You want to talk to super users, you want to talk to moderate users, and you want to talk to low users. You're going to get different things out of it. Like, I'm not going to prioritize the roadmap or things that I'm going to reinvest in the business if you I'm going to talk to super users who are getting those out because they're going to have more context. But in terms of what problem I want to solve for these people, it's like, why didn't this work for you? So this would be stuff that's like friction. So this is going to be way more about getting new customers. Like I'm going to solve new customer problems by finding out why people can buy or bought them left. And then I'm going to figure out how to make my customers more valuable and get them to stay longer by talking to your super users and your super fans, or the best customers you have, about what would make this even better. Number 9, what to say to prospects on the phone when you're just starting to get your first sale. So I use the closure framework to make it very short, but the call should go something like this. C, the closer is now. C, verify why they're there. So what made you hop on the call? What made you take a step? What made you respond to my email? What made you comment on my post? Whatever it is, they took an action to communicate with you. That is your advantage. Because any person that you get on the phone with the exception of a true cold call first pickup, with the exception of that, everyone has responded to an email, they've commented on a post, they've responded to an ad, they've opted in, whatever. So you ask them why they did that. That clarifies, it gives you also a big authority in the frame because they've taken this step towards you, and you're just receiving. You say, hey, why'd you do that? And then they'll tell you what it was. Then you move on to L, which is like, okay, so what I'm hearing is this is labeling with a problem. So it sounds like you want this, and this is the problem. Or you want to have this outcome, and you haven't gotten it. Does that sound about right? They're going to say yes. And you're like, okay, cool. Then you go to O. You say, you're going to overview their past experiences. You're like, okay, so what have you done so far to try and make this happen? Why is this so important to you? What else has happened in the meantime that has cost you from not having this occur, right? We call this a pain cycle. The reason you do the pain cycle before you sell something is that you want to temporarily increase their deprivation around that outcome. So we want to temporarily, in the state of the conversation, increase how important that outcome is for them. So you've probably heard in politics, whatever the topic is of the debate, it's like it's the economy, it's education, it's the border, right? Whatever media puts more attention on is what people say is the main reason they vote for candidates. They basically make that the topic of the election, which is the macroeconomic situation or whatever, right? When you're in a micro event, like a sales call, you have sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes an hour, to basically, in that very small call, elevate the importance of that problem in their life so that you can motivate action. They were kind of hungry when they get on the call, but as you talk about the food that they could be having and the bad food they've been eating every single day, and how crappy it is, and how it's not good for them, and how tasty and delicious this food is, what are we doing? We're increasing their deprivation. We're making them hungrier so that when we make our offer, they're more likely to take it. Which then goes to S, which is you sell the vacation. And the reason I say sell a vacation, not a plane flight, is most salespeople, most new entrepreneurs want to focus on their features. They want to talk about the flight, they want to talk about TSA, they want to talk about check-in, they want to talk about their bags, they want to talk about their seat, all of these things that are on the way to Maui, their destination. You want to just talk about Maui. You want to talk about the lick your fingers good, what it's going to be like when they have a full stomach and they're feeling great with their family at the restaurant. That's what we want to talk about. We don't want to talk about how they're going to order it. We don't want to talk about the selection. We don't want to talk about how many times they're going to get their drinks refilled. We don't want to talk about any of that. We want to talk about Maui. We want to talk about being on the beach, with the wind in their hair, with a Mai Tai in hand, that's what we want to talk about. Sell the vacation typically is a 3-point pitch, which is, by the way, you can separate anything into 3 points. Right now, you just chunk up or chunk down based on, hey, what does it take to be successful? It's like, you need fitness, nutrition, accountability. You need the leads to be timely, personalized, and qualified, right? Whatever it is. So it doesn't matter what you're selling. You can come up with 3 points that people have to say, yeah, if I had all 3 of those things, I would succeed. Now, at that point, someone doesn't say yes, you move on to E, which is explain away their concerns. Which are what are the specifics they have that are the reasons that they're not buying, which is usually going to be some sort of specific about the program, something time related, something money related, something decision maker related, meaning they have to give the decision making authority to somebody else, or finally, them just simply avoiding the decision for fear of making a mistake. And so you need to account for all 5 of those and know how to overcome each of them, which I cover in a 4-hour plus video that you can watch on my channel somewhere else. R is reinforce the decision. So once they have made the decision to buy, you're not done yet. Now the work begins, which is the next 24 hours is crucial to making sure that they feel really wowed and impressed with your business. Most customers will judge a business based on the first 24 hours post-purchase. And so if you say, hey, I'm gonna get you 3 things in the next 24 hours, you're gonna get introduced to this person, she's gonna do this, and this is what's gonna happen next, then you make those promises and you keep those promises within that time frame. And ideally, you do it even faster than you promised. You want their impression to be like, man, these guys are dialed. So closure framework is simple enough that you can teach it to somebody else. And when I was starting in my gym journey, I had sold every single membership for a year plus. And until I had somebody else come in who had never sold weight loss and have them follow the CLOSER framework in the sales pitch and then saw them close their first sale without me, I actually prepped. So I was like, oh my God, someone else can start. It's like, this may actually be a business. And so learning to sell in this framework also makes it duplicatable so that you can give this to somebody else. Number 10, and this is big. Before you even think about doing something new, do 10 times more of what's already working. And so this is like one of the things, as soon as I buy portfolio companies, what I'll do is I go to the head of marketing, I go to the founder, and I say, hey, why can't we 10x what we're currently doing? Tell me why we can't. Honestly, 2 times out of 3, they're like, I mean, we could. And I'm like, then why aren't we doing that? And what happens is they have all these other priorities that are not going to 10x the business. And they have this one thing that we already know works, that we have nothing that's stopping us from 10xing the business. And I say, great, let's do that. Call me in 6 months. Now, the thing is in the 1 out of 3 times where they say, well, we can't 10x this because of this thing. Then I say, guess what the constraint of this business is? Solving that. And if you're doing anything but solving that, then you're not growing the business right as a founder. Rather, you're not growing it as fast as you could be growing. You're doing outbound. It's like, great, why can't we do 10 times the outbound? Well, I don't have enough leads from lists. Okay, great. So our constraint of 10x in this business is that we need to find more sources for lists. So we need to either scrape more lists, we need to buy more lists, or make more lists ourselves. Okay, that's solvable. Let's do that. If it's, hey, if we 10x our advertising dollars, like we just need to add more budget. Oh, we can't do that because our ads aren't good enough. Okay, great. So we need to have more creative. That's the constraint of the business. If it's content, which is why can't we make 10x content or make our content 10 times better, or maybe realistically a combination of the 2, which is we're going to put out 2 times the content and we're also trying to make it 2 to 3 times better. Great. Then guess what? Now we have a 6x. Can we triple the content and make it 3 times better? Sure. Well, what did we do in the best content that we had that we're not doing in all the other pieces? Great. Can we templatize that and make that the playbook that we use with every piece of content? Great. We're not doing that? Cool. Let's do that before we do any of these other ideas that you had. And so a lot of entrepreneurs, because it's boring to them, they figured out how to do this one thing and they think, oh, I should figure out how to do something else. When once you get something to work, the whole goal is to beat the living hell out of it, is to squeeze every last drop from that thing that works. And you do as much as you possibly can, as well as you possibly can, before even thinking about doing something new. So let me walk you through the 5 stages of the traditional entrepreneur for advertising or even for business. They have something that they hear about that they think is cool, so they go into uninformed optimism. They're really optimistic, but they have no idea. Then they jump into this new thing and they become an informed pessimist. And so they find out way more about this thing, and then they're like, wow, this is actually kind of hard. And then they go to stage 3, which is the valley of despair, where they're like, wow, this isn't working, this isn't what I thought it was gonna be. And then what they do is they start over at uninformed optimism because they hear something else is easier. But they miss out on step 4 and 5, which is they become an informed optimist. So they say, okay, I understand how outbound works, I understand how paid ads work, I understand how organic works, and what are the things that it takes to scale and how much work it really is. And then finally get to level 5, which is achievement, which is they actually achieve the goal. But most people just repeat 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, uninformed optimism, informed pessimism, valley of despair, start back over. They just hit all 3 of those over and over and over again, whether that's new marketing channels, new products, new businesses. And this is a version of the woman in the red dress, is that it's always deceptive to think that the new thing is going to be easier, and the only reason you think it's easier is because you don't know enough. I wish I could just give you the scar tissue of having done that 3-part triangle over and over again, but all I can tell you is that, like, when I get that little tickle in the back of my neck where I'm like, ooh, this looks exciting, it's now become a warning flag to me because I've been burned so many times doing it, to say, oh, I must not know enough about this because everything is hard. I'll give you an analogy that a mentor gave me that I really liked, and I think it applies to a lot of things, but what he was talking to me about departments in my not be looking for a marketing solution. They might not be looking for a plumbing solution. They might not be looking for an IT services provider for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But they might like to hear your stuff. But the moment they are in the market, you're the first one they think of because you continue to repeat the messages that resonated with them to begin with. The big thing is the 4x4, all right? Which is, especially when you're starting out, 4 hours a day doing the core 4. And so the core 4 means you're reaching out to people you know one-on-one, reaching out to strangers one-on-one, making content one-to-many, or running ads one-to-many. And so there's the 4 ways, the only things one person can do to let other people know about their stuff. And so I use the rule of 100 as my guide there, which means you either make 100 minutes of content, you do 100 outreaches, so either cold or warm, or if you want to get really spicy, or at least $100 a day of advertising. Now, obviously the $100 a day you can scale as much as you want, but as a baseline for anybody who's starting a business, those are 3 ways that you can just say, okay, what do I have to do to let more people know about my stuff? If you're not making 100 minutes of content, you're not doing 100 outreaches a day, or you're not spending $100 a day in ads, no one's going to know you exist. And that is the biggest threat to your business. The reason it's so important as a founder to do this in the business is that you have to be able to make it rain. And so every business at the most basic level has to advertise before it can have money. Right? So like if you want to make money, people cannot give you money until they know you exist. And so it is a prerequisite for making money in business is that you advertise first and then you have a product that you can deliver on, and that's the most basic form that you have to have. If you just have the product and no one finds out, you will continue to not make money. Which leads me to number 3. Until you're at $100,000 a month, advertising is all of your focus. And the main reason for that is if you don't have enough people coming in, you're not gonna have enough iterations of the product to get feedback to know if your stuff's good or not and what you need to do to make it better. Now the thing is that up to $100,000 a month, at that point it's all advertising. But at some point, in order to continue to scale, you need to fix the product. You need to make sure that people are recurring. You need to make sure people are happy, that they're referring other people, that they're staying month after month, or they're repurchasing month after month after month. And so if you're not solving that, then you've got a leaky bucket, and that's gonna be a problem that you're gonna deal with later. And so the smart move is to fix that stuff now so that you can grow a really big business. And this is one of the biggest mistakes that I made so many times in my early career is that you start advertising, you start understanding how to sell and acquire customers, and you say, oh, that worked, I'll do more of it. And you should do more of it, but within this current context of you have to make sure that you're delivering. And so my recommendation is get to $1 million, so get to $100,000 a month-ish, then put all of your focus on filling all the holes in the bucket so that, and the thing is that when you do that, you're actually gonna keep growing because if you keep the same activities and then you fix the holes, you're still gonna keep growing steadily month after month after month, even with the same level of advertising effort. Then, once you fix the holes, then you go back to the front end and say, how do I 10x this? And that is how you can stair step. Even though your actual revenue growth will still look flat because when you fix the holes, you'll make more money, but the doingness of the business will shift. Now, if you do the alternative of that, which is you just advertise more and more and more, there's gonna get to a point, it's an asymptote. So basically you start growing and you start plateauing like this, because then your infrastructure's too big and there's too many moving pieces to fix the thing that you should have fixed earlier. But then you're in a rock and a hard place scenario, because then you can't dial back the advertising because you got all these people that you've hired, but the more you sell, the more your reputation goes in the tank because the stuff's not good, and so you get a really hard scenario. And so fixing it first, fixing it early, sets you up to build a much bigger business later. Number 4, under $1 million a year, it's one channel, one avatar, one product. I see way too many small business owners saying, hey, I've got 2 businesses, or I have 7 products, or I have 2 different avatars, or blah, 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 right? No, focus on one specific type of customer. And if you just say yes to everyone with money, you're basically saying no to your business because you're never gonna be able to focus and make something really good. You can't serve 6 customers and then make a good product only doing $100,000 a month. It just doesn't, like, it's too small volume. Like, you don't get enough reps. And so you need to do one very specific thing, which means you have to say no to people who aren't that type of person. You serve one problem, so you get one product for that specific avatar, and you get better and better at templatizing it, at productizing the service or productizing whatever the product is itself, making iterations on it, and you advertise through one channel. Meaning, you just know how to make cold email convert, or you just know how to make cold calls convert, or you just know how to make TikTok ads convert, or you just know how to make YouTube videos that convert. Whatever your channel is, you just stick with that channel, because as soon as you're like, oh, I'm gonna do 2 different things, like that's not the objective of this stage. You just need to get it reliable so that you can then keep tweaking the product so that then you can 10x the existing channel you're on. Once you get to about $1 million a month is when I recommend starting to think about second and tertiary channels of getting customers. And part of the reason I recommend that is that when you start a second channel, it's gonna cost you money and it's gonna cost you time. And so the reason that you keep that one channel and keep doing it longer than you think is because you need to be able to get it working at the same level or higher with not you doing it, so that you can have the secondary channel. If you're the one who's gassing this first channel, and then you move to the second, well, now you have this second one that's not gonna be working out nearly as efficiently as the first one, especially in the beginning. First 3 months, 6 months, it's not gonna be cranking like the first one is. But the first one's also gonna go down because you're not there. And so you spend the extra time there, you put the right people in place, you make sure the training is such that they actually can meet or exceed what you were doing on your own, And then when you start the second channel, you can pour resources into it because you still have cash flow from your main thing. And that little switch is where most people get lost and they just crush their businesses. So don't do that. So to give you guys some context, I didn't open up a second channel of acquisition until we were at 4 million a month. Now, mind you, I started with paid ads because I was good at paid ads, and I learned how to run paid ads in my local business, which then when I went national, I knew how to do the same skill set. But after 4 million a month, I was like, okay, I need to get this second channel going. So I started increasing that channel via cold email, cold call, cold DMs with an outbound team. But I say that because a lot of people are like, shouldn't I do this? I try to delay that as long as I possibly can because I know it's going to cost a huge amount of time, a huge amount of money, and it might not work for 6 to 12 months. And to give you context, it took me 12 months for outbound to be responsible for half of my revenue. So it's not going to happen overnight. Number 5, always start for free, always. And I know, and I don't usually use explicit 100% black and white language, but I have yet to see a time where starting for free has not made me more money. So let me explain. So when I started my fitness business way back when, I started with free. I wanted to get people results, and I said, I don't have any experience, so please let me just train you for free. And because of that, I have lower stakes because they didn't pay me money. They're still paying in other ways. They're still paying time, they're paying inconvenience, all the other things that a customer has to do. Those costs are still there. By the way, those hidden costs are the things that you want to decrease as much as you can in your product so that you can charge more money, because you'll find over time that the most expensive thing about your product often isn't the price. It's everything else you require a customer to do as a result of the purchase, which is what things do they have to give up that they like doing as a result of the purchase, and what are the things that they have to start doing that they hate doing as a result of the purchase. And this happens with everything. When I say like and hate, I use those as extremes, but fundamentally there's some sort of friction, there's some sort of inconvenience. Like when I buy a car, I have to now get gas. That is now an inconvenience in my life. Now, compared to all other cars, maybe all cars that have that inconvenience, until they have an electric car, and all of a sudden that inconvenience has been removed because I can plug the car in at night. So I'm a co-owner of School.com, and I talk to beginner entrepreneurs a lot. And so I see this happening more often than not, which is that they say, hey, no one wants to buy my thing. And I say, okay, well, where are your testimonials? Where are the people that you've used before this that you've helped get the result? And they're like, well, I don't have any. I'm like, well, why would I believe you? They're like, well, I have this amazing offer. And I'm going to talk about this in number 6 at length. But if you don't start for free, why should anyone believe you? And if you are doing this for the first time, why would you want to take money for something that you don't even know if it's good yet? And so this can both give you the conviction and give you the confidence to get going because you actually have some results that you can go off of. You can use those results to market to get more customers. I do this at every level of business. And so everything that I do, I always start with free, no matter what it is. And whether it's a new product line in a massive company, one of our portfolio companies, we built out a software product for the existing service base. And so we said, hey, we can now have a DIY version of our services that you can use with this software product. And what did we do? We started for free. We took our top 100 customers and said, hey, why don't you try it out? Let us know, get us feedback. And they just kept giving us feedback. And honestly, in the beginning, the fact that some people want to charge for this is insane. It's like they're giving me so much valuable stuff. I'm just happy that they use it, right? And so you go with free, and then you go with a small amount of money, and then you keep raising your prices over time, which I'll get to in a second. And for those of you who are worried about your pocketbook, like, I'm fronting all these costs. Well, yeah, that's why it's called investing in a business. But people who you work with for free can make you money in 3 ways. Number 1 is they can leave you a testimonial. Number 2 is they can refer you other customers via word of mouth that you did a good job. And number 3, they can actually stay on and pay after a certain period of time when you do make it not free and you make it for money. Because if you want to keep surfacing, and this is ideally how it works out, is that you do such a good job that they're like, I don't want this to stop. And then you say, great, now you can do it in exchange for money because I can't do this anymore in exchange for nothing. Because I have enough demand, because I've done a good job, that I have these referrals and I have this proof that people do want to pay me for my services. So if you'd like that too, you can get the same price they have. Number 6, and this is a big one, proof over promise. So what a lot of beginners do, and they read $100 million offers, and they're like, I have a Grand Slam offer. And so because of that, I've got this big thing with all these bonuses and the stack and these guarantees, and I've got a premium price, and yet no one's buying it. So what I want to do is walk you through a hypothetical. Let's say on one extreme, we've got somebody who has an amazing, crazy, awesome offer for whatever. They promise you the world and beyond. On this extreme, same core product or core service as the first guy, except he has no crazy offer. He just has 1,000 testimonials. Who is going to get the most customers? This guy. And so your proof is going to do more selling than any promise can possibly do, because the promises all function as an approximation of the likelihood that they're going to get a result. And proof is always going to be more compelling. And so when you're starting out, you want to capture as much proof as humanly possible. Now, I have a huge amount of stuff on proof because I'm obsessed with it, but I'll give you 4 very good things that you can do to make your proof more compelling. Number 1, recent proof is better than delayed proof. So if proof was 5 years old, proof that's from last week is going to be more compelling. Second is you want it to be as visual as possible. So just a bunch of words on a screen is less compelling than a screenshot of someone's bank account after they made money. Or someone saying, hey, I lost 20 pounds is not as compelling as the picture of them losing 20 pounds, which is also less compelling than a video of them weighing in and then a video of them weighing out. The third component for proof that I'll give you is you want high volume. And the nice thing is that most businesses actually have a lot more proof than they know they do. They just never capture it. And so one of the things that I did in our brick and mortar chains that we've had with all of the gyms I do across all our brick and mortars is if you look at Yelp, you look at Google, you look at Facebook, all of these have reviews for your business. And so for me, and if you're digital, then you have Facebook reviews on your Facebook page and things like that. And so I would go into the stars, you click into it, and there's like 100 of them, and then you just screenshot each one of them. So if you have 100 5-star reviews on Yelp, that's like a mediocre Yelp account, right? But if I screenshot 100 of those, and then I frame them, and I put them on my lobby wall from floor to ceiling, it's overwhelming, the amount of proof that is. And so most businesses have way more proof than they think they do, they just don't leverage it. And so one of the easiest things you can do, take the screenshots of all review sites across all platforms, show them individually, and show them as your new wallpaper. And the fourth element of proof is that you want to capture pain. And so let me explain by this. So I've been able to look at a zillion ads across all companies where they have testimonial ads from customers or user-generated content, be fancy, right? The thing is the content that begins with pain converts significantly higher. And so this is my theory around this, which is that the pain relates to the customer or prospect where they're currently at. If they start with the promise, it's too far disconnected. But if you start with pain, they relate to the person, and then you can take them through the story of them getting the result. But if you start with the end result, it's too disjointed, it's too far away, it becomes less believable. So if you had to pick between proof or promise, double down on proof. And that's also the reason that I tell everyone to start with giving stuff away for free, because it's the easiest and fastest way to get tons of it. Best time to ask someone for a testimonial is at the moment of greatest satisfaction. All right, so that's also, by the way, different from the best time to sell. All right, because you want to sell at the moment of greatest pain. You want to get a testimonial at the moment of greatest satisfaction. So think about it this way. If I were to say, hey, you have a steak dinner, and you have a steak and you're starving, you're like, oh, this is great, blah, 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 blah. The moment to sell you the steak is right before you've had the steak, and then you eat the steak. Now, after you have the steak, is that the moment that I say, would you like another steak? Not really, because you're like, I'm full, I'm good. So that's the point of greatest satisfaction, not the point of greatest deprivation. Now, after I've had the steak, if I say, hey, would you mind like looking at the camera and saying how great the steak was? People are like, oh my God, it was amazing, it was so great, you guys should definitely check this place out, it's awesome, right? And so, point of greatest deprivation is when you make your sale. Point of greatest satisfaction is when you collect your proof. Number 7, raising prices almost always makes you more money, but you hear no more often. And so let me break this down. So I had a sales guy in one of our portfolio companies, and we doubled the price of our product. So a lot of people are like really afraid of like 10% or 20% increases. Like I'll test 4x, 5x price differences. Pricing in many instances is far more inelastic than you think it is. All right, so elastic versus inelastic pricing, I'm not getting into that, but basically, if you have a $5 sandwich going to a $10 sandwich, there's a lot of elasticity with food, meaning people are very responsive to small increases in price. The classic counterexample is if you have a life-saving medication, it's not very elastic at all, meaning if you double the price, people still are going to pay for it because they need to live, right? And so the thing is that if you have a very valuable thing, the price is usually a lot more flexible than you think it is in terms of how much you can move it up, right? And so I like making massive price tests, but the thing that you have to have when you do this is the balls or the stomach to deal with more no's. And so when I walked that sales team through the price increase, I said, hey, we're going to double the price. I said, you have to understand that we're for sure going to get less or fewer yeses. But the question is, will we get half the yeses? So we had a 35% reduction in conversion percentage, but we doubled the price. And so we made more money in multiple ways. So one, we made more absolute revenue. We literally just made more top line. But the magic of this is that, let's say the cost of our thing was $500 and we sold the thing for $1,000. Okay, so we have 50% margins. Well, if we double the price, we go from making $500 in profit to $1,500 in profit. So I actually triple the amount of money I make by doubling my price. And so even if I have a 35% reduction or a 1/3 reduction in sales, I tripled how much money I made on the other 2/3 of my sales, which means me doubling the price with a 1/3 reduction in sales still doubled the profit in absolute amounts despite selling 1/3 fewer customers. And one of the nice benefits of having fewer customers is that you have fewer costs associated with delivering on them. So not only is the gross margin per customer higher, your fixed costs that you have to incur to continue to expand your infrastructure go down. And fundamentally, a smaller amount of customers that make more money is an easier business to run than more customers that make you less money. And let me tell you how important this is. I've seen businesses that have not changed their prices for 5, 6, 7 years, right? Because they're afraid to do it, whatever. But I want to give you some real hard truth right now. In 2017, if you sold something for $100, that was your only product, and you were running 20% margins as a business, if you did not change your price from 2017 until 2024, that $100 now means that your costs in that business have gone up by 20%, which means that your profit is now 0. And so if you feel like your margins continue to compress year after year after year, it's usually because you're not appropriately adjusting your prices. So to give you context, $79 in 2017 is the equivalent of $100 today. And so that would be like you going back in time where you had a 20% margin business and running it at a $79 price point rather than a $100 price point. And so you just like that eliminate all the profit in the business. And so you have to do the reverse of that because inflation is a compounding threat to your business that every year stacks on top of itself. And so if you're not making 3-6% increases in prices at least annually, you're not even keeping up with inflation. And to give you a little story around this, Warren Buffett, when he bought See's Candies, said that he only wanted to control one thing. And so what that one thing was is that every year he would look at all the prices of all the candies and he would ship them the new pricing. And he has raised prices 50 years in a row, sometimes in a single year as high as 17% onto their pricing, and as a result of that, he's cleared himself $1 billion in profit. And so if it was the one thing that he focused so hard on, it might be something worth thinking about. So if you do make a pricing change, there's two components to this. One is new customers, the other is old customers. The easiest thing to do is just change the price and just apply it to everyone who's new. That's simple. And if you're in a transactional business, then it's fine. Even because the old customers come back and buy again, right? But if someone's on some sort of recurring service, it's a little bit trickier. Now, I have some tactics around this, but I'll just give you the high levels, which is you want to have a price increase letter. You want to talk about all the things that they're going to get as a result of the investment that you're now making into the business, and that it's the only way that you'll be able to stay in business given inflationary pressures, etc. All right, and so you just want to say, here's the thing, here's the stuff you're going to get. I want to keep my promise to you, which is to keep our thing as good as possible. And the only way for me to ethically keep my promise is for us to reflect that in the prices, which are now having to be changed effective this date. But don't worry, I've grandfathered you in to your old price by this time. That's key, is that the old customers, you say, everyone wants to be grandfathered. You say, so I'm grandfathering you in until this date. And that way, it's not like it's changing tomorrow. It's delaying the pain and giving them a gift right now as a way of honoring the fact that they've been loyal customers to you. Those are the main bullets of what that price letter would go out and say. And if you are going to raise your prices, you want to be measured about it. You should know what your conversion rates are prior to you making the price change, and you should be able to give a statistically significant sample size of shots on goal with the new price before you make a decision. If you get on the phone and the first two people say no, well, we knew more people were going to say no. We already expected that. And if you have, call it 40% close rates right now, well, if you make double the price and you go to 30% close rates, then that's still a great deal for you. You might just be getting the first 2 no's out of the 7 no's you already know you're going to get when you talk to 10 people. And so talking to 2 or 3 people getting no's doesn't mean you need to change your price. It might have just been the no's you were normally going to get even at your lower price. And so you can't be emotional about this. You have to be calculated. And this, in my opinion, is the reason most people don't raise their prices or can't do it successfully. Number 8. Talk to customers to solve all your problems. So Paul Graham said this, and I think it's really good. He said you can solve just about every business problem by talking to your customers. So if your advertising isn't converting, talk to your customers. If your pages aren't converting, talk to your customers. If the price seems weird, talk to your customers. If the product isn't delivering, talk to your customers. At the end of the day, your customers are the people you serve, and they have all the information you need to make your product better. So, especially when you're starting out, even if you have very low prices. So let's say you charge $10 a month for something, all right? And you want this thing to have thousands and thousands of customers. Okay, fine. But if you don't talk to customers, you're not going to know what's going to drive them to convert, buy, and stay. And so I come from an industry where people meet face-to-face in person to sell $10 a month memberships. And so I don't want to hear it. All right. I spent the first 4 or 5 years of my career selling $30, $50, $100 things all day long. I don't know a very successful advertising entrepreneur who's a rainmaker, meaning they know how to get customers, who didn't have 4 or 5 years of hardcore sales under their belt that no one knew who they were. Right, that's the Rocky cutscene, is where you take hundreds and thousands of calls with customers, where you hear the words they use, so that when you say, does this suck? But they say it differently, and so then you say that in your advertising. And when you take these sales calls for $10 a month, you're not doing it for the $10 a month. You're doing it so that you can learn more about them, and you just so happen to get paid. But you find out the words that get them to move. Because you might think these are all the selling points to your thing, but when you're talking to them, nothing really happens. Then you say one thing, and then boom, their eyes light up, and they're like, yeah, that. And then all of a sudden, you reorder your sales scripts, you reorder your headlines, you reorder the roadmap on the things that you're going to improve in the product, because these are actually the things that are driving purchases for the first purchase and getting them to stay. And so most entrepreneurs are afraid to talk to customers. I have no idea why that is. They're afraid to talk to random people who have given them money. I don't get it. But one of the easiest ways you can learn more about your business and make more money is pick up the phone and call people who've given you money and ask them why they did. And just as importantly, maybe more importantly, talk to all the people who didn't buy and ask them why they did it. Yeah, and if you think you're above this, you're right. You should just keep doing that. But for everybody who wants to beat that guy, just get on the phone with your customer. So InsideOfSchool.com, we run a contest every month where the top 10 people who are new to the platform, who generate the most revenue in their communities, get to fly out to Vegas and spend a day with me and Sam, who's the other owner of school. And part of the reason we do this is that, of course, it's a great prize for all the winners, and they get to meet each other, and it's an awesome event. But for us, we get such valuable user feedback from super users. These are the highest, most invested users. And so we're like, hey, do you like this thing? Hey, this is the product roadmap. Hey, would you prioritize this over this? So recently we used the feedback from this group. We said, hey, we have this thing that could be controversial with the rest of the community, because we could see people taking it like this. If we made this change in the product, what would you guys think? And unanimously, they're like, oh no, that would make us more money. We're totally in for it. And so we're like, wow. And so months of deliberation of like, oh, do you think they'll like it? I don't know if they'll like it. What if they don't like it? All of that got solved by just asking them. And then we got our answer, and then we did it, and everyone was happy. And so the beauty of this is that you get certainty around your decisions, and so you can make decisions faster. And the entrepreneurs who make faster decisions move faster. And when you do talk to customers, whether it's in person like this school event that I was talking about, or just on the phone, what do you think happens to them? You can take someone from a neutral customer to a super fan in one call. You can tell the story of the business. You can tell them why they started. You show that you care. And guess what? That person might bring you 10 or 50 more people when you think 2 rows down the line of word of mouth referrals. And of course, they're probably gonna stay way longer than they would otherwise. Because if they do have an issue, guess what they're gonna do? Instead of canceling, they're gonna call you and let you know. A great time to do this that a lot of people don't like is that the moment people ask to cancel. So if you have any kind of recurring membership, or if they ask for a refund if you have one-time transactions, get on the phone with them. And it's not necessarily to try and hard sell them back into it, which by all means you can, but the more valuable thing is to understand what went wrong. And you'd be surprised how many times you just let someone vent, and here's the key. Don't minimize what they said, get more angry about the reason they're canceling than they are. Because you're like, that's ridiculous, that should have never happened to you. I can't believe that was your experience. I completely understand why you'd want a refund. I would want a refund 10 times over. I'm surprised you're not trying to put me in jail. I get it, all right? Is there a world that I can make this right? Or what would it take for me, this is the question, what would it take for me to make this right? And so now you get into them solving what it would cost or what it would take for them to stay. And more times than not, it's not an easy thing. You want to talk to all sorts of customers. You want to talk to the super users, you want to talk to the moderate users, and you want to talk to low users. But you're going to get different things out of it. Like I'm not going to prioritize a roadmap or things that I'm going to reinvest in the business based on people who are not that invested in the business. I want to talk to the super users who are getting the most out of it because they're going to have more context. But in terms of what problem I want to solve for these people, it's like, why didn't this work for you? So this would be stuff that's like friction. So this is going to be way more about getting new customers. Like I'm going to solve new customer problems by finding out why people didn't buy or bought and then left. And then I'm going to figure out how to make my customers more valuable and get them to stay longer by talking to super users and your super fans, or the best customers you have, about what would make this even better. Number 9, what to say to prospects on the phone when you're just starting to get your first sales. So I use something called the closer framework. I'll make it very short, but the call should go something like this. C, so closer is an acronym. C, clarify why they're there. So what made you hop on the call? What made you take a step? What made you respond to my email? What made you comment on my post? Whatever it is, they took an action to become an engaged lead, and that is your advantage. Because any person that you get on the phone with the exception of a true cold call first pickup, with the exception of that, everyone has responded to an email, they've commented on a post, they've responded to an ad, they've opted in, whatever. So you ask them why they did that. That clarifies and gives you also a big authority in the frame because they've taken a step towards you, and you're just receiving. So you say, hey, why'd you do that? And then they'll tell you what it was. Then you move on to L, which is like, okay, so what I'm hearing is, and this is labeling with the problem. So it sounds like you want this, and this is the problem. Or you want to have this outcome, and you haven't gotten it yet. Does that sound about right? They're going to say yes. And you're like, okay, cool. Then you go to O, and you say, you're going to overview their past experiences. You're like, okay, so what have you done so far to try and make this happen? Why is this so important to you? What else has happened in the meantime that has cost you from not having this occur, right? And we call this the pain cycle. The reason you do the pain cycle before you sell something is that you want to temporarily increase their deprivation around that outcome. So we want to temporarily, in the state of the conversation, increase how important that outcome is for them. So you've probably heard in politics, whatever the topic is of the debate, like it's the economy, it's education, it's the border, right? Whatever media puts more attention on is what people say is the main reason they vote for candidates. They basically make that the top of the election, which is the macroeconomic situation or whatever, right? When you're in a micro event, like a sales call, you have sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes an hour, to basically, in that very small call, elevate the importance of that problem in their life so that you can motivate action. They were kind of hungry when they get on the call, but as you talk about the food that they could be having, and the bad food they've been eating every single day, and how crappy it is, and how it's not good for them, and how tasty and delicious this food is, what are we doing? We're increasing their deprivation. We're making them hungrier so that when we make our offer, they're more likely to take it. Which then goes to S, which is you sell the vacation. And so the reason I say sell the vacation, not the plane flight, is most salespeople, most new entrepreneurs want to focus on their features. They want to talk about the flight, they want to talk about TSA, they want to talk about check-in, they want to talk about their bags, they want to talk about their seat, all of these things that are on the way to Maui, their destination. You want to just talk about Maui. You want to talk about the lick your fingers good, what it's going to be like when they have a full stomach and they're feeling great with their family at the restaurant. That's what we want to talk about. We don't want to talk about how they're going to order it. We don't want to talk about the selection. We don't want to talk about how many times they're going to get their drinks refilled. We don't want to talk about any of that. We want to talk about Maui. We want to talk about being on the beach with the wind in their hair, with a Mai Tai in hand. That's what we want to talk about. Sell the vacation typically is a 3-point pitch, which is, by the way, you can separate anything to 3 points. Right now, you just chunk up or chunk down based on, hey, what does it take to be successful? It's like you need fitness, nutrition, accountability. You need the leads to be timely, personalized, and qualified. Right? Whatever it is. So it doesn't matter what you're selling. You can come up with 3 points, and the people have to say, yeah, if I had all 3 of those things, I would succeed. Now, at that point, someone doesn't say yes, you move on to E, which is explain away their concerns, which are what are the specifics they have that are the reasons that they're not buying, which is usually going to be some sort of specific about the program, something time-related, something money-related, something decision-maker related, meaning they have to give the decision-making authority to somebody else, or finally, them just simply avoiding the decision for fear of making a mistake. And so you need to account for all 5 of those and know how to overcome each of them, which I cover in a 4-hour plus video that you can watch on my channel somewhere else. R is reinforce the decision. So once they have made a decision to buy, you're not done yet. Now the work begins, which is the next 24 hours is crucial to making sure that they feel really wowed and impressed with your business. Most customers will judge business based on the first 24 hours post-purchase. And so if you say, hey, I'm gonna get you 3 things the next 24 hours, you're gonna get introduced to this person, she's gonna do this, and this is gonna happen next, then you make those promises and you keep those promises within that time frame. And ideally, you do it even faster than you promised. You want their impression to be like, man, these guys are dialed. The closure framework is simple enough that it can teach somebody else. And when I was starting my gym journey, I had sold every single membership for a year plus. And until I had somebody else come in who had never sold weight loss and have them follow the CLOSER framework in the sales pitch and then saw them close their first sale without me, I actually cried. I was like, oh my God, someone else can sell this. This may actually be business. And so learning to sell this framework also makes it duplicatable so that you can give it to somebody else over time. Number 10, and this is big. Before you even think about doing something new, do 10 times more of what's already working. And so this is like one of the things, as soon as I buy a portfolio, what I'll do is I go to the head of marketing, I go to the founder and say, hey, why can't we 10x what we're currently doing? Tell me why we can't. Honestly, 2 times out of 3, they're like, I mean, we could. And I'm like, then why aren't we doing that? And what happens is they have all these other priorities that are not going to 10x the business. And they have this one thing that we already know works, that we have nothing that's stopping us from 10xing the business. And I say, great, let's do that. Call me in 6 months. Now, the thing is in the 1 out of 3 times we say, well, we can't 10x this because of this thing. Then I say, guess what the constraint of this business is? Solving that. And if you're doing anything but solving that, then you're not growing the business right as a founder. Rather, you're not growing it as fast as you could. You're doing outbound. It's like, great, why can't we do 10 times the outbound? Well, I don't have enough leads from lists. Okay, great. So our constraint of 10x in this business is that we need to find more sources for lists. So we need to either scrape more lists, we need to buy more lists, or make more lists ourselves. Okay, that's solvable. Let's do that. If it's, hey, if we 10x our advertising dollars, like we just need to add more to the budget. Oh, we can't do that because our ads aren't good enough. Okay, great. So we need to have more creative. That's the constraint of the business. If it's content, which is why can't we make 10x content or make our content 10 times better, or maybe, realistically, a combination of the 2, which is we're going to put out 2 times the content and we're also trying to make it 2 to 3 times better, great. Then guess what? Now we have a 6x. Can we triple the content and make it 3 times better? Sure. Well, what did we do in the best content that we had that we're not doing in all the other pieces? Great. Can we templatize that and make that the playbook that we use with every piece of content? Great. We're not doing that? Cool. Let's do that before we do any of these other ideas that you had. And so a lot of entrepreneurs, because it's boring to them, they figured out how to do this one thing and they think, oh, I should figure out how to do something else. When once you get something to work, the whole goal is to beat the living hell out of it, is to squeeze every last drop from that thing that works. And you do as much as you possibly can, as well as you possibly can, before even thinking about doing something new. So let me walk you through the 5 stages of the traditional entrepreneur for advertising or even for business. They have something that they hear about that they think is cool, so they go into uninformed optimism. They're really optimistic, they have no idea. Then they jump into this new thing, and they become an informed pessimist. And so they find out way more about this thing, and then they're like, wow, this is actually kind of hard. And then they go to stage 3, which is the valley of despair, where they're like, wow, this isn't working, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. And then what they do is they start over at uninformed optimism because they hear something else is easier. But they miss out on step 4 and 5, which is they become an informed optimist. So they say, okay, I understand how outbound works, I understand how paid ads work, I understand how organic works, and what are the things that it takes to scale, and how much work it really is. And then finally they get to level 5, which is achievement, which is they actually achieve the goal. But most people just repeat 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, uninformed optimism, informed pessimism, valley of despair, start back over. They just hit all 3 of those over and over and over again. Whether that's new marketing channels, new products, new businesses, and this is a version of the woman in the red dress, is that it's always deceptive to think that the new thing is going to be easier, and the only reason you think it's easier is because you don't know enough. I wish I could just give you the scar tissue of having done that 3-part triangle over and over again, but all I can tell you is that like when I get that little tickle in the back of my neck, I'm like, ooh, this looks exciting, it's now become a warning flag to me because I've been burned so many times doing it, to say, oh, I must not know enough about this because everything's hard. I'll give you an analogy that a mentor gave me that I really liked, and I think it applies to a lot of things, but when he was talking to me about departments in my business, he said, you have to know where the bodies are buried. And I was like, what do you mean by that? He said, if you ever talk to like a head of a department like IT or HR or legal or whatever, and they say, yep, everything's good. If you don't know what problems are actually going on in the department, you're too far away. And so that's, in a way, uninformed optimism. They're just telling you it's great, and you don't know any better, so you're uninformed. But you should know enough about the business to know where all the bodies are buried. You should know where all the skeletons in the closet are. And so if you're getting into a new thing, you have to know all of the ways, or as many ways as you possibly can about what's going wrong. And once you do a little bit more research, you often find out that there's a lot of things you don't know about. And guess what? The thing you do know is working right now, and the likelihood that you doing 10 times more of that has far fewer unknowns than you doing brand new on something net new. Entrepreneurship already has so many risks and so much unknown. Bezos talks about this. He says, we want to manage as many of the risks as we can. So, of course, we're going to incur some risks that are going to happen that are unforeseen to us. But the risks that we know about, we want to limit to the greatest degree possible because there's enough risk of our business going out of business by being in business. Why take on more risk for no need? It's risking what you have and need to survive for what you don't have and don't need. Which brings me to number 11, which is growth is stressful. Stagnation is stressful. Decline is stressful. That means that business is stressful. And so the only stress-free people are people who are dead. And if you're in business, you need to accept stress as a fact of life and not something wrong with you or wrong with your particular business. It's just that things are stressful in general. Welcome to life. And so I see a lot of entrepreneurs try and change their businesses because they feel stressed. But every scenario of business has stress. There are different kinds of stress, but they're all stressful. And so the idea that there's something wrong with you or wrong with your business because it is stressful misses the point of how business works. And I'll tell you an analogy to make this make sense. So if you've been in business for any period of time, think about your first business, or think about your problems that you had 2 years ago or 3 years ago in business. You're probably like, oh my God, those weren't even real problems. Those were like nothing problems. Well, future you 3 years from now, think that about your problems right now. And so I think about this a lot, because when I think about my problems of like when I was worried about how to get trainers show up on time and like, you know, somebody's membership wasn't recurring, I had churn issues, whatever it was within the gym that I had. Those problems, I could solve those in my sleep then, right? Because the problems that I have are bigger. And so the thing is that you just become more enduring. You become tougher, and your tolerance level for stress or what you deem to be stressful goes up. And so what's really interesting about this is that I still have the same problems I had when I had a much, much, much smaller business. I just don't think they're problems anymore. And so then that means that my choice to categorize the issue as a problem is actually the greater source of stress than the problem itself. And if you can adopt that perspective, you can be less stressed as you grow and make better decisions. And so I wanted to hit this point because I almost stopped and killed so many businesses early on because I thought there was something wrong with me or something wrong with the business because I was stressed. Rather than accepting that stress is a fact of life, and then I'm going to continue to be stressed as long as I'm alive. So fundamentally, stress comes from an aversive stimulus. A stimulus that's not enjoyable, right? But if you grow, there's tons of things that are not enjoyable about growth. If you're stagnating, there's tons of things that are not enjoyable about stagnating. And if you're declining, there's tons of things that are not enjoyable about declining. So there's just always going to be things that you don't like. Number 12, this is a really tactical one. I've come to adopt this theory of something called the look-back window, which is that customers determine whether a purchase was good based on the last purchase that they made. And so if you've heard the phrase, what have you done for me lately? It's phrasing for the look-back window. So let me give you an example. If you're an agency owner, right, and you start running ads for a customer. Now, let's say the first month you charge $5,000 and they make $40,000 with your ads. They're happy, you're happy. The next month, you charge the same $5,000, and let's say they make $5,000. Well, they're less happy, you still made $5,000, but they're not thrilled. But in your mind, you're like, well, I covered myself last month for 8+ months because of how much money I made down. And on the third month, they cancel. And you're like, WTF? On the first month, I made you 8 months worth of paying me. But the thing is that the way the customer perceives that is, the first month, I paid 5 and got 40. That was a good deal. The second month, I paid 5 and got 5. Third month, you know what? I don't want to risk it anymore. I'm out. And so they will make a judgment on the purchasing decision based on the last purchase. And so we can leverage that as business owners by extending the look-back window, which means that the less frequently we build, the longer people stay. Think about this for a second. If I build every single day, there would likely be a day that I had not provided that customer value. And maybe there's 2 or 3 days in a row. And so likely they would cancel 2 or 3 days into not getting value being billed daily is pretty high. If I build annually, they would only have an opportunity to churn once a year. And the thing is at that point of churn, what would they do? Now, in the agency example I gave, let's say they made the 40 and the 5, and then they made 5 and 5. Let's say throughout the year we had 2 more good months, and all in all we made them $100 grand and they paid us 60, right? Or whatever. Now, when they look back, they're going to see 100 versus 60. But if we bill monthly, there's going to be multiple months where they were negative or break even. And so the longer the window of time you do between billings, the longer the time you have to provide value and access to your products. So it allows for less volatility in their business and yours. And so this is something that took me way too long to learn. But as much as possible, try and build for longer duration. And I'm not saying get people to commit to the contract. Not what I'm saying. I'm saying try and build upfront for longer periods of time. I'm willing to take a hit on some pricing, which may seem counter to what I'm saying, so that I can get higher LTV. Meaning, if I know that I can cut churn by 3x by reducing my price by 30%, so that they can pay 3 months up front or 6 months up front, then I'm more than happy to do that. And so there's 2 ways to use the strategy. Strategy 1 is to say this is how we do it. And we need to know what it is because there's what we call volatility. We don't want to force volatility. We back our relationship. That's what we do. The other way to do it is just have it as one of the offers, one that has some sort of free channel discount, or something like that. So this is guaranteed. Alright, by the way, I told you to add a guarantee. You're not. Go. Chris, you're receiving are you offsetting the risk? By adding a guarantee. So they pay the same price when they get an introduction to risk. Keep going. So if you offer an annual pricing, we know across our portfolio you use a lot of pieces. If you don't make it the default payment, and you just offer it, you'll get about 10-15% people get the prepaid annual offer. Now here's the cool about that, is that if, call it, 10% of people take that option, you double your cash flow because you get a 12x price, right, on 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 7 people who decide to buy. Well, to do that, you double the amount of cash you get up front. And so for many people, many businesses, that little change alone can allow marketing and advertising to be possible. And the reason having more cash in front is helpful for a business owner is that you can offset the cost of advertising and the cost of sales. So you can have these costs you have to incur to get the person in the door. And so if you can front load the cash to the customer, then it means that you can do more of that faster. You think about cash for basically you can tap back, go get the cash back, and that person. And if I can break even on that, or even be profitable on that in the first 7 days, then guess what I can do with the money? Go back and get another customer, or 2, or 5. Throughout my history as a business owner, I've had 4 periods where I had tremendous growth. And in each of those periods is where I was making more than 2 to 3 times what it cost me to both acquire and deliver for 2 customers in the first 30 days. And so what that means is, if I pay to get a customer, and then that customer comes preloaded with cash to deliver for him, and get another customer, and deliver to that customer, then cash no longer is constrained the business. Which means that I can pretty much just crank the advertising until something else breaks in my business. I mean, this is how I had $1,000 in my bank account in December of 2016, and then in 20 months it was doing $4.4 million. Like, the only way you can do that is basically an infinite money push that happens. Because the thing is that the money that you want is out there. There's money everywhere. If you look out the window, if you look in the room you have, there's somebody who paints your walls, there's somebody who manufactures those cameras, there's an electric company that funds this whole thing, there's internet, there's money in everything that you see with your eyes, and you're afraid that there's not enough money out there. There is. You just have to access it. You can access it with skill by making sure that the pricing that you have and the terms that go with the purchase that you have allow you to advertise profitably so that you can get as many customers as you darn well please without emptying your pocket but by emptying theirs. Number 13, try and sell sawdust. So I was talking to a really good friend of mine who does 100+ million a year, and I was talking about this concept of sawdust, which is in the businesses that we have, I try and look at what are all of the assets that we already have at our disposal, right? And so with acquisition.com, for example, I was talking to him about this. I was like, well, I already have a building. I already have the team that runs my portfolio, and I already have all this lead flow from companies that are not big enough to be portfolio companies, but they're still big enough that we could help and then someday later become portfolio companies. And I was like, is there a way that without adding more infrastructure to my existing business, I could use the sawdust, the stuff we already have, to create a product or service that would meet the needs of those customers? And so the sawdust analogy just comes from sawmill, lumber mills. So they take these trees, they put them in through the lumber mills, they cut them up, and they put them in the planks. But at the bottom, what they figured out is there's all this sawdust. And then some very intelligent engineer was like, we're just taking all the sawdust and we're throwing it out the back. Is there something we could do with this? Well, it turns out, one, sawdust is great for plants and growing and putting it in mulch and things like that. But also, if we mix this with glue, we have more wood planks that we can create afterwards just using the sawdust and the chips. And so they created a whole other revenue line from stuff they already had. And so right now in your business, you have sawdust. And it just takes a little bit of creativity to think, how can I recombine some of these things that I'm already doing to then create another product line that doesn't take operational infrastructure for me to add to sell? And then those added product lines often are huge margin increases because it's all profit, because it's something that you already are incurring the cost for your main business so that you can have this. And the key to making this work is that it cannot increase operational drag. If you have to do a whole other thing in order to make this work, that's not what you want. The idea is the sawdust is already there. And then all you have to do is gather it, put the glue on it, and then you have another product. That's the concept. I didn't buy another building. I didn't hire another portfolio team. It's just I use the team that I already have, and they come down and they explain what they do within our portfolio companies to these businesses so they can become portfolio ready. So they understand, oh, this is how they market at a higher level. Oh, this is how they hire at a higher level. Oh, this is how they price. Oh, this is how they sell and how they scale sales teams. All of those concepts, I already have the information and expertise within my existing portfolio because I do it every day. But by just having another way for people to have access, obviously less than a portfolio company would, to that team, then I have another way to generate revenue without having to incur the cost associated with building out a whole other business. So the process that I go through is I think about all of the resources and assets that I have currently available. So you have to be as detailed as you can because it's usually like a tiny piece from here. It's the glue that we use for this part of the log process. But then we have the sawdust from over here. If we put those together, boom, we have these new logs, and we have the plank making machine. Let's combine them, and then we can do it ourselves, right? And so you have to think, okay, what are the talents and the people that I have available? What are the digital assets or physical assets that I have available to me? Is there a new way that I can combine these things? And so a simple one was like, in the gym space, right? I had brick and mortar, but we were only using the space from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then from 4 p.m. to 7 or 8 p.m., right? So it means the rest of the day, if I wanted to be a more clever business owner, I could say, what businesses use a gym and turf in the middle of the day that I can rent that space to. That's sawdust. That's additional revenue that basically costs me nothing. And so all I would have to do is say, hey, I'm available. So if you have a team training thing or you have some sort of sports thing with kids that goes in the middle of the day or ends by 4, then you can use my whole facility. And now my facility is generating revenue because I'm paying the cost of owning that facility 24/7. And so I might as well make money from that. So a different way of using that is called excess capacity. So if you have excess capacity, like Uber is based on excess capacity. People have cars, they're not using them. Airbnb, you have an extra room, it's excess capacity. These are businesses built on other people's sawdust. And you have sawdust in your business, so you might as well use it yourself. This is really the concept of double and triple and quadruple dipping. It's how can I get more leverage from the same thing? And so I tell stories about our portfolio companies, which like that gives me, I have to do an intervention with the portfolio company either way. But if I tell the story about it, I get to double dip and use that as content. And so there are many opportunities where you can get leverage. You get more for what you put in by reusing the same thing in multiple different scenarios. And so most businesses have tons of these excess capacity or double and triple dip potentials sitting inside their business, and they're not using them. The workshops that I talked about, I get to make content from those workshops. I get deal flow from those workshops. We get cash flow from those workshops. My team gets more exposure to different types of businesses and industries, so they also get better. And so there's many value additive things that stack on top of each other from one decision. By the way, if you want to check out one of our workshops, you can go to acquisition.com. We'd love to talk to you. It's for business owners only, so if you don't have a business, go to school.com and we can help you start one. Number 14, arm your salespeople. So I see too often a lot of founders and entrepreneurs have this kind of like animosity between their sales team. They feel like they shouldn't pay their sales team that much. My sales team's so needy. They only want lay down customers. They're always complaining about the leads, whatever. No, like you should be the tightest with your sales team because your sales team is the life, this is the cash flow, is the life flow of your business. If you don't have sales, you don't have a business. So they should get that level of esteem. And honestly, a huge portion of the business should be pretty much allocated to supporting them in doing their core activities. And so one of the main things that I like to do is 2 things. 1, I arm my salespeople with an Excel sheet that has all the pieces of content that I have that can help overcome specific concerns from customers. And so right now, if you don't have a piece of content that overcomes every main concern a customer has about your services or your products, do it. And then as soon as you do it, the best converting of those things, 1, you'll know because you'll get sales from them because people will DM you about it and be like, oh, I didn't know that. Now I'm interested. Take those, put them into a list so that your sales guys have them and they can send them to customers either before they talk to them or after they talk to them so that they can schedule a follow-up call and say, hey, let me send you this video. It might explain your concerns. Let's touch base tomorrow after you watch it. And then you can allow that content to do some of that selling for you. And as soon as I did this with my sales team in fitness, when I had weight loss customers, and then in Gym Launch, when I had gym owner customers, our sales went up. And the thing is this is nice because I didn't have to train any of them anymore. They just now had assets and resources they could deploy to leads who were a little bit colder, who need a little bit more selling, and they wouldn't have to spend time on the phone. They just let me do the selling for them via the content that overcome that specific concern. Now that leads me to the second one, which I'll just make as number 15, which is really big. A lot of businesses don't do this, but you should unify sales and advertising. So those should roll into the same person. And so I saw this really early on in Gym Launch. We had 2 departments. We had a sales department and we had a marketing department. And marketing always said the sales guys weren't closing as many leads as they should, and the sales guys always said that the leads weren't good enough or they didn't have enough leads, right? But when we unified that under a CRO, Chief Revenue Officer, which if you're the founder, that's you then say there's really just an acquisition department. And fundamentally, as I see it, advertising and sales sit on the exact same continuum. You have low information buyers and you have high information buyers. And so fundamentally, a low information buyer needs not a lot of information or already has a certain amount of information to make a purchasing decision. A high information buyer requires more information or doesn't have as much information when they start talking to you, and so you have to fill in more holes. Fundamentally, sales just fills in the holes that advertising failed to answer. And so if you have exceptional, best-in-class advertising, you don't need sales. It's not that they're separate departments. They solve the same problem. One just communicates one-to-many, the other communicates one-on-one. People buy real estate on the internet via auction. You don't necessarily need to have salespeople. If you give a customer enough information, they can make a purchasing decision. That being said, you're like, wait, Alex, you have salespeople. Of course I do. Because there's always gonna be a certain number of customers that I can get people to buy automatically, and then there's people who still want more information that most likely they didn't see the advertising that answered that question, and so then the salesperson can just say, oh, these are the 3 piano keys I need to play in order to get you to buy. Great. And they fill that specific information need to turn the customer from a maybe to a yes. And so unifying the 2 departments is one of the highest leverage moves that you can make as a founder because it eliminates the cross-departmental BS. We're all here to sell customers. And so advertising works hand in hand with sales, not in competition with them, so that they can get a pat on the head from you or whatever director is running that department. So oftentimes you are the Chief Revenue Officer who's uniting both of those fronts. But over time, if you can find somebody who does that, that usually is the fast track to being CEO. So Kale, for example, at Gym Launch, became Chief Revenue Officer, right? He basically stood on top of sales and marketing so that he could control the customers coming in the door. And then once he knew how to make it rain, he could run the business. Number 16, there are 3 legs to the stool. And so every business needs 3 big functional leaders. You need one person who's in charge of getting customers, acquisition. You need a second person who's in charge of delivery and getting those customers exactly what was promised. And then third, you need someone to run the internal operations of the business. This is the day-to-day. This is everything we do to support the other two functions. So this is IT, legal, HR. These are the things that are required to keep you out of prison. And so you have to have contracts. You have to pay people on time. You have to have a CRM that collects all this information. And this one functions as a vendor to the other two heads. So think about this. That person should never be making the big decisions in the business. They should be supporting the decision that allow us to get more customers or deliver on those customers better. Which, if you think about it, those three legs of the stool roll up to the only three things that you can do to increase enterprise value in a business. You can get more customers, you can make them worth more, get more customers acquisition, make them worth more delivery, and you can decrease risk in the business. And so that is where the operations comes in. If I know that everything's completely dialed, we have no massive risk that we're exposed to, and we can get as many customers as we want, please, and our LTV continues to scale, that is a valuable business. And so it makes sense to have people who are in charge, one throat to choke, one chest to poke, who's in charge of that function. And in the beginning, you may be all three, but as you develop as the entrepreneur, you have to think, which of these three hats is more central to my best skill set? And then you can start finding the people who complement you. And so I'll give you my rule of thumb here, is that if you're not learning from these people in the interview process about what they can do better than what you're doing, you need to hire better. Now, if you're early days and you don't have the cash to bring something like that in, then you got to learn a lot, and that's part of entrepreneurship. But at some point, you want the people that you bring in to be better at the thing than you, which, if you really think about it, means that every business pretty much trickles up to the same thing when taken to its natural extreme, which means you're going to have a head of acquisition who might have a sales director, a marketing director. You're going to have some sort of head of ops who's going to have IT, legal, HR, recruiting, all rolling up to them. And you're going to have some sort of customer delivery or product person who's going to have fulfillment, product, experience, UX, engineering, if you have software, that are rolling into them. If that is what the ultimate end of every business is, then guess what your day-to-day looks like in a really big business? The same in just about every business. And so the idea that you need to keep jumping from thing to thing to thing when the ultimate expression of that business is going to be the same for you at the end kind of seems stupid. If I don't like something about the business, it's like I just need to get out of it. I just need to get above it. And so you can just develop the business, bring someone else in who does like that thing, and then you can have that person reporting to you. And at that point, you're doing what every entrepreneur does, which is they have a team of people who report to them about the things they're doing on a daily basis. And so don't get too bent out of shape about, this is my opinion here, this is Alex, this is advice from me. Don't get too bent out of shape about the passion thing. Like, love the game. And whether that's selling dry cleaning or selling software or selling books or running a portfolio, at the end of the day, it's more or less the same. You're gonna have a team of people that you like, that share your values, that share your mission, and that you're walking alongside together with. And so if you can maintain that frame, it will decrease the relative excitement for the woman in the red dress, because you know that when it's taken to its natural end, it'll be the same as the natural end of the current business you're in. Number 17, the person with the highest standard should be in charge. So you can think about this at every level of the business. And so let's say you have a department for media buyers, or you have a department for content creators, or you have a department for salespeople, or you have recruiting. At every level in the company, the person who has the highest standard, the lowest tolerance, should be the person who's in charge. And that goes all the way up to the top of the business. If there's ever someone in your business who has a lower tolerance or has a higher standard for excellence than you, that person should be in charge and not you. And so I use this as a wonderful litmus test to figure out who do I think should be promoted within a company or a division or department or even on a tiny team. Who should be the lead of that team? The person who has the highest standards. And so when I think, okay, I've got all these customer support reps, who here has the highest standard for what they believe a customer service experience should look like? That's the person you want in charge. And so it's not tenure, it's not suaveness, it's not how much you like them, it's not what they look like, it's who has the highest standard. And so when I was starting up, I made a lot of these mistakes. I would promote people that I liked a lot. I promote people who'd been there longer because it felt bad that this guy had been here for 18 months and this person had only been there for 2 months, and then I would promote that person over the 18-month person. But guess what? When you have one of those hard situations, guess what you get to do? You get to talk to the 18-month person, you get to explain exactly why the other person got the promotion and what they need to do so that they can get promoted in the future. And if you have a winner, that person will step up. And if you have a loser, that person will step out. And that's okay. Number 18, whenever you're hiring, make sure that the person raises the average bar. And so this is one I stole from Bezos. This is not mine. But it's I love decision-making frameworks, because one of the hardest questions I get asked, it's on a repeated basis, is I don't know who to hire, right? Or I don't know what good for this role looks like. And so I'll give you 2 filters for that hiring process. Number 1 is, during the hiring process, am I learning more from them than they're learning from me? Now, if you take 3 interviews, guess what? You might have just 3 bad candidates. Just like if you take 3 sales calls and you might not close any of the 3, it doesn't mean that you should change anything. It might just mean that you got on the phone with 3 bad customers, and just as likely 3 bad candidates. So you want to talk to 10 or 20 candidates. And then what happens is, if you talk to 20 candidates, you'll very quickly see who are the people who really know their stuff and who doesn't. And so I look for the quantity and quality of metrics that they discuss about their position in terms of how they influence success. And so it's, how do you define success? And then what are the things that you will do? What are the actions you take that will influence or increase the likelihood that this successful event occurs? And so if someone can't describe to me, this sounds very basic, in what ways do your actions contribute to this outcome? Now, if you want the 2-1 version, this is for leadership and up. You say, how does that outcome drive outcomes in the larger business? If they can't connect those dots, guess what? They probably won't connect them in your business either. Now, once you have an idea of, okay, I talked to 20 people, there's 3 of them actually seem like they knew their stuff. They gave me good quantitative, qualitative metrics. They could tie their behaviors to the outcomes they want. They could track that outcome to the overall business. Okay, now I just ask the question, of the people that I'm considering, which of them raises the bar of the team? And it's the team that they're joining. So I'm not expecting a frontline customer service rep to raise the bar of the executive team. It's a different skill set, different level of employee. But if that frontline customer service rep is going on a team of 10 reps, then that person needs to raise the bar. We were interviewing for one of our portfolio companies, and so we recruit for our portfolio companies because we have a bigger brand than they do, and so we can put really high level talent in using my brand to grow their business faster. So it's a way of me growing the enterprise value of a business without purposely using my face to grow it. So I don't become key man risk. I just leverage my face to get the best talent into those companies, and that's why they grow so fast. Pro tip. But so we were looking at a media buyer for one of our portfolio companies, and I think that they passed a number of candidates, and they were like, "This is the final guy. We want you to talk to him." So I said, "Fine." So I talked to the candidate, and the guy was great. Nothing wrong with him. Seemed had decent experience. And when I got off the call, I got the recruiter from my team was like, "Hey, so what you think? Should I pass him along, or should we hire him?" And I was like, "I don't think so." He's like, "Why?" He's like, "He met all the requirements. He had the experience. He seemed like a nice guy." And I thought about it more, and I was like, "Name the other people on that team." So he named all the other people, and I said, "Is that guy better than any of them?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Then we're making the company worse." And so that person has to raise the bar of that team. Because think about the equal opposite. If every person that comes in lowers the bar of the team, you eventually dilute the company to a bunch of people who suck. But if you maintain that bar, which is that this person has to increase the average of the team, then over time the company only improves and gets better. And as that person now is in the team, the whole team's bar now raises a little bit. And so when we bring someone else in, the bar goes up. And if you're like, wait, that means that I have to keep hiring better and better people, you damn straight you do. That's the whole point. And a mentor of mine said this, and I just love this quote. He said, your best talent has yet to come. Your best talent is in the future. You haven't met them yet. And so in me thinking about this, and I can pass that same advice along to you, is that the best employees, the best teammates, the best partners are in your future, not your past. Number 19, when you're dealing with that team, there's 5 reasons that someone is not doing what you want them to do. And this is super helpful for these hard conversations. And I usually draw a diamond here, but I'll just do it visually. Here's the condition. Someone hasn't done what you want them to do. Reason number 1, they didn't know that you wanted them to do it. So you didn't communicate it clearly, or you didn't do it in a written fashion, whatever it was, there was miscommunication. They didn't know that you wanted them to do it. Okay, now let's say they knew that you wanted them to do it. The second reason is they didn't know how to do it. If they didn't know how to do it, then it means that they need to be trained on the steps in order to recreate that thing. Now, once you train them, if they know that you want to do it and they know how to do it, then they might not have known when you wanted to do it, which means you needed to add a deadline or a timeline with the thing that you asked them to do. So it's like, oh, I knew that. I didn't know you needed it by Tuesday. Okay, great. So we're working our way around. The fourth reason that someone won't do it is because they know that you wanted them to do it, they knew how to do it, and they knew when you wanted them to do it, but they just didn't want to do it. So they weren't motivated. And with motivation, obviously a massive topic, a lot of it comes down to the reward cycles and punishment cycles associated with the work that they do. And so it's how can I incentivize them properly, and not necessarily monetarily. You can incentivize someone by praise and by giving them kudos. You want to know something that really incentivizes people? Freedom and reinvesting in them. If you want your team to love you, give them autonomy and invest in them. If you do that, they're like, holy cow, I get so much investment from these people. Basically what you want is you want reciprocity to still be, like, if the only reason someone does something is for the paycheck, you're going to miss out on the vast majority of human effort, which is discretionary effort. So let's say it takes this much effort to not get fired. Someone usually has 10 times that amount of effort available to them that they put to their hobbies, they put to their other things, they put to their shower time, they put to their music or whatever else, but they're not putting it to their role and reinvesting in it. But if you invest in them and you try and up-level their skill set, either as a human being or as a professional or both, then they become more valuable in your business. And I think about it this way, it's like, well, what if I invest in them and they leave? Well, it's what if you don't and they stay? So that's the fourth reason. So they know that you want to do it, they know how to do it, they know when they want it done by, and they're motivated to do it. Well, why still they haven't done it? They have something blocking them. And so an easy analogy here is I could have the best chef in the world in the most amazing kitchen, and I would say, hey, make me an omelet. And if he knows how to make an omelet, and he knows I want it right now in front of me, and he's motivated to do it because he's on television, and he's like, I don't have eggs. There's nothing, he's not gonna shit an egg out, right? There's nothing he's gonna do. And I'll tell you a real world example of this. So my media team, we're spending a lot, so we have a big office, and we built a bunch of studio stuff, invested almost $1 million into this building just on the media side to make it awesome for them. But a lot of the guys were spending their time at home, editing stuff. I was like, dude, what the hell? I was like, I think we made this a pretty sweet place. Like, why not? You know what it was? The bandwidth on upload speed was low at the office. And so their houses were higher or faster upload speeds, and so it was making them way less efficient, which kudos to them for being more efficient by being at home. But then I was like, okay, well, this is obviously a constraint. And so then we spent 120 grand to get Google Fiber drilled through the floor, not through the floor, like from the road to get brought into the building. And now we've upload speeds of 1.2 gigs a second. And so now we're way faster than they were at home. And guess what? The media team's here. And so that was the thing that was blocking them. And so here's the cool thing about this framework, is that if you have a hard conversation with somebody, or you perceive to be a hard conversation because they're not doing something that you want them to do, you can say, I think there's 5 reasons that someone doesn't do it. Let's walk through them together. And that way you can attack the reason rather than the person. Number 20, the hardest work is the work that you don't know how to do. And the reason this is so tough is that the vast majority of the time, if I said, what would it take to grow your business? If you only had one thing you could do by the end of the year and make sure that it was accomplished, that if you just did that one thing, all of your other goals would get accomplished. What would that one thing be? By the way, that one thing is what we call a priority. Now, the thing is that you might not know how to make that one thing happen. So it could be, if I had a mega brand by the end of the year, all of my other issues would go away. It could be, if I didn't have the churn issue that I have, by the end of the year, all of my other issues would go away. If I had a good sales director that could scale a sales team, all of my issues would go away. Many businesses have one thing that if you think about it long enough, have enough downstream effects that it would accomplish many of these other goals that you have, or more likely, make them irrelevant. And so what we do oftentimes as an entrepreneur is we solve the problems we already know how to solve. And so we like doing those because we have fast feedback loops, because it's rewarding, because we know how to solve it. And so it's basically like going back to level 2 when you're at level 3 and you don't know how to beat that boss, you just keep beating level 2 again because it feels good. But the thing is that the level 3 boss hasn't changed and he's still sitting there, Bowser, with his fist and his spikes, sitting there ready to wreck you. And so the thing is that the hard work of entrepreneurship is the failure that you're inevitably going to encounter by not knowing what you're doing and then taking action steps despite that, with the idea that you will eventually succeed if you don't stop. And so we as entrepreneurs have to accept that that is what hard feels like. It is confronting the unknown that we don't know how to do and realizing that we're going to take our best shot and probably be wrong 4, 5, 6 times in a row, and yet that single priority has not changed. If we still built the big brand, if we still hired that really good sales director, if we still fixed churn in our business, if that thing were solved, it still doesn't become less of a priority. But what happens is the entrepreneur fails once, fails twice, and then decides, you know what, I'm gonna go back to level 2 and beat that to feed my ego, feel good about myself. But most of entrepreneurship is eating glass. And that's why I said earlier, growth is stressful, stagnation is stressful, decline is stressful, because in each of those scenarios, you're still doing the same thing, which is that you're solving a problem you don't know how to solve yet. And so the actual doing this in all 3 of those scenarios is the same. And so that's why when you want to say stress is the problem, it's not the problem. Stress is a fact that occurs when you solve problems. And if you're solving problems you don't know how to solve, welcome to the game. If you knew how to do everything, you'd already be Elon Musk. And so the whole journey of entrepreneurship is turning the unknown into the known through trial and error. There's a company that I was thinking about investing in that has a consumer packaged good, CPG product, that I asked the founder, I said, how hard is this to manufacture? And he said, it's actually a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. And I was like, that's amazing. And he just looked at me cross-eyed and was like, why is that amazing? I was like, because that's more things that anyone who's going to try and copy us is going to have to overcome. And if we can bet on the fact that we're more perspicacious, that we're more relentless, that we're more unyielding in our desire to keep solving the problem and keep bashing our heads against the rock until the rock gives way, then we will be able to be the winners. And any single thing that you have to overcome to be successful is what anybody who behind you wants to compete with you will also have to solve. And so I like to think about it like there's this big rock that I have to figure out how to move with rope and some duct tape and a lot of sweat and a few guys with me. And on the other side of that rock is a big bag of money. And the bigger the rock in general, the bigger the bag of money. I mean, I use this frame all the time. At one of our other portfolio companies, we have a software that we've developed and has now gotten really, really good and is generating a lot of revenue. And there's this next big feature that we have to build out. And he's like, this is going to be really complicated. And I said, well, the good news is we're going to get paid $150 million when we solve it. And he was like, well, when you say it like that. And I was like, well, it is like that. And so when you think about these things, whether it's I need to add a second acquisition channel, or I need to learn how to hire, manage, and train a sales director, each of these are hard things that you have to figure out how to do. But if you can quantify how much more valuable your enterprise or your business will be as a result of this change, then you can ascribe a value to it. And if I said, hey man, if you hire that sales director, I'll pay you $5 million. Guess how motivated you'd probably be? More motivated. But the thing is that your business will pay you $5 million when you solve the problem. And so if you frame it that way, it stops being this woe is me, people are hard, man, life is stressful. It's we get compensated for our ability to deal with that stress and take action despite it. One of the biggest unknowns that I had when I started a few years ago is how do you run a family office? So I went from an entrepreneur building businesses to I have to manage cash and a portfolio and allocations of resources and capital across multiple businesses in different industries. How many resources do I allocate in terms of man hours to these companies? Is it proportional to the capital? What kind of deal structures are going to be the things that are going to mitigate risk but also give us the most upside? These are all these things that I had no experience with. And so I just got on the phone with anybody who would give me time and asked them as many questions as I possibly could. And then guess what happened? Once I started doing it, I learned way more than I did from all of those conversations, and I developed my own thesis of how this works. And so the thing is that every time you start on something new, whether it's starting a business to begin with, or learning how to run paid ads, or learning how to sell, it always feels like this big amorphous thing. But once you take your first phone sale, once you run your first ad, once you hire your first person, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, okay, I kind of wrap my arms around it, and now I can see all the holes that are there. And so, in my experience, the faster I can get to me just wrapping my arms around it, me actually taking the first action, you learn 100 times more from your first 100 phone sales than you will from 10,000 hours of reading books about it. And so, my goal with a lot of the content that I have here is if I can just shrink the time between you thinking about doing it and doing it, the faster you're going to get to your goal. Because learning is same condition, new behavior. If you have not changed your conditions and your behavior remains the same after this video, you have learned nothing. And you can measure how intelligent someone is by their rate of learning, which means by the rate at which they change their behavior given the same stimulus. So if I say, hey, pick up the phone and answer it. Someone picks up the phone, they say blah, blah, blah. I say, great, I want you to read the script. Now pick up the phone. Now they pick up the phone, they read the script. Same condition, new behavior. They've learned. And so right now in your life, there are conditions that probably remain unchanged. And so if your behavior does not change, you learned nothing. And you can measure every video, every piece of content, every book that you, or every sales exchange, every meeting you have as to, will this change my behavior? If it didn't, it was a waste of time. And if you're a younger guy and you're just getting started, like you don't have a business, I don't make as much content anymore for people who are getting started, but if that is you, I just made a video called Brutally Honest Advice to My Younger Self. Check it out. I think you'll enjoy it, and it might help you get started and change your behavior.
People that are nonconformist or otherwise quirky, they constantly are generating strange ideas on their own. And if anything, society tells them, hey, like, you know, like, shut up. Like, we don't want to hear all your dumb ideas on how to make things work better. Right? That's like, like the system grinds that out of you. Those people tend to do well with startups because they don't actually have any problems coming up with unique ideas.
All right, this is Dalton plus Michael, and today we're going to talk about how to get unique AI startup ideas. Here are a bunch of old people telling you how to get unique ideas. Where should we start, Dalton?
I mean, look, the problem right now is the tools are so good, you can crank out anything. And so the bottleneck is less building the thing, it's actually having an idea. And the problem is, most ideas are extremely non-unique.
Yes. And I would even go so far as to say many founders out there are not even being encouraged to come up with unique ideas. Like, they're almost being encouraged to, like, what just raised a seed round, what sounds good to investors. Just tell me how I can get funded. Just tell me what idea gets me funded.
It's almost like whatever the current thing is on Twitter. Oh, I guess I'll make a clone of that. Like, oh, you know, when we're recording this right now, it's like, oh, OpenClaw. Well, let's just clone that. Like, there you go. That's my startup. Pretty low effort.
Pretty low effort. I think the other thing that's weird is, like, when people who are trying to start companies think that they can de-risk their idea by doing something that they see recently got funded or they see is like raised a Series B. Either one of those is really funny. It's like, I've seen so many examples where it's like, well, that thing has raised money at $1 billion valuation, therefore, ...
Well, what's so funny is we inadvertently were part of that problem. And so what would always happen when I was doing interviews for YC is someone I was interviewing would flag, oh, YC funded a company 2 batches ago doing XYZ, so that validates the market. And I'd be sitting there being like, I funded that company. I did not fund it for the idea. I actually funded a different idea, and they pitted during the batch. And so as the person who funded that, this is not validation. Like, I can't stress enough. As the source of this validation thing you're talking about, there's no signal here.
You involuntarily validated.
Yeah, so I can't stress enough that trying to read the tea leaves of what kind of stuff is launching in the YC batch, it's not that it's like exactly wrong, but it's certainly not a marketplace of picking ideas that have been de-risked.
I think it's exactly wrong.
Okay.
I think they're like I'm sorry, like, you're going to decide on what you're going to work on for maybe the next 10 to 20 years of your life by looking at a list of what other people are working on? Like, come on. There's certain things that you're picking that you should think about that way. Like, maybe where you go to college. Like, or maybe you major, maybe. But, like, what you spend the next 20 years of your life on, like, let's have a little bit more conviction than that. So, one of the ideas that you brought up that I really like is this idea of look in the discard bin. So let's talk about that. If you shouldn't look at what's cool, how do you look in the discard bin?
Yeah, the way to think about it is everyone has a filter for startup ideas, and because we have very similar filters, if your ideation process is to find an idea that is both good and no one's ever thought of it before, you're gonna have a bad time. You're trying to discover something that no one has ever thought of before, and there's a lot of people in the world. I don't know if you heard, Michael. There's billions of them, and so most likely what you actually need to do is to find an idea that has already been discarded by others, and it's been discarded for some reason. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like instead of trying to find something no one's ever thought of, find something that everyone's thought of and thinks is bad.
Yes. Classic examples of that. Instacart would be maybe a very classic example. One of the things that I see a lot of people do when they're in this kind of ideation stage is talk to their friends and look for things that all of their friends think are good ideas.
Yep.
And I might advise the exact opposite in this situation. Like, what happens if you talk to your friends and like you got maybe not universal bad?
What
but,
if
like,
they told you?
controversial?
Yeah. What if they're like, look, I'm worried about it. if you explain your idea, isn't that what happened with the founders of Airbnb, Michael? Is that the story?
I would say this.
It's like their parents were worried about them.
Many successful YC companies, every one of their friends and family members thought the idea was bad. We keep on saying the way you get a unique ideas is you have to move away from consensus, right? So we got to move away from the consensus of startup founders, away from the consensus of investors, away from the consensus of your friends. And it's really interesting because like another way that I like to think about how do you move away from consensus is doing things that are just hard. Saying that you want to do something that takes 10 years, especially when you're a young person, that just seems really intimidating. So it's like easy to tell yourself, oh yeah, I know the number says it's going to take 10 years, but like I'll figure it out in 2. And then you cut down all of the things that might take longer than 2 years to work. And I feel like if you want to cheat, just imagine ideas that might take longer than 2 years to work. And the likelihood of success can be way higher.
Yeah. And when you think about examples, like currently the consensus is that being a founder of OpenAI and Anthropic is a good thing. Again, maybe that'll change someday.
18 months, right?
And when you think about those companies, A, they were deeply weird.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine a weirder start than how OpenAI got started by being a nonprofit research lab? And
Yeah, during the time of SaaS ascendance.
And, you know, a lot of things didn't go well, and they didn't really have a product for a long time. Anthropic was like super weird, and a lot of their early money came from FTX. Like the whole story is like bizarre.
Yeah.
And now they seem consensus very good, but wow, they're the definition of non-consensus things.
Yes.
Right. And so I'm not even arguing those are instructive stories that if you do what they do, you're going to succeed. I'm actually arguing the opposite, which is trying to just copy what worked in the past for other people isn't necessarily going to give you a truly unique idea.
One of the things that actually makes this harder is how much content VCs are putting out there.
Yep.
If you were a young founder in the early 2000s, how much VC content did you have access to?
It didn't exist, right? So the way it works is before TechCrunch, the only people that wrote about technology were like the Wall Street Journal, Walt Mossberg, and he would mostly cover Apple.
Yeah.
He'd be talking about the new Mac or whatever.
Yeah.
And so if you were a startup, there was nowhere.
CES.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And so then TechCrunch came out, and it was the first place to like cover startups. And then now we have this like, you know, we have a lot of content out there. And again, as you know, we are certainly part of it. And I realize that our voices have been part of this thing.
Yes.
My justification is that we've never tried to explicitly tell founders what to think. More kind of just telling stories, giving advice, kind of like we're doing office hours, but with a wider group of people.
Yes.
But if you're making all of your life decisions based on podcasts, that is the definition of coming up with ideas that are not unique.
Yeah.
Like literally, that's the definition of a non-unique idea, is something that you heard in a podcast, right?
There's a trope on startup ideas that have been around the entire time that we've been doing startups that I might argue wasn't followed during the B2B SaaS era. This idea of solving your own problem or being your own user. It's interesting now because it almost seems like this has completely gone out of style. This idea that like, oh, if I'm working on something for myself, there's no way it can get big, or like there's no way the market's big enough, or like why I don't trust my own ability to like choose things. How do you think about this?
I think one of the big talking points on you know VC podcasts or VC content is, hey, $100 billion outcomes, $1 trillion outcomes are the only things that matter. And if it doesn't seem really big, it's not even. It's like a joke. You'd like mock someone.
Like I want.
And so what that's causing is a lot of ideas that are like truly unique wouldn't ever fit within that framework. And so of course the example, you know, your startup, Justin putting the camera on his head to start Twitch
Doesn't work.
Is that a $100 billion opportunity? Like you would filter that out.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Something like Whatnot, which is, you know, one of my better investments in YC.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so it's a marketplace for authenticated Funko Pops. What's the TAM on that?
Yeah.
You would discard that.
Yeah.
And so I think trying to take these like late stage investor advice things and apply them to startup ideas, only a small number of things would meet that bar. And so you're going to end up with extremely derivative, repetitive ideas that would meet that bar.
I completely agree. And I think this leads me to my last thought on this subject, which is I have found that sometimes weird people have an easier time coming up with weird, aka unique ideas. We do have this challenge that now that tech seems like such a moneymaker and there's so much money invested in early stage startups, there are a lot of people who are not very weird, who are very attracted to this space. It's funny that I'm saying weird is like a positive because I think in the normal context in America, weird doesn't seem as positive, but like a lot of these ideas that work seem really weird, and a lot of the people, when you know them, are a little weird. So like, how do you think about You know, I sometimes wonder, is the tech startup world as welcoming to weird people as it once was?
Yeah.
How do you think about this?
I think it's a great point. And again, maybe this is just, you know, we're getting old or something. That's an option. Sure. But people that are nonconformist or otherwise quirky in ways that you would describe as quirky is a nice way to say it. But they tend to do their own weird stuff, and they don't usually need to ask permission. Like they constantly are generating strange ideas on their own. And if anything, society tells them, hey, like, you know, like shut up. Like we don't want to hear all your dumb ideas on how to make things work better.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the system grinds that out of you.
Yes.
Those people tend to do well with startups because they don't actually have any problems coming up with unique ideas.
Yes.
Probably the bigger problem is filtering out, deciding which unique idea is worth their time, because they're always coming up with ideas.
Yes.
Versus a lot of systems are consensus machines, and people that are really good at calibrating and triangulating consensus, those tend to be people that have the hardest time coming up with unique ideas, because it's sort of been beaten out of them, and it's just not their natural thing. Like again, an example of like Y Combinator itself. Most investors that start funds have investment experience and have a career with like, oh, I have a Harvard MBA or a Stanford MBA, and then I worked here as an associate, and then, you know, and like Paul Graham was like, I built a list website and I got rich, and I decided to do this really weird thing that I made up from first principles of letting young people apply to a summer program. And as it turns out, that's the guy that all these like normie VCs like look up to. And he's just like a weird guy. Who had no training. And did something that would never have been produced by like a normal investor, right?
I'll take it a step further. Made something that he wished existed when he was a founder. Like made something that he would have appealed to him. So it's tricky because I think that like, you know, there are a lot of people who are watching this video who are probably thinking, is the startup world right for me? I find it awkward to say that like, even though this is an exciting time for tech, not everyone's cut out for this. Not everyone is cut out to be the person who made the idea. I don't know. What should you do if you're having too hard of a problem?
If it's your dream, you should totally try to start a company. And I would feel really bad if I ever said something that made people question themselves or feel bad in these videos we're making, because we're making them because we're trying to help people. But if you really, really, really struggle to come up with unique ideas, it's totally okay to go work somewhere. Like, and you still get to be part of.
That's true.
You still get to be part of things. Like, not everyone has to be like a weird shaman that comes up with strange ideas. Like, it's okay. When we think about it, society wouldn't work if everyone like thought that way.
Well, I love that point because also maybe you should work with someone who's weird. That's what I
That's true. You just thought we're along for the ride on the ideation part. You're like, I guess that's what you guys do.
Yeah, I would have not helped in the ideation process of putting a camera on Justin's head. I would have not contributed at all. So you can work somewhere, you can join with someone. This is maybe an interesting point. Like everyone interested in startups doesn't have to be the person who comes up with the idea. I think that like in closing for me, it is hard to feel like you're working on something where a lot of people think it's a bad idea. That's hard. And I like talking about this because you should brace yourself for that. Like that is 100% the experience of everyone to succeed. So it's like, so like, I know it's hard, right? But like, you should feel like you're there. And you should feel maybe like you're gonna be there for a couple of years. And like, if you're working on something that you're so excited about, you're willing to be there for a couple of years. As someone who funds startup founder, I'm excited by that, right? When I meet someone who I get the vibe, if this doesn't work in a couple months, they're moving along. I'm always like, oh, yeah. You know, I always have this phrase, it's like, you're 10% in, but you want me to be 100% in? Like, that's like a weird, like, so, I don't know, so for the people watching, like, it's totally cool to be weird and to work on something people think is weird. If you're gonna use it,
including like basically, like if your filter is, do the people on these videos seem like they approve of our ideas? We're saying no. Like, don't be approval seeking from authority figures if you want to actually have unique ideas.
Well, and I'll extend that further. We have regularly funded ideas that we thought were bad. We have regularly worked with founders to pivot ideas that we thought were bad. And like, to be completely honest, like, sometimes I think my job is like, I'm a doctor, I'm treating the patient walking in the door, I don't get to choose. It's like, I want to help these folks succeed, and who am I to know whether this is going to work? That's not for a self-conversation. Anyways, great chat, company. All right, thanks.
was looking at the top 10 jobs that are most likely to be disrupted by AI, and I really do worry about this.
So the nature of the economy is changing. For a long time, blue-collar work like plumbers, electricians, bricklayers has been devalued. But it could be in the next couple of years, these are the roles that are elevated the most, and that plumbers regularly earn more than lawyers. And for the last 25 years, I've been building companies from scratch, and I've been through the global financial crisis and COVID, but I have never experienced what we're experiencing right now. I've never seen more fear for the disruption that is coming. And my real bear case for AI is that every time you go on AI, your request is going off to a big computer in a Walmart-sized building somewhere, and those big ginormous computers, they last 3 to 4 years before they need to be replaced. And this year ahead, we're going to spend $650 billion, and that could cause a massive financial collapse. That's the thing that I'm worried most about. However, I've never seen more excitement for the opportunities that are in front of us.
So let's talk about, in a world of AI, what are the skills that survive?
So I really believe that everyone should build a little bit of a personal brand, not like to become an influencer, but position yourself with a group of people who know who you are, know what you do, and could enroll you in their opportunity. Second one, if there's one skill set that everyone should be learning at the moment, it's how do entrepreneurs think, how do entrepreneurs behave, what are the skills that make entrepreneurs successful? And entrepreneurs just simply follow 6 steps, and we do it over and over and over again, and we'll go through the 6 steps.
So are there any particular opportunities that you think that anybody listening right now can use to make money?
So I think one of the best opportunities is...
That is such good advice that we don't hear enough. This is super interesting to me. My team gave me this report to show me how many of you that watch the show subscribe. 69% of you that watch this show frequently haven't yet hit the subscribe button, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So favour to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show and you like what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscribe number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do me a deal. If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us, really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show. Daniel, I think we're living in the most interesting, opportunistic, terrifying time to be an entrepreneur, professional, to really be anybody, because this is a moment of such fundamental change. And I really wanted to have this conversation with you today because I want to understand how you're thinking about AI from an opportunity standpoint as an entrepreneur, but also just for everybody that's working in a normal job and who is at risk of having their career, their livelihood, their identity, their qualifications made redundant because there is now an alien amongst us that can do so much. So this conversation really is about giving people answers. It's about being honest with them about what's coming. It's about preparing them, setting them up so that they have an advantage in the face of the future we face. So give me the 30,000 feet view.
Well, my background for the last 25 years has been building companies from scratch, and I've been through the dot-com, and I've been through global financial crisis, and I've been through Brexit and COVID. I have never experienced what we're experiencing right now. I've never seen more excitement for the opportunities that are in front of us, and I've never seen more fear for the disruption that is coming. We are living through transformational times that is very similar to 250 years ago, where the end of the agricultural age ended and the beginning of the industrial age began.
I would argue that it's more significant, because there's 2 forces that kind of keep me up at night. The first force is AI, which is, you can think of it as just the replacement of the human brain from a sort of productivity standpoint. And then the other is robotics. And the problem is they're coming in at the same time. And I was watching, I don't know if you saw this the other day.
Yeah.
So I'll put this on the screen for anyone that's watching the video right now. But this is a demonstration that took place in China of how advanced their robots are. And I had to check multiple times to make sure that this wasn't fake. They are doing backflips and landing perfectly on their feet. And so when you combine intelligence with the disruption of our physical form, our muscles, our body, our ability to pick things up and move them through time and space, it begs the question, where do we
fit into all of that? Strangely, there's something called the Jevons paradox. And the Jevons paradox is a paradox where when we think something is going to completely disrupt the way that we live and work, it often has the opposite effect. We thought that YouTube was going to completely wipe out television. And it's true that Hollywood lost tens of thousands of jobs, but YouTubing created 500 to 600,000 jobs at the same time. And it used to take 150 people to make a TV show or a movie, and now it's 5 to 10 people making YouTube videos as a little team, and they can have a wildly successful YouTube channel. With the Jevons paradox, if we currently said that in order to have a successful software company right now today or in the last few years, you needed to have 10,000 customers and you needed to have a team of 50 people and you needed to raise $1 to $5 million to get a software company off the ground. If all of a sudden the cost and the commitment drops dramatically, to have a software company, and you only need 500 customers to make it work, and you only need 2 people on a team to make it work, and you only need a tiny bit of funding to make it work, what happens is, like YouTube channels, you can end up with literally millions of tiny little software businesses that are super successful for 5 to 10 people, and they do something niche and they do something special. They don't look like traditional software companies either. So a traditional software company would just do the software, whereas these little software companies might do software, plus they might do dinner parties where the clients get together, they might have an annual ski retreat, they might have a podcast and a YouTube channel that goes with it, and all of that could be done by 5 to 10 people using AI tools. So the Jevons paradox would basically say that there is millions of unmet needs, and that those unmet needs are not explored because the cost to explore them is too high. But because the cost to explore those has come down, then now we can actually have millions of businesses that never existed, that we didn't even know we needed to exist.
I was sat here with David Darren, who is the CEO of Uber. He turned around Expedia, made it super profitable, turned around Uber that was losing 2 billion, made it generate about 9 billion in revenue, 10 billion in revenue. And he sat there and said to me that their 9,000 couriers and drivers won't have jobs in the future. So I sit and go, okay, so what are they going to do? Are they all going to start businesses somewhere? And also, I think one of the interesting things about AI is the speed of transition. With the Industrial Revolution, there's a little bit of a delay because infrastructure took time to build.
It takes a long time to build.
But this is the first innovation that I've lived through that is built on
It's instantaneous.
the internet.
The minute an AI learns how to be a lawyer in one place, it can be a lawyer in every place. The minute it learns how to diagnose a disease in one location, in one hospital, it can diagnose a disease in every hospital in the world. So it's this instantaneous rollout because it sits on top of a network that already exists.
This is what actually Boston Dynamics said to me. I was watching a video of their new robot that's working in factories. It's a humanoid robot that can work in factories, pick things up, move things around. They said the great thing about robotics is if one of our robots on a shop floor in Boston learns something, all of our robots learn it.
It's wild.
I was like, fucking hell. So yesterday, Tesla built, and they took this wonderful photo because they built the world's first Tesla Cybercab. And if anyone doesn't know what a Tesla Cybercab is, it's the first ever fully autonomous car that doesn't have a steering wheel and it doesn't have pedals.
Yeah, you just hop in and there's no steering wheel, no pedals. You can't take control even if you wanted to.
The Cybercab is the company's answer to vehicles like the Waymo. The 2-seater coupe unveiled in 2024 comes without steering wheel or pedals. It's guided by AI, and they're now making them. The first one was made yesterday. Again, over 100 million people's job is to drive. You can get one of these now for Elon saying $30,000. You can rent them, lease them. You can buy a bunch of investment assets and set them out.
Set up your own fleet and connect them to different networks like Uber and all of those sorts of things. And the cost to move around is going to go through the floor because, my Uber to come here today was probably $50. And that will probably be $6 or $7 once that is rolled out. So the thing with the Jevons paradox is it doesn't mean that everyone gets the same job and that they get there's just more of exactly the same jobs. It means that the transformation creates exponential growth as a result of the transformation in an unexpected way. So growing up, my mum worked in newspapers, working in newspapers as journalists and all of those sorts of things. And that has dropped by 80% in the last 25 years. But at the same time, the number of people who are bloggers, the number of people who have Substacks, the number of people who are doing the kind of work of journalists and actually making money as a result of content creation has gone up. So I think it's something like 3 to 4 times more people now make their money in a way that kind of looks like a journalist than there ever were journalists prior to the technology that disrupted journalists. So it's not that those exact same jobs are replicated, it's that something similar emerges as a result.
I understand this, and when I read about the Jevons paradox, I ran it through my head multiple times to understand how it fits in different industries. But there is a part of me that still thinks this is slightly different, because in the example you gave where there was a content creation industry that was then disrupted by a content creation industry, I go, yeah, this skill of intelligence was still, of human intelligence was still rare and scarce, and only humans had it. So the disruption of a content creation industry to a different content creation industry was still owned by humans. That transition was still a human one. But in such a world where AI agents can make, you go on a lot of social media platforms, I shan't name which ones, it's just pure AI slop now.
Yes.
It's just people's agents churning out content that they haven't touched or done anything about. And then I started saying to you before we started recording that what we're going to experience and what I think a lot of people don't fully embrace about this idea of becoming a content creator for a living or building a personal brand is when you look at some of the graphs, I'll throw graphs from the Financial Times article on the screen, there's now a plateau of people spending time online for the first time in history, in the first time in internet history. Gen Z especially were the first generation to plateau in the time spent. But the amount of content, the amount of AI agents, the amount of people that are now choosing to do content as a living is exploding.
Yes.
So you have a supply and demand issue where there's a set amount, really like a set amount of hours, sort of consumption hours, and then you have this huge exponential explosion in available content because a kid in Mumbai
the attention is a limited resource.
But content is
unlimited.
Now.
Yeah, and also, so AI slop is just rolling in, and also AI slop doesn't do it justice. Some of my favorite things to watch is AI. I'm enjoying AI. So think about it a little, when it comes to personal brand, think about it a little bit like an airport. that the airport has got this fog that is rolling in. If your airplane is already above the fog, then you can continue to fly. But if your airplane is not taking off already, then the fog is going to keep you on the ground. So, like for example, you've invested so much into your personal brand, and people will come along to see you live, and they would love to go to a dinner party series that involves you, and there's a whole community around DOAC, right? So all of those things means that your airplane's already up in the air. You can continue to fly. But if you were starting 2 years from now, or a year from now, or maybe even 6 months from now, and you weren't smart about it, there's just too much AI generated content. You won't get traction. You won't get that lift-off moment the same way. That opportunity is coming to an end because of that AI generated content.
What I'm seeing in the algorithms, we do some data analysis every year on the variance of performance of pieces of content we produce on different channels. Now, I've been making social media content for 15 years, so I have a bit of a sort of a mental history of like every year us doing this particular data analysis to see the variance between the worst thing we post and the best thing we post. And this year we ran the same analysis with my data science team, led by Austin and my team, to see if the variance between the worst thing we post and the best thing we post is getting bigger. Because what that kind of is a proxy of is the algorithm caring less and less and less about how many followers I have. And is it caring more and more and more about whoever posts the most interesting thing today? Which is if I was building a social media company and my primary objective was to retain people, I wouldn't care if you have 2 followers and Stephen has 500 followers. I would just care about who posts the best thing. So we did that analysis, and it's an almost perfect graph that looks like this. And this is the variance increasing, which actually means that, okay, Stephen's taken off from the sky, but every day I wake up increasingly, it doesn't matter what I did yesterday.
What we've seen is the end of social media and the birth of algorithmic media.
Interest algorithms, important.
Yeah, so social media was all about connecting with your friends and finding out what your friends are doing. And algorithmic media is just finding out what the algorithm thinks that you should be watching today. But with that said, there's this multi-dimension to it, which is you've got books, you've got live events, you've got podcast, and it's the multi-dimensional angle that actually really sets you apart. The creators that just simply want to put a piece of content on YouTube and get paid through AdSense revenue, and that really simple, that one-dimensional model, that's coming to an end. But the creators that have a community and they meet up in the real world, all of that is part of an overall ecosystem that is very defensible, because people want all of that packaged up together.
Why is it fundamentally defensible from, if we think about first principles or human Maslowian needs?
Let me give you a big answer to that, which is, if we go back in time to the agricultural age, farmers had to know when was a good time to plant crops. And then they had to go out and toil the soil and put the seed in the soil. And the soil did most of the value creation in the economy. At the end of that process, the farmer had to know this is the day to harvest, and then we need to harvest that, and we need to turn it into something and take it to market. And AI is very similar, which is that it's very good at doing the middle to the middle. It's not good at knowing what to do in the very first instance, or knowing when to stop and how to take it to market. So the entrepreneur's job is to do step 1 and 2, let AI do steps 3 to 8, and then do steps 9 and 10, and to basically have a cohesive view as to what you're trying to get the AI to create.
Theoretically, though, I could ask an AI agent to think about the goal that will benefit me the most and make as many AI agents as it needs to fulfill that goal. And then it would start one business, and then start another business,
start lots of different businesses,
start another business, build another website, contact a supplier.
I think what you're into here is 2 or 3 steps ahead of yourself, where all of this is theoretically possible, but we haven't seen those kind of examples happening yet, right? We haven't seen whether that will ultimately unfold. I'm not saying it won't. I think we are moving into a completely new economy. Like when you lived in the agricultural age, it was completely unbelievable to you what the industrial age would have looked like. Like, it's beyond all comprehension if you had an agricultural age mindset to imagine factory production or coal production.
And the principle there that allows you to see what the future might look like when it's exponential and not linear is imagining any rate of improvement. And so this is how I think always in my business is, when I'm thinking about which bet to make, I imagine if there's just 5% rate of improvement per quarter, eventually this happens.
Mm-hmm.
And so with some things we've done on the show, we started 2 years ago, and for the first 18 months, it didn't work. And then 6 months ago, it exploded, because eventually the rate of improvement got to the point where it was viable, and now it's the single most important disruptive thing we've ever done. And I think about the example I just gave there of agents. I'm like, if you just imagine any rate of improvement, just imagine 1% a year. And obviously it's way more than that, but imagine 1% a month. Eventually we get to a point where a team of agents...
If nothing disrupts it, one thing that is very likely to happen in the next 3 years is the whole thing comes crashing down. It doesn't financially make any sense to build the data centers that we're building.
But you're not saying that AI is going to disappear.
The technology itself is remarkable, but the financial model just makes no sense whatsoever at the moment.
At the moment, which is kind of typical of boot bubbles, right?
So over the last 180 years, there have been infrastructure build-outs that have bankrupted the economy consistently again and again and again. In fact, there's a pattern. Whenever we spend more than 3% of the overall GDP of the economy on an infrastructure build-out, it bankrupts the economy briefly for 10 years, right? So this happened when we did railway tracks. In fact, it happened twice in the UK and twice in the USA. And then we bankrupted ourselves putting the electrification grid in place. We bankrupted ourselves putting highways in place. Now, there's something that makes this worse than ever before. And that is that when we built train tracks, they lasted for 100 years. When we built roads, they lasted 50 plus years. The telecommunications, fiber optics, 30 years. All of these investments were multi-decade investments that we could get benefit from and leverage for decades. Data centers last 3 to 4 years before they need to be replaced. So we are building something that has a 3 to 4 year life cycle that costs hundreds of billions, and it has to be replaced every few years. And there is no financial model attached to this that justifies it at all. So one thing that I'm predicting is that in 2029, 100 years after the Great Depression, we will see a massive financial meltdown based off the back of these data centers that have been developed at the moment.
And for someone else, what a data center is?
So it's like a big Walmart or an airport filled with computers, and those computers are running AI, right? So every time you go on AI, you're actually, your request is going off to a big computer in a Walmart-sized building somewhere. But those GPUs, those computer stacks, those big ginormous computers, they are like iPhones. They last about 3 years before they get superseded. This year ahead, we're going to spend $650 billion. $650 billion sounds like so abstract. It's the equivalent of giving every single person in America an iPhone Pro with AirPods. But here's the crazy thing. 95% of people who have been given the free iPhone are not willing to pay for it. And the tiny number of people who are willing to pay for it, they're only willing to pay $20 a month, most of them. So this $20 a month, everyone's getting a free iPhone effectively, and then a small 5% of people are willing to pay $20 a month. The numbers are just astronomically out of balance.
The numbers are astronomically out of balance. So what happens next? You're predicting in 2029 there's a financial crash.
There's not a 0% chance that the financial model around what we've launched with AI is catastrophic. It's a huge financial problem that very few people are talking about.
So let's talk about, in a world of AI, what are the skills that survive? And what are the professions that you believe survive? You've got children, Daniel. When they come to you and they say that, I'm hearing about all this AI stuff and I've seen these robots in China doing backflips, what should I be learning now to make sure that the next 20, 30, 40 years of my career is prosperous?
It's the entrepreneurial skill set that is the most important skill set. It is essentially the skills of identifying an opportunity, prototyping fast and cheap experiments to see if you've got something that people want, taking it to market, making your initial sales, scaling up to your addressable market, and then exiting and then coming up with a new idea. Because even if you're in a big corporate, they're going to want to prototype things, they're going to want to spin out new products, they're going to want to come up with new initiatives, and we need to step through that process of, is this a good idea or not? Can we validate it? Can we scale it? Right? And you want to go through that process as fast and as cheap as possible, the way an entrepreneur would.
And on that first point of identifying a good idea, now, is there any way to know if the idea that I have is a good idea or a bad idea?
Yeah, this is a step that entrepreneurs call validation. And the rookie entrepreneurs that fail, they don't do this step very well, right? So they don't do market validation, they don't do product validation. They simply get excited about an idea and then they go all in on the idea. And what really experienced entrepreneurs do is that we come up with ways to do fast, cheap experiments. So for example, last year I had 2 ideas, and I actually kind of liked one a lot, and I liked one a little bit. And what I did is I set up a waiting list campaign, and I basically invited people to join the waiting list for idea number 1. And about 750 people joined that waiting list, and they filled in a set of questions so that I knew that 750 people were interested in this idea. This was my favorite idea. And then the second idea, I invited people to join that waiting list, and 4,500 people joined that waiting list. So even though this wasn't my favorite idea, it was way more exciting for people, and it was sitting on top of a much bigger need. So off the back of collecting 4,500 people on the waiting list and collecting all the data and information, we went to some angel investors about a week later after doing that, and we raised £250,000, so about $300,000 or $400,000, and all of that took about a week or 2.
With that example, how do you know that the business itself and the delivery of that idea actually meets their expectation? Because I can think of multiple examples where someone clicked on an idea that I had, but actually the delivery of that idea fell short of expectation. Because sometimes things can sound good when you see a flyer or a poster or whatever, but the reality of the experience is actually not that great.
So let me walk you through the 6 steps quickly. Step 1 is called Founder Opportunity Fit, and Founder Opportunity Fit is finding something that you want to do. Step 2 is validation, right? So this is where we actually try and see, is there a market? Could we build something? Could we sell something, right? So that's 2 validation. Can we build it? Can we sell it? Step 3 is called Product Market Fit, and this is the next step where you're actually trying to figure out, can we actually make this live up to people's expectations so that they really like it? Is there a group of people who buy this and they're happy with the purchase? And we want to do that carefully and cheaply. And then finally, once people say, or the next step, once people say, yes, we can do that, we go to market. And go to market is making sales. And then after going to market, we scale up, right? Step 5. And then the final step is we exit. So we go through those 6 steps, and we call that a value creation loop. And that value creation loop goes through those 6 steps, and each step has its own little job. And what we're trying to do is just validate, go to the next step. Achieve the milestones, go to the next step. And that's how we do it as entrepreneurs.
So, in the world of AI, are there any particular opportunities that you think are new and exciting that anybody listening right now can pursue to make money, whether it's passive income on the side or to leave their current role and pursue entrepreneurship for?
Well, the starting point is that everything is an opportunity. Because what do entrepreneurs do? We find things that could be done better, faster, cheaper, or with more emotional benefits.
But has AI created any particular interesting opportunities in your view? Do you think that's a huge arbitrage opportunity?
I think one of the best opportunities is a small SaaS company. So software as a service was an elite level business opportunity that very, very few people could enter. That was something that only maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of founders at most globally could have a software company. So it was very, very elite. And the reason it was elite is because it was very, very hard to mobilize the talent required to build a software company. You probably needed maybe 10, 20 or 30 developers to build a software product that would actually be a good software product. You needed to raise millions of dollars to get through the costs of developing software companies. And you probably needed 10,000 customers to have a break-even software company. Now, because of AI, all of those costs have massively come down. And there are software companies that are wildly profitable that have 500 customers or 1,000 customers. They service a tiny little niche. They attach a community and some media and some training to those little software niches. So one of the most exciting things is that if you essentially said that I would like to take what I know, turn it into a playbook, take that playbook, ask AI to advise me on what software we could create, and then use AI tools to build out that software, you're able to get very deep into that journey for almost no money.
I was thinking about this the other day, because in my company we're rebuilding our entire ATS ourselves. So an ATS is basically the system you use when you recruit people. Everyone's name goes into the ATS. It's kind of like a search engine. Yeah, like a database of where candidates who are applying for your company currently are. And over the last couple of years, I've paid tens of thousands of dollars every year for an ATS for my companies. And this year I thought, actually, I reckon we could build an ATS in a couple of weeks ourselves. And I started that project. I saw the first version of it yesterday, so a week ago. And the first version, the version of it I saw was like, oh, this is significantly better than what we used before because it's bespoke.
Yeah.
And this made me think about the opportunity of creating software generally, which is that in a world where it becomes, as you say, like cheaper, easier, faster, we're all going to be using more software, but we're probably not going to be paying other people for their software, especially when it's these kind of tools, productivity tools and systems.
If it's purely a tool, it's very easy to replicate. But if it's a tool that comes with a community, if it comes with education and training, if it comes with agents that...
Education and training?
Yeah, so like for example, if you were to do an ATS, right, an applicant tracking system, a hiring tool, and you had the DOAC system and method that I can go and attend the training as to how you onboard people, how you create culture, how you do things at DOAC, I'm now interested in the software because it comes with that exciting training. If there was also a boot camp that I could go to that was attached to that product, if there was also an annual retreat or a dinner series, if there was also some funding opportunities that came with that. So once upon a time, you were just simply going to focus on creating a software tool because that was so labor intensive and also it had a natural moat or protection around it that you didn't have to get creative. But now, we live in a world where the AI lets you to build the product pretty quickly. It helps you to do all these other things that we talked about. And suddenly it's actually quite a fun product that you can spin up. What you've already created would have probably cost $500,000 in 6 months.
Oh my god, 6 months, I wish.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, it would have probably taken about 18 months total end to end.
And you've done it in a week.
Yeah. And so everyone else can do it in a week. And in fact, if that's anyone's business right now, there's going to be 1,000 new ATS systems a day. One's going to trend on Twitter. People are going to download that one, then they're going to jump ship because a new one emerges and it's better, it's more agentic, whatever. And so again, I think, are we seeing software generally become a commodity?
What we're going to see is we're going to see all business opportunities be like YouTube content. I mean, if I went back 25, 30 years ago and said there's going to be 10-person unfunded little TV studios that produce content every single week for almost no money, you'd think that's crazy. I mean, Seinfeld used to cost $5 million an episode. The Simpsons and Friends, these were all multi-million dollars per episode. And we've now replicated that can be done like by a tiny little team for free every week.
It's interesting because the minute we say that the answer is to do these things that are now easy and free and cheap to do, it's almost like we then don't acknowledge the fact that if everyone's doing it, it's no longer a valuable thing to do.
It's less valuable.
Yeah, as it becomes easier, the other axis is the decline in the value. So we're saying to people, go be a content creator, but the very fact that they can without needing a CNN-sized skyscraper production equipment also means everybody can, which means that actually is losing value at the same rate that's becoming easy, theoretically. And so what I continually think about from first principles is, what is it that I can bet on that is irreplaceably human, which only I can do, and a kid in Mumbai cannot do? And so when we say software, I go, kid in Mumbai. And then we say content, I go, kid in Mumbai.
Well, physical experiences in the real world.
I agree with you.
So standing on a stage and telling your story is something, I mean, you already see that thousands of people show up to see this and to be in a room with other people who are sharing experience. So the thing that the AI version of you can't do is turn up to an event.
I agree. So I say what I say because I genuinely want to be challenged here. I sit here with these AI experts and CEOs because I hope that they say something that tilts the current belief that I have and like makes me go, oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point. I'm in search of good points on this subject matter. So when I said what I just said about content software becoming increasingly commoditized, and because it's becoming commoditized, we're like tempting people to do more of it without acknowledging the very fact that people do more of it means it's less valuable and it's more of a commodity. And
what I'm saying though is that these things have to go together. So simply, like anyone who's doing real world experiences, I think what's going to happen is you'll go to a conference and that conference will come with custom software that lasts 2 or 3 weeks that is really, really interesting and it relates to that conference. And that software was created as a SaaS product for the attendees of that conference, and it kind of pops into existence very briefly. These things used to be separate, and now they all cluster together, right? So it's a buffet of things that you all put together. If we take most successful businesses now, they do social media. That used to be a standalone business. It was crazy to think that a hair salon could also be a media business. I've met with tens of thousands of entrepreneurs, and the number of people who want to go big is tiny. It's a fraction of the entrepreneurial community. What most people want is a business that provides an amazing lifestyle. They want to live and work from anywhere. They want to be able to travel. They want to do 3 or 4 days a week. They want to drop their kids off at school. They want to do non-monotonous, interesting work that is a little chaotic, a little creative, a little bit fun, a little bit challenging. They want to work with a small group of people that they get to know and enjoy and travel through life together. And those are the types of things that the majority of people actually want. Very few people actually want big. So one thing that I'm noticing is that it's probably harder than ever to build a big business, but it's easier than ever to build a small, successful business. So if we were to say that a business that does 1 to 5 million of revenue with a team of 10 people, that is like totally super possible. But once you go beyond that, it's becoming harder and harder because you get disrupted more frequently. So you have to be an elite athlete of entrepreneurs to withstand the constant disruption and the constant change that's coming. So because your natural mindset is to think really, really big, you're probably missing that for many people who are working in an annoying corporate environment and their job is monotonous and they feel tethered to a desk or they feel tethered to a team that doesn't really care about them, you know, a lot of those people are going to actually end up in small, dynamic little businesses that will never be big, but they'll be great, they'll be fun, you know, and people will, you know, have flexibility and they'll have, great opportunities as a result.
I think you're right. I do have a bias towards trying to find, big opportunities, but actually, I think the big blue ocean opportunity, which is, for anyone that doesn't know, I think of Red Oceans from the book called Blue Ocean Strategy as very competitive,
hyper-competitive,
horrible market sway. It's like a race to the bottom.
Yeah.
You're all doing the
No
same
profit
thing,
margin.
you're saying the same thing, doing the same thing, and you all think that your unique positioning is unique, but it's actually not. The market doesn't value it any differently.
Yeah.
Like a wine company saying that their wine is a year older, or that using a fancy word on the label.
Yeah.
It's a Red Ocean, a bloodbath. A Blue Ocean is an uncontested waters where you have room to grow, much less competition, and there is actually something fundamental to your proposition, your business idea, the thing, the value you're giving to the world that is unique. I'm looking for Blue Oceans, and yes, I will try and build big boats in the Blue Ocean, because that's my nature. But also, life is easier when you sail in Blue Oceans for everybody, even if you want a lifestyle business. I think one of the great examples at the moment is if you started a marketing agency, when I started one in 2014, especially a social media agency, you were in the Blue Ocean.
You were, briefly.
Briefly. And they say Blue Oceans often last for 10 years. In 2024, my best friends, I'd say 70% of them run marketing or brand agencies.
Yeah.
I'm having the same therapy session with them once a month at the moment. And if you look at the big five agencies in the world, the WPPs, Martin Searle's business, they're all
competed away their margins and
struggling.
they're struggling, yeah.
They're losing their profit, they're losing their market share.
And AI and digital technology means that this disruption cycle happens in months, not years anymore. So you said a blue ocean can last for years or decades, not in the world of AI. In the world of AI, as soon as we've identified that you've got a blue ocean, we can replicate that real fast, and we can come and fly out to your blue ocean with lots of competition. Here's something that's interesting. Throughout all of history, whenever you find societies that have low social mobility and hyper competition, there's lots and lots of festivals. So you go into medieval times, they've got a festival for every season, they've got a festival for every life event, there's just constant festivals. You go into rural Africa, rural India, and it's festivals, right? Weddings, funerals, seasonal festivals. It's a huge part of human culture that we have lost in big cities. Like, we don't do a lot of festivals, it's rare that we do a lot of festivals, these real world experiences. But I don't necessarily think it's a blue ocean, because as soon as people realize how much people want to do festivals and want to do real world experiences, a lot of companies can also add this to the mix. I think what is defensible is community, experience, and embracing the constant chaotic change and coming up with new stuff all the time.
One of the bets I'm making, and it goes back to what, again, reasoning up from first principles. If the question is, what can I do that an AI agent or AI cannot do? And especially in the context of what humans will continue to need. When you were born down, you were born with a bunch of needs. And those needs fundamentally haven't changed. One of them is connection. I think you'll always be able to discern what is real human connection from artificial connection. I remember being 16 years old in my psychology class at the back when they told me about the rhesus monkeys experiment. where they got a rhesus monkey, this small little monkey. They pretended that its mother was a wire mesh, so they made a wire mesh mother. The rhesus monkey grows up to be a psychopath because its fundamental human need of connection is not met. They then did it with a cloth, and the rhesus monkey grew up to be a bit more stable. And then obviously they showed the examples where the rhesus monkey actually had a physical flesh mother, and it was fine. So I say this to illuminate the fact that we have fundamental needs that if not met, there will be consequences. One of ours is connection. So as a content creator, I can sit here and I can tell you what happened today. Right? I can say at 6 o'clock this guy broke into this bank and then he left. I think that's a commodity now. I think the thing that I can do as a podcaster, as a behind the scenes content creator, as a streamer, this is why I'm so bullish on streamers, is they're making irreplaceably human content. There's no AI that can, an AI can tell you what happens in menopause. An AI can't tell you its experience in menopause.
Yes, we need to find something that only we can say as humans. And every single person has this, by the way. But a lot of us overlook what we can say as a human. I recently came across a financial planner, and his name is Matt Pitcher. And he gave a TED Talk. And the TED Talk is about what it was like for him to meet 100 people who won the lottery. So he had a partnership as a financial planner with the British Lottery. And every week someone wins the lottery, and then he goes in and meets them a week later after they've discovered they've won the lottery.
Wow.
But what he did is he looked back at his history, and he had lots of different things that he was doing, but he looked back at his history and he connected some dots. And he said, hey, wait a second, there's something that only I can talk about. There's something that is my thing that I've experienced, that I've lived through, that I've sat in those living rooms, I've sat eye to eye with those people, and only I can talk about that. And because of that TED Talk, he's had 500,000 views in the first few weeks, and his business is obviously going to explode, and all of those kind of things, because he found something that only he could say. I believe that every person has something that's human that only they can say that's highly relatable. You shared with me an interesting philosophy when we first met. I did my first episode on Diary of a CEO, and it got millions of views. And I said to you, why is it that my episode got millions of views, but a few weeks ago there was a billionaire CEO who only got a few 100,000 views, and a few weeks before that there was a billionaire CEO who only got a few 100,000 views? And you said, Daniel, relatable beats impressive.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think that they have to cure cancer or launch a rocket to Mars, or that they have to win a Nobel Peace Prize or float a company on the NASDAQ. And actually, each individual person, we have to discover what I would call your personal intellectual property, or your personal intellectual capital. And your personal story, your personal playbooks, your triumphs and your disasters, the things that you've done that are interesting to a certain group of people that you can quantify, that you can describe, that you can give me what it was like, those are your personal playbooks. Now, once you have personal playbooks, you have the ability to turn that into all sorts of products and services through AI. But it starts with having personal playbooks.
I think this is the key mistake that a lot of content creators are making, which is because it's easy to make stuff now, it's tempting just to churn stuff out.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm making less content now in a world of AI. If you look at my LinkedIn, I used to post, if you go back like 3 or 4 years, I was just churning stuff out, whether it's quote pictures, anything, just
fluff. Data.
Yeah. Now you know what, if everyone can do it, the reason why on my LinkedIn you'll see, almost every post I post now, is a human story about something I've gone through.
Yeah.
You'll see photos of me, you'll see photos of my family.
You're saying stuff that only you can say.
Only I can say.
Yeah. So we all have to find what is the thing that only you can say.
And no robot, no AI could ever say that because it hasn't lived that experience.
Yeah, it's got all the data, it's got all the knowledge, but it's got no lived experience. And also, from a business perspective, an AI can never stand on a stage, an AI can never host a dinner party, an AI can never meet someone face to face and put their hand on their shoulder and say, hey, I've been through what you've been through, and you're going to be okay. Right? So all of those things AI can't do. So once you discover something that only you can say, it becomes a superpower.
I think my best performing post this year was actually me proposing to my
Of course it was.
fiance.
Congratulations.
It's a prime example of something that is irreplaceably human.
Yeah.
Which is getting down on one knee and telling another human being that you love them. There's no AI. That is never. I mean, listen.
Never experienced it.
Yeah, exactly. So, and there's something so human about
That's relatable. It's not impressive. It's relatable.
From first principles, I ask myself, which type of content am I making is creating the strongest parasocial relationship with the person on the other end? If I post on my LinkedIn, everything happens for a reason. How much have I moved the needle on our relationship, my relationship with you? Probably 0. If I talk about something more human, some struggles that I'm having from a human perspective, if I'm more honest, authentic, and open and vulnerable about the experience I'm going through, like streamers who sit there for 7 hours. I think, did I say this last time that I asked a streamer a couple of questions?
Yeah.
And I asked the streamer, like, what do you do? And he was like, oh, nothing. I just
sit there and
stay for 7 hours and watch Judge Judy with the audience and we chat. I say, and this is the prime example of parasocial. They actually talk to you. They go, chat. Let me know if you think X, Y, Z. Chat. Drop W's in the chat. That's a friend. That's the closest thing to a friend. It's the strongest parasocial relationship.
You said about the football game where the loudest cheers in the audience came for those streamers who were just connecting with people.
They've built friendships basically with their audience. So I think in a world of AI where just informational content, which is this thing happened or this is what the gut microbiome is going to become commoditized. The thing that isn't commoditized is content that creates relationships with audiences. And then, as you say, then converts that relationship into stronger experiences like IRL events and so on and so forth. I've got a couple more ideas that I haven't fully shared with the watch it, but I'm just can't wait for the right time about all this stuff.
See, it's not one piece that is adding the value, it's the ecosystem of pieces. So it's having something to say that only you can say. Let's call that your personal playbooks, let's call that your personal intellectual property. It's having the people or your community that you're going through life with, right? Let's call that your ideal customers, your ideal personas, if you want to make it a clinical definition of in marketing speak. That gives rise to a personal brand. When those two things touch, you then end up with a personal brand, right? As if by magic you end up with a personal brand because you've got intellectual property and you've got an ideal customer who connects with that, and then you are the person who embodies it, so you give rise to that. And then the question is, well, how do you make money from that? Well, you productize it, right? You create products and services, and it's the product and service ecosystem that makes money. It's not one product or service. It used to be that you could just have a product or service that you offer, and now it's the product and service ecosystem. The people that I see making the most money at the moment, they don't do one thing. You don't do one thing, right? So if I look at your personal P&L, you've probably got 27 different ways that money came and hit your bank account last month. There's speaking, there's podcasting, there's AdSense revenue, there's sponsors, there's shareholdings in different companies that you've got. There might be some one-to-one coaching that you might have done. There might be an appearance fee, there might be some book royalties, there's multiple books, there might be some software that you've launched. So there's all this stuff. That sounds crazy and chaotic in a pre-AI world, but in a post-AI world, it's not that hard to create all these different products and services and to be launching different things and to be going on a journey with people and having a product and service ecosystem. I'm the same, by the way. I've probably got 20 different things that that I'm involved in at any given time.
I was reading yesterday that for the first time, I was reading a few things. One of the interesting things I read is that Spotify said their best developers haven't written a line of code since December, thanks to AI, which again is a whole other conversation. Maybe we should touch on that. What are the occupations that you genuinely believe won't exist 5 years from now as we know them? People say lawyers are going to be disrupted.
Well, I recently had a legal case that I had to resolve, and it was going to cost us £50,000, so $60,000, as a start the process with a law firm. We took matters into our own hands and we used Claude, and we actually fixed the process and resolved the process by spending $20 a month. And Claude gave us a coaching session on how to handle it, gave us multiple decision tree pathways, gave us the documents that we would need, gave us an Excel spreadsheet of do say this, don't say this in the negotiation. And it made me realize, my goodness, what a lawyer's going to do, because if all they do is charge for time for money to regurgitate contracts, I don't need that anymore, right?
Multiple reports say legacy legal tech and data firms have lost roughly 20% of their value so far in 2026.
280 billion was wiped off the value of publicly traded companies like that in the last week. Like, it's wild. Because we're not going to need that. I don't believe we're going to need these business models as they currently stand. I think they're going to have to change and adapt. I think a lawyer needs to take a completely different shape. Part business coach, part lawyer, part prompt engineer. They're going to be the key person of AI in the room, who the lawyer's job will be to work with you on your AI prompting and help you get a resolution. You're probably going to need a lot less of a lawyer's time. Blue collar work has been devalued. And we've seen people who work with their hands and people who turn up to your house and fix your house in a devalued role. And it could be in the next couple of years, these are the roles that are elevated the most, and that plumbers regularly earn more than lawyers, simply because the nature of the economy has changed. One thing I've learned over the last 25 years is the pendulum swings. Very few things stay the same. There is always this swinging pendulum, and the swinging pendulum is like, oh yeah, white collar work behind a screen is the high value thing. Oh no, it's actually blue collar work with your hands. You talked about supply and demand. The government disrupted the natural way children go out and find opportunities in the world by making university loans come along. And they said, oh, everyone can just take out a university loan and go to university. In fact, you must and you should go to university, get yourself in debt, or else you'll never get a job anywhere if you don't do a university degree. And lots of young people who should have been plumbers, electricians, and concreters and bricklayers went off and became got a master's degree in the mating habits of butterflies and some random degree that doesn't have a job attached, and they ended up in $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 worth of debt to get this degree that no one was asking for. That market distortion means that we now don't have many plumbers and electricians, and the blue ocean is now being a trade person.
There's a phase a lot of companies hit where they're no longer doing the most important thing, which is selling, and they get really bogged down with admin. And it's often something that creeps up slowly and you don't really notice until it's happened. Slowly, momentum starts to leak out. This happened to us, and our sponsor Pipedrive was a fix I came across 10 years ago. And ever since, my teams across my different companies have continued to use it. Pipedrive is a simple but powerful sales CRM that gives you the visibility on any deals in your pipeline. It also automates a lot of the tedious, repetitive, and time-consuming parts of the sales process, which in turn saves you so many hours every single month, which means you can get back to selling. Making that early decision to switch to Pipedrive was a real game changer, and it's kept the right things front of mind. My favorite feature is Pipedrive's ability to sync your CRM with multiple email inboxes so your entire team can work together from one platform. And we aren't the only ones benefiting. Over 100,000 companies use Pipedrive to grow their business. So if something I said resonates, head over to pipedrive.com/CEO, where you can get a 30-day free trial, no credit card or payment required. Just making myself a delicious coffee.
From the freezer?
From the freezer? You not heard about Conti?
No.
Oh my gosh. This is going to change your life. couple of months ago, the founder of this business called Matt sent a big shipment of this coffee to our office in London. What most people don't know is that the processing of coffee takes out a lot of the taste. So what they do is they flash freeze it at the optimal moment when it's most tasty. And they send you in the post the coffee in these little frozen ice cubes. Now Matt sent a big shipment to my office, I moved it to the kitchen, I said to the team, knock yourselves out. And then I saw so many messages in our Slack channel of people going, oh my God, what the hell is that? It's so delicious. All I have to do is pop it out in the morning, using a little button on the back of this thing. I pour my hot water in, and I mix it. And that is done. You can get $30 off your first order of Cometeer coffee if you go to cometeer.com/Stephen. Try it, and please, Instagram DM me, LinkedIn me, and let me know if you love it as much as I do. I was looking at the top 10 jobs according to AI that are most likely to be disrupted, and it said things like drivers, with McKinsey estimating 30% of them will be automated by 2030, customer service, representative and call center reps, which I used to be, 50% headcount reductions after AI rollout, according to some estimates, some go up to about 80%. I actually saw a tool on my timeline yesterday that is real human voice, indistinguishable from humans, that's just launched and is causing a huge stir, so that they're thinking that will replace even more of the customer service roles. I did speak to the CEO of Klarna, TLDR, as he said we currently have 7,000 employees. We're going to be able to get down to 3,000, he said, after summer because of AI, and we'll be using our existing team members that are in customer service roles to do more sort of bespoke, white glove,
VIP stuff will go up. In fact, Evelyn's paradox would suggest that a lot of the dehumanizing repetitive work will go away, but actually, if there are AI bots that are really good at setting appointments for a VIP human person to have a conversation, then that work will go through the roof. Because one of the reasons that people, like right now, most companies wish they could have more VIP conversations, but the appointment setting, they don't have a lot of the low-level appointment setting stuff happening. And if the appointment setting stuff, if the cost of that goes to zero, then the affordability of the VIP level treatment becomes much more feasible.
Retail cashiers, admin assistants, bookkeepers, and payroll clerks, sales, development reps, warehouse workers, with Amazon and others reporting that robots now assist to replace labour in roughly 40% of fulfillment tasks. And that Boston Dynamics video, which I'll put up on the screen, shows a humanoid robot working in a factory.
What's nice about some of this is that many of the jobs here are jobs that a lot of people don't actually like doing. They are repetitive and dehumanizing, they're late night, they're early mornings, so potentially, provided there is a Jevlin's paradox that something happens that's more fun, more humanizing, more interesting, more VIP, more chaotic, and all of that sort of stuff, it could be a very positive thing.
Fast food workers.
I used to be a fast food worker.
So did I, in McDonald's, I think it was 2 years.
I did 2 years at McDonald's.
Oh really? Because this disruption is happening at record speeds, where do all these people go? Because even in examples, they can do AI labeling, they need to be upskilled and trained, and I worry that the rate of disruption isn't going to meet the rate of creation of the opportunities. And I really do worry about this. Like, I think people wonder why I have these conversations on this podcast over and over again. My philosophy to having conversations on this podcast is basically, I'll say to my team, I'll say, Steve, you have a conversation about, this particular subject, the gut microbiome, and I'll say, we've covered it. Which basically means I'm no longer curious.
Yep.
I have the answers. I know about the trillions of gut microbiomes, and I know how the gut-brain axis. Let's move on.
Yep.
I keep having these conversations about AI because I feel like I'm getting no good answers.
Okay, so here's what's interesting. There is something which you have, which is this elite mindset, which is how do I organize society so that everyone gets a job and everyone does stuff, right? And this is the trap that many people have fallen into, and it's actually at the root cause of socialism. So the root of socialism is that I know better than everybody else, and I will come up with a way of running society so everyone gets looked after. That's the top-down mindset. The crazy mindset that actually works is if we give people education and training, and we make opportunity transparent, and we actually let people know what's actually happening in the market, and we give them price signal data, they will self-organize and reorganize, and they will have a bottom-up revolution, and they'll find amazing, interesting things to do. The money is in the economy,
You
right?
think that's true?
That's called capitalism.
I know that.
Capitalism works.
In the UK, let's take the UK as an example, because we're all just screaming at each other about brown people. We're not talking about the real alien, which is like the fundamental economic disruption of AI.
Yeah.
There's a report that came out yesterday showing that unemployment in the UK has hit,
It's 25% up, and youth unemployment has grown by more than 25%.
so 16.1% of people that are between 16 and 24 are unemployed now.
Yeah.
And we're still not talking about the economy, we're talking about brown people.
When people feel that they can't get ahead, they look for somebody to blame, and this is historically consistent. What is really happening is that the government has become so big in the economy. The UK government is now 45 to 50% of all spending in the UK economy. That's essentially a socialist, or it's getting socialist. Every amount of government spend is a market distortion, regardless of what it's for. And I'm saying there are plenty of things government should be spending money on, but all government spending is a market distortion. It's not market driven, and there is a monopoly on spend, so therefore it is a market distortion. The more government spending you have, the more market distortions you have.
What do you mean by market distortions?
So a market distortion is where the markets are not really able to function because there is some big organisation like the government spending money and taking away price signals and taking away the realities of the market. So a great example is what happened with student loans. So rather than what in a capitalist society, what would have happened is that young people would have heard, oh my goodness, there's a shortage of bricklayers. Have you heard that bricklayers are making £300 a day? Wow, I would love to make £300 a day. I'm going to go be a bricklayer. And guess what? It's a bricklayer's apprentice. I'm going to go and be an apprentice. I'm going to get paid to learn this trade. And there would be a market-driven pull towards being a bricklayer. A young person would get a job at a bank, and the bank would say, hey, can we please pay for you to do a finance degree because we need more people who've got a finance degree, and we will actually pay for you to go through that. So that's a functioning market. It's basically based on needs and wants and things that are needed within the economy. What the government did is they created what's called a market distortion. They said to all young people, we are going to give you as much lending as you like to go out and take whatever university courses you want. There's no price data, there's no signalling data. It's just, if you want to borrow £50,000, you can go to any course. If you're really interested in the breeding of butterflies, go and do a master's degree in that. And, happy days, right? You could. It doesn't matter whether there are jobs associated with it. You must go and get a university degree. So they set up an entire system that pushed young people to go get £50,000 worth of debt and do a degree that no one was asking for. That's a market distortion. We now have a bubble of over £280 billion worth of debt that will probably never be repaid. We have an entire generation of young people who are saddled with this debt that takes away all motivation. There's no point in working because they pay such high taxes. Every single time they make a payment to pay off their student loan, they pay $600, but the debt goes up by $650. Right? It's absolutely insane. And that's a classic example of governments meddling with the markets, creating a market distortion, and now we have hundreds of billions of dollars worth of people who are very angry, very upset because they are trapped in a student debt that will not go away for decades.
Rishi Sunak, the former Prime Minister of the UK, wrote an article last week, which you might have seen, where he said that if the UK fails to fix its productivity problems and seize the area of opportunity, the country risks becoming a tourist theme park.
Yeah, not even a good tourist theme park. There's not a lot. At least a lot of other countries have beaches and mountain ranges and ski resorts, and the UK doesn't have a lot of that. We have to let markets function. The issue that we have, and this is actually a trap that you're falling into, is trying to figure out top-down how do we organise society, which is socialism, right? The top-down approach of trying to fix this problem for everybody is the socialist mindset, and it doesn't work.
If
right?
you were the Prime Minister,
yeah,
and you can see the future that's coming,
yeah,
what would you do?
So the number one thing the UK needs to do is reduce government involvement. Right? We need to get the government spending down less than 35%.
Where'd you cut?
Right? So the key thing that you need is that there's loads of places to cut, right? But getting involved in trying to do wind farms and solar farms and all of this 40 billion and all this sort of stuff, preventing companies from accessing natural gas that is just sitting under our feet is a crazy thing to do. Spending 20 billion trying to give away one of our islands to someone is a crazy thing to do. There's all sorts of crazy things that the government is spending money on. Bureaucracy is a crazy spend. Do you know that the Birmingham City Council, they wanted to migrate from SAP to Oracle? And from a CRM system with SAP to a CRM system with Oracle, a software system, right? So they wanted to migrate from one software system to another software system. They thought that it would cost £19 million, which in itself is a very high amount to migrate from one software to another software. It cost £220 million.
So you're saying that you think the government should just do less stuff?
They should be involved in less stuff, because what's happening right now is that there is so much government spending that the benefits for succeeding are being eroded by taxation and people are just leaving. See, here's the thing. With capitalism, the only benefit of capitalism is the creative entrepreneurial process, right? That creative entrepreneurial process that produces amazing companies and amazing innovations, and it creates stuff that is better, faster, and cheaper for everybody's lives. That comes from capitalism. But if you take away the incentives for doing that, you essentially don't have that happen within your country, and then as soon as you don't have that, you don't have any economic growth, and then as soon as you don't have any economic growth, all you're left with is the debt. And the debt erodes your economy and kills your economy, and you don't have any growth to counterbalance the debt, so you enter a downward spiral. And that is basically the same socialist scam that happens over and over again everywhere that it's tried. You're essentially trying to get rid of the worst elements of an economy, which is cronyism and extraction, but that happens under socialism. You just simply lose the one thing that doesn't happen under socialism, which is the creative process, the entrepreneurial process, the innovative process that creates new value in the economy. So what we've currently done in the UK, we've taken away all incentives for people to be in the UK and to succeed. I'm sure you know people personally who are no longer in the UK as tax residents, who should be in the UK as tax residents. They like the UK, they enjoyed living in the UK, but what happened? They left. You and I had a debate with a guy a year ago, and he said, oh no, people are not going to leave the UK. We can tax them as high as we possibly can. We can ramp up the taxes.
Gary Stevenson.
Yeah, Gary Stevenson. And Gary's prediction was that rich people are not going to leave, and he also predicted that the house prices are going to explode and that we're going to have these horrible house prices. What's happened? Housing market has gone flat because people are leaving. the economically active producers, providers, they have left in their droves, and the economy is now in real trouble. If you ask anyone who has left, what did they tell you is the reason that they left the UK?
Well, it's one of two things. It's generally, I think they feel a sense of pessimism about building their future in a place that feels like it's on managed decline to some people. And then the other cohort will say tax reasons.
High taxes, and it just feels like you can't get ahead.
And also the third I'd say is they think that talent is elsewhere. So
Yeah,
I think they have
talent's
better chance of
leaving.
getting capital and
Yeah.
talent employees if they move to America or Dubai
Yeah.
or wherever else.
Yep. And if you go to Dubai, low taxes. And if you go to America, lower taxes, more opportunities. So we are living in a time where, you know, a lot of countries are exploring the socialism thing. And unfortunately, it's a scam. But even what's interesting is even your mindset is we need to fix this top down as opposed to fix it bottom up. With AI, we need to give people price data, price signals.
What does that mean?
It means that they need to be able to see what's happening in the economy. A young person needs to know that someone's making a lot of profit. They need to be able to see there is opportunities to do this, there's opportunities to do that. They need to also see, oh, this is no longer an opportunity. So this was great, this was a great opportunity 5 years ago, but it's not such a great opportunity now. A lot of young people are going to discover, oh, wait a second, I could get into house renovations because a lot of houses need renovating. And they go, oh, cool, I've heard about someone who's making money doing that, I'm going to go do that. So that's just having access to price data.
When I look back over the last couple of years, data from Henley and Partners, in 2023, it says 3,200 millionaires net left the UK. In 2024, 9,500 millionaires net left the UK. In 2025, projected 16,500 millionaires are expected to leave the UK, which is a record outflow. And predictions that have not yet been published warn that the trend is likely to continue into 2026. When you think about this, like, I guess there's two questions, which is, why does this matter? And the next question is, what should I do about it on an individual level?
So why does it matter is because 1% of people pay for 30% of the bills and 10% of people pay 60% of the bills. So if those people leave, then those bills get passed on to everybody. We've seen this here in New York. So at the moment we're in New York, and this socialist mayor, Mamdani, has basically just come out today and said we need to put everybody's taxes up because we need to spread the bills of the city across all the residents because people are leaving, right? So he wants to propose a 9.5% tax rise on all people who own homes, regardless of the value of those homes. So essentially, when rich people leave, they leave behind a lot of bills that everybody else has to pay that they were previously paying.
In his February 2026 preliminary budget, New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani proposed a 9.5% property tax increase to address a projected $5.4 billion budget shortfall. This proposal acts as a last resort alternative to his preferred plan, which was increasing taxes on top earners and corporations to fill the revenue gap.
He promised free stuff and he promised that everything was going to be paid for free. Nothing is free. Someone has to pay for everything. If the rich people leave, there's not people who can pay for all the free stuff. And that's what New York is suddenly discovering. So why does it matter? Because rich people essentially create the growth. They are the high taxpayers. Whichever way you want to say it or discuss it, it is a small group of people who pay a lot of the taxes. You don't want those people to leave the economy. What do you do about it? The number one thing to do about it is you need to identify the opportunity that's right for you. That's called founder opportunity fit. What you're looking for is an opportunity where you can earn money no matter where you are in the world. If you're somewhere that you don't perhaps like being for any reason, you can pick up and move. So the best kind of businesses and the best kind of opportunities at the moment are the ones that are not geographically limited to a particular city.
It says that in New York, personal tax income remains pretty strong, but business tax collections have started to soften. Recent reports show they are roughly 378 million lower than initially projected as business formation slows down in New York.
It's the same story. We've seen this over and over again. Socialism is like a hot stove that every generation has to touch for themselves. That essentially every generation of young people, they think they've discovered something new. They think, oh my goodness, what if we just go to the rich people and take it off them and give it to everybody else and we'll redistribute the wealth? And even though it's been tried for 180 years since Karl Marx came along, it just doesn't work. It is a disaster and it ruins economies over and over and over again. And trying to offer lots and lots of free incentives without any productivity gains is a downward spiral.
What's your bear case for the future of AI?
Well, the bear case is that we have something called the Engels pause. The Engels pause is what happened in the industrial age, where for 50 years, wealth went to the top because of the new technology of the industrialization. When we went from agriculture to the industrial age, that new technology displaced so many people that there were revolutions off the back of it.
什么造我造我就造我，没人
Yeah,
管
it's。very, very disruptive. Yeah.
I said this once before in a conversation I had about AI, but I went to my friend's accelerator in San Francisco, which used to be a software accelerator. And when I walked in there and went around, he has so hundreds of entrepreneurs in there building stuff. I was like, why is everyone building robots? He was like, oh, because he showed me this. I said this a couple of episodes ago. He showed me this frying pan, which had an arm, a robotic arm attached to it. He was like, cook should did it for you.
Yeah.
And he was like, so 10 years ago, the expensive thing wasn't actually the robotic arm. He said all these pieces, they've been around for decades. He goes, the expensive thing was the intelligence. He goes, now it costs cents. Back then, it would cost me tens of thousands to buy the intelligence that would know how to make your omelette for you. So he goes, what you're seeing now is we're actually in the Renaissance age of robotics. And I looked around everywhere, I was like, oh, what's that machine over there? He goes, that makes your perfume for you in the morning. You tell it how you want to smell today, you mix it, has all the scents loaded in, and it'll make you can see
Everything that is currently got a Bluetooth in it will have intelligence in it. So your toothbrush will tell you whether you've brushed your teeth well enough, and it'll probably be the thing that books an appointment for your dentist and all that sort of stuff. So
I'll go even further. I'd say even things that don't, like my bed sheets, my pillows, my mattresses.
And they will all have access to agents and all that sort of stuff. My bear case for AI is not about the intelligence side of things. I generally believe that more intelligence means a better society. There's never been a situation where lots of intelligence was a bad thing. So I think intelligence has a pretty strong bull case to it. But financial bubbles are a real thing, and I've lived through a couple of them, and what I've discovered is that they have widespread, massive impacts on all sorts of areas of society that you wouldn't even expect. And my real bear case for AI is that we overinvest in these data centers, we cause a massive financial collapse, and that we wipe out pension funds. I don't know if you know this, but they're packaging up the debt for these financial assets, and they're selling that to pension funds as private credit. So all of these huge data centers, what they're doing is paying 6% above inflation as a packaged up debt. They send it over. Now, when they go to the pension funds, they say, oh, this is backed by Google and backed by Microsoft and backed by Amazon. And then they say, oh, you know, it's a 6% financial instrument backed by these huge companies. But unfortunately, the mathematics of spending $600 billion a year on something that only has a 3 or 4 year lifespan, every single time in the last 180 years that we've spent more than 3% of our economy on an infrastructure build-out, we've ended up with either a massive recession or a depression.
Did you hear the Anthropic CEO? For anyone that doesn't know, Anthropic is one of the large AI companies. Yeah, they're the maker of Claude. Did you hear what he was saying the other day in the article he wrote about his concerns?
Yeah, I saw at Davos.
Yeah, he wrote it just after he left Davos. Daria Amede.
Yeah.
He said humanity is about to be handed almost unimaginable power, and it is deeply unclear whether our social, political, and technological systems possess the maturity to wield it. I believe we are entering a rite of passage, both turbulent and inevitable, which will test who we are as a species. We are considerably closer to real danger in 2026 than we were in 2023. If the exponential continues, which is not certain, but now has a decade-long track record supporting it, then it cannot possibly be more than a few years before AI is better than humans at essentially
everything.
The same AI-enabled tools that are necessary to fight autocracies can be turned inward to create tyranny in our own countries. There is an alarming possibility of global totalitarian dictatorship. AI is so powerful, such a glittering prize, that it is very difficult for human civilization to impose any restraints on it at all. And he said this remarkable thing about, in that essay, about imagining if there was an island with 50,000 geniuses on it.
A billion
geniuses on it.
Yeah.
What would happen to society? And I think I don't know, like, you know, I hope I'm really wrong about this, but when I think about this idea that there's 50 million geniuses on this brand new island, and I ask myself,
I'm willing to work for free.
When one learns something, they all learn something. Yep. You just take that as a first principle, you go, society is going to be very, 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 very different. And maybe all of the advice we've been giving for the last 5-10 years about how to be successful, how to be an entrepreneur, how to succeed in business, maybe
it's for an economy that no longer exists. Yeah, we're going
Hello.
from a fundamental industrial age economy to an AI age economy.
Electro
right? That is different. We will have different economic models. We also have a problem of aging. For all of human history, we've had a small number of old people at the top and a lot of young people at the bottom, and we now have 65% of all wealth in the economy is held by people over 65. And then you've got the financialized economy and the government economy, which is inflationary, and that they pump money in as stimulus. So while the entrepreneurs are making everything cheaper, even free, the governments are actually inflating the economy, and the financial system's inflating the economy slightly faster than productivity gains, right? So what's happening is the entrepreneurs bring down the cost of everything, and the governments and the financial system top it up with new stimulus. According to the rules that the government runs by, as AI creates huge deflationary impacts, they can actually just inflate the economy like unbelievably. They can pump huge amounts of stimulus into the economy. So this whole idea of UBI, Universal Basic Income, it actually stacks up from an economic fundamentals, basics principles, where you can actually, provided you're getting the productivity gains where things are costing zero because of AI, you can actually just pump money into the economy and give money away for a period of time while we're going through that transition. Hopefully that prevents massive craziness from unfolding. And hopefully, as a result of having a huge amount of intelligence, we find really interesting, fun ways to structure society and do things. We're not necessarily living utopia. We shouldn't necessarily be grieving the loss of shitty jobs and grieving the loss of dehumanizing low connectivity jobs. We have ruined the way that we pair bond. We've ruined the way that we do community. We've ruined the way that families run. We've got people working 2 jobs just to survive. Like, that's not something to be grieving the loss of. We need a new system. Maybe AI is going to actually give us the breathing room that we need to actually create a system that gets us back to a little bit towards the way that humans have flourished.
Are we going to go towards UBI?
It seems like in the short term that would have to be the case.
So Sam Altman's over here working to build OpenAI, working 24 hours a day, let's just say, theoretically. We're going to have to take some of his hard work away and give it to, theoretically, we're going to have to give it to someone who is maybe not working.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam Altman, funnily enough, he actually backed a study called Open Research in 2024 that looked at the impact of UBI, and it showed that recipients who received UBI, which is money basically given to them, worked fewer hours and earned less money than the control group. Instead of using the freedom to find better jobs or improve their education, many participants simply dropped off the workforce or reduced their hours for leisure, resulting in a net decrease in household income despite cash payments.
Yeah, humans want stuff to do. We need a meaningful struggle. We need something that we're up to in the world, and that is a very difficult thing. The likely thing that I think will probably happen is that these data center investments will be so catastrophic financially that governments will have to bail them out, and then the governments will have to own all the data and all the data centers, and then the tech companies will have to essentially pay royalties back to the government over long periods of time to manage this kind of infrastructure build out. So you'll have to have something where the government actually owns the primary asset, and that is the thing that pays for the UBI. I mean, we're kind of theorizing and just kind of...
We're going to find out.
We are going to find
this
out.
This is going to be on the internet someday.
The mathematics bend reality at about 2029. Once the financial engineering required to make this thing work, you need something like a 45 times growth in the number of people paying for subscriptions and the number of businesses. Like, you take something that is, over the last 5-10 years, there's been a product that has gone exponential, which is Ozempic and GLP-1 weight loss drugs. The amount of spend to build out and satisfy that demand is actually pretty minimal. Those companies spend about 20% of their revenues building new factories to produce new GLP drugs, right? So CapEx is about 20% of revenue. We're seeing with AI stuff, CapEx is hundreds of percent of revenue, right? So it is a financial feat that we've never attempted before.
I've had so many founders speak to me and say, why didn't this particular ad that I ran on this platform work for me? Maybe the copy wasn't good, the creative wasn't strong, but usually the problem is they're not having the right conversation because that ad never reached the right person. And if you're in B2B marketing, that is much of the game. And this is where LinkedIn Ads solves that problem for you. Their targeting is ridiculously specific. You can target by job title, seniority, company size, industry, and even someone's skill set. And their network includes over 1 billion professionals. About 130 million of them are decision makers. So when you use LinkedIn Ads, you're putting your brand in front of the right people. And LinkedIn Ads also drive the highest B2B return on ad spend across all ad networks in my experience. If you want to give them a try, head over to linkedin.com/diary. And when you spend $250 on your first LinkedIn Ads campaign, you'll get an extra $250 credit from me for the next one. That's linkedin.com/diary. Terms and conditions apply. We have finally caved in. So many of you have asked us if we could bundle the conversation cards with the 1% diary. For those of you that don't know, every single time a guest sits here with me in the chair, they leave a question in the diary of the CEO, and then I ask that question to the next guest. We don't release those questions in any environment other than on these incredible conversation cards. These have become a fantastic tool for people in relationships, people in teams, in big corporations, and also family members that connect with each other. With that, we also have the 1% diary, which is this incredible tool to change habits in your life. So many of you have asked if it was possible to buy both at the same time, especially people in big companies. So what we've done is we've bundled them together, and you can buy both at the same time. If you want to drive connection and instill habit change in your company, head to thediary.com to inquire, and our team will be in touch. Let's bring this back to
reality.
The reality of the person listening and the pressing questions they have about all this stuff and what they should do. Is there anything else that you would give people that are listening right now in terms of advice to be able to weather the incoming turbulence that the CEO of Anthropic describes there?
Yeah. Look, the things that I know are good for people is I really believe that everyone should build a little bit of a personal brand. So a personal brand means that 2,000 to 20,000 people know who you are, they know what you do, they know what your experiences are like, they could approach you about an opportunity that would be a good opportunity. So build a bit of a personal brand. Don't be invisible in this particular time, because it is one of your assets, which is to take some of your knowledge, some of your playbooks, and to let people know that that exists. So I think build a bit of a personal brand. Second one is have a go at entrepreneurship, right? Join an entrepreneurial team, do an entrepreneurial side hustle, read some entrepreneurial books, watch some entrepreneurial videos that are out there. Start the process of thinking, okay, the school system taught me to be a standardized employee, a standardized labor. The school system wanted me to fit in with an office or a factory. But actually, there's this whole other way of creating value, which is non-standardized, called entrepreneurship. This is spotting opportunities and coming up with solutions to it. So, play around with the game, even if it's a small game. Like you might notice that there are dirty cars on the street, and you might say, you know what, I'm going to go and knock on doors and wash the cars and see if I can make a couple of $100 in a day because I've seen an opportunity, I've seen something that's wrong, and I'm going to go and have a go at fixing it.
A lot of founders are telling me, Mark Cuban said the other day that one of the great opportunities now is catering for the gap between small business owners that don't know how to use AI and helping them learn how to use AI.
Yeah, huge, right? Join a founder team and help them do that. As I said as well, 65% of all the businesses by valuation are people over 65 now. So there is a mathematical certainty that 2/3 of the businesses that run the economy by valuation have to change hands in the next 10, 15, 20 years. So this is a massive business opportunity. Baby boomers want to get rid of their businesses. They want to retire. Baby boomers are willing to fund you to buy their business if you present yourself well, if you've got a little bit of a personal brand. So that's a huge opportunity. So look into that. Cody Sanchez, a mutual friend of ours, she talks to people all the time about how to buy a baby boomer business and take it over and run it. So that's a great opportunity. Play with these toys called AI tools. Someone has given you a free iPhone, which you can just use, called AI tools on the free account.
That is such good advice that we don't hear enough. Because I think people think there's where I am right now in my life and what I do, and then there's like Sam Altman and Elon Musk. And like I'm one or the other. But actually, what I'm seeing as an employer who's we're probably employing, I'd say 20 people a month at current rate. We're hiring 20 more people a month. Is increasingly on our culture test when we're screening who the right candidates are, we're looking for some kind of evidence that they're playing or messing around with AI.
Yeah.
One of my team members she was trying to figure out how to get 100 different documents to synthesize and understand the data within these documents. Now, there's two types of people I can hire to do that. There's the old-fashioned way of doing that, where someone might sit there for 4 or 5 weeks and try to figure out how to get an Excel document to have the right formulas. And then there's her, who we hired, even though she doesn't have skills in that particular thing, she's no experience in it. But because of her mindset and her agency, she went, maybe I could put this into Claude Cowork and set up an agent to run this for me. By the time dessert came, she pulled her laptop over to me and showed it to me. And she goes, Stephen, I've run all those hundreds of documents into this file, and I can see the sentiment on every single post you've made, every single social platform, including every LinkedIn post you've made over the last couple of years. And we can see that actually, even though these posts get more likes, these ones are actually the best posts you're doing. She did that by dessert.
Yeah.
And I thought, isn't that interesting? How do you find people who have that bias in the modern world, where they lean into change?
It's curiosity, isn't it?
Yeah, it's curiosity, but there's also something which is like, and being fluid about your identity and what you know.
Yes.
Which is, she has no experience in that.
But I can try.
I can try.
And the one thing for anyone watching or listening is that don't use AI as a search tool. Don't use it the way you used it a year ago. Give AI your hardest problem and say, hey, help me to solve this problem. So for example, you might say, I'm really struggling with these areas of my life. Here's all the data, here's all the information, here's the PDF documents, here's the backstory. Help me solve this. Help me write it. What kind of piece of software might I be able to use to build here? I'll give you a real example. One of our team members used AI to analyze all the sales calls for the last 3 months and discovered a huge opportunity. What they discovered is that 75% of all of our sales calls, the person who we were on the phone to mentioned that their spouse was a decision maker and that they needed to talk to their spouse, and that decision making, because it was a family business and that there was either a spouse or a family member. There was no point in our process where we invited collaboration with other family members. So none of our sales calls said, do you want to bring someone along to the sales call? Like, would you like to have someone do that? The AI analyzed it, discovered that opportunity, wrote a script as to how to invite people onto the call so that you get all decision makers on the call. And now our sales conversions are going up dramatically.
I think this is the real bifurcation in terms of the employment market of what we're seeing, is certain people have a positive relationship to disruption and technology and change. They get excited by it, whereas others fall into cognitive dissonance where they get so concerned that it's going to take out their business that they ostrich head in sand. And then these other people have this inherent figure-out ability. I could say to a certain team member of mine, here's a big problem. And they would grab onto this big problem, and even though they have no proficiency in data or technology or AI or core, they'll plug away at it on a computer and they'll figure it out. And they'll use all available tools, not their identity, what they learned at university, or their experience as the only tool in the toolbox.
That's the difference between employee mindset and entrepreneur mindset. Entrepreneurs see problems as opportunities. They get excited by problems and they apply the entrepreneurial process. And employees say, hey, wait a second, I was never trained for this. I was never told how to do this. I was not given the rule book for this. So therefore I'll just ignore it. I'll stay away from it because problems, it's not my problem. And this is the big fundamental shift. We need to say, hey, problems are great. We want problems. And is this problem for me? How would I test my assumptions? How would I build something quickly and cheaply? How would I then test that? How would I then scale that? Right? And it's just those kind of few steps that if you embrace those entrepreneurial steps, then life becomes great.
I have a contrarian take that I think writing is actually more important now than ever before, because writing is a proxy of understanding. And in a world of AI, what I'm finding when I look at like my innovation teams or where breakthroughs are coming from in my company, it's actually someone had a really good question.
Yes.
So they were like, could we theoretically analyze all of our sales calls using Claude to see if there's something interesting in there. Now that starts with someone understanding sales calls, understanding the tools that allow you to analyze them. They have lots of reference points. They understand lots of varying things, and that means they ask a really great question. So for me, one of the ways that I've been able to understand more things is to write more often about them.
Can I go one step further?
Please.
And that is a process called pause, reflect, document. And pause, reflect, document, if you do it correctly, you go into nature, away from noise and away from technology, and you take a pen and a paper, and you sit in nature on a bench, and you just pause and just let some boredom set in. You reflect on what's going on. You try and zoom out to the bigger picture. You do some journaling, and you do some dot connecting, where you say, what's some of the dots that have happened in the last 5 years? What are some of the bigger picture impacts that I've made? What are some of the problems that I've struggled with? What if this was possible? What if that was possible? We live in this incredible fast-paced world where the one thing that no one allows themselves to do is to pause, reflect, document with a pen and paper. And those people who I know who are doing incredibly well are doing more and more of this.
Yeah. Same. So, I mean, you're one of them. You're a person who's, I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
This is a lot of books.
That's my head.
But you tweet every day, you post every day, you're constantly experiencing something in the real world, writing it down to develop your thinking, which Richard Feynman talks about the process of understanding, where you learn something, condense it so an average person can understand it, and you share it with the world to collect feedback on that thought. He said that's the fastest, best way to learn.
Yeah.
But actually, in a world of AI where ChatGPT can do all of that for me, we're deferring our ability to sort of condense, compress, and understand to an AI because we think it's creating an efficiency gain or a productivity gain in the near term. Like maybe today's email will save you 30 seconds, but the tax you're paying, I think, is an understanding. And understanding is a proxy of, therefore, writing great questions. So I find myself writing more. I wrote a memo I was up till 2 a.m. last night writing a memo about my
which means
industry.
you are up late thinking.
Yeah.
You are thinking clearly, and that was what you were really doing. A great question I want people to reflect on. I want them to think about the last 5 years and ask the question, when did I do something special that impacted a certain type of person? I can explain how I did it step by step and how it felt, and it would be of interest to plenty of people, right? And that question contains what we talked about earlier, which is lived experience, feelings, playbooks, and connecting the dots, looking backwards, and actually coming up with some things that only I can do, things that only I can say. So that particular prompt, that particular question, to sit in nature and think clearly and memo and document and write a memo about it. I see so many people, and you and I have done this over the last couple of hours, we think so much about the future and the uncertainty of the future, but a lot of value comes from just looking backwards and connecting the dots, and then thinking, what is it that I now know that I want to take forward and add value to others?
Sort of related to that, but related is another thing I think a lot about, which is trying to get more information and experiences from a wide set of reference points. Because when I think about innovation generally, innovation is the connection of like two ideas or thoughts or principles that someone else hasn't put together. So I think about the non-stick frying pan. It was a guy who was fishing and was trying to get a material so his fishing tackle didn't stick together, and his wife walks past allegedly and says, "I'd love some of that stuff on our pans." And that ends up selling tens and tens of millions of non-stick pans. And even when you think about the iPhone, that was a combination of an internet device, a music device, and a telecommunications device put together, which you rarely found those three things in one space. 3 different reference points. To achieve that, someone would have had to understand music, the internet, and phones. And even Steve Jobs himself, his skill stack contains typography and why he was able to disrupt
He
BlackBerry.
stumbled into a calligraphy class at university and loved calligraphy, and he was the first company to ever have fonts. And those fonts became a huge differentiator on the first Mac. And it was only because he had combined calligraphy with computers. He created the font idea.
So maybe the future's owned by the wide, not the narrow, in this regard.
Definitely. Become more of a generalist, become more curious, and go out of your comfort zones, right? The industrial age asked us to simply specialize and do one thing over and over. The grandfather of capitalism is a guy called Adam Smith, and he said ultimately efficiency is about doing one thing in the process over and over and over. But he said it's going to destroy the human spirit. He actually wrote about the fact that destroys the human spirit, having to just twist this knob over and over. That creates the most value in the economy, but it's horrible for you as a human. And he recognized that problem from the very beginning. What we've been trained to do is just twist the knob, twist the knob, twist the knob, do the same thing over and over. What we need to relearn how to do is allow us to become more human and say, actually, I'm going to explore nature. I'm going to explore this weird passion that I have for particular theatre companies and how they run. I'm going to go and explore this thing about entrepreneur accelerators. I'm going to combine things. It's those rare combinations, and you need to trust your instincts that you're actually pulling on a few threads and bringing them together.
I do that while still focusing on a job, etc., because I do this for a living. So I get to sit here, someone walked in before you and they were talking to me, Alex Honnold was talking to me in that chair before you. That's why the little Taipei statue is behind us. About, then you've talked to me today about this, and the next person will talk to me about neuroscience and bringing the human brain. And that's allowed me to kind of connect these interesting reference points. What I'm saying here is you don't need to quit your job and go and live in Peru to orchestrate your life in such a way. I think you just need to be really intentional about resisting the urge to be a narrow person and to identify too much with one's identity. And so when I left my former business, one of the chapters I wrote in my book is, how do I now resist all my labels? Because now I'm a social media CEO, and it's so tempting to gather around social media people, go to social media parties, put it in my bio, get social media opportunities, and just go further and further and further down that narrow line. So that's why I went and worked in psychedelics and biotech. I worked in cancer biotech. I started to DJ. I started a podcast called The Diary of a CEO. I tried to do as many things as I possibly could to remain wide.
Yeah, and your superpowers are extra superpowers when you take them somewhere new. So if you've got social media superpowers, within the social media bubble, everyone's got those superpowers. But if you go and take them into a completely new place, you discover that actually what you learned over here becomes a massive differentiator over here.
Is there anything else the audience need to know about the big opportunities you see as we head into the future?
We all want the future to be bright. We all want the future to be amazing. And we love the idea of trying to improve the world. One of the best ways to improve the world is to improve your own situation. Because the world is made up of people who have their own situation. You know, when we try and fix every problem on the planet, it feels completely crushing and it feels so much weight on your shoulders. When you actually say, what's my opportunity? Like, if I improve the world by building myself a really great business that helps a few people, it helps 500 clients do something, and if I'm actually out there adding value in my unique way, and I'm finding a way through this AI weird adventure that we're going on, that's actually helping the world, right? So you're bringing yourself forward, you're discovering something. I really want people to resist the trap of trying to fix everyone and fix everything. Try and figure out what is your opportunity, what is your way of adding value to others, what is your way of getting paid, what is your way of doing creative entrepreneurship, what's your contribution to the world, and that is actually a contribution.
Is that difficult to do? Because I think it assumes a certain level of self-awareness that is not always easy.
If you find it difficult to do, find someone who inspires you and see if you can join their team. So that's totally a valid move as well, right? Just get onto a team where someone's figuring this stuff out. Follow your inspiration. And sometimes your inspiration is to start something. Sometimes your inspiration is to help propel something forward, being part of someone else's team who does inspire you. Self-awareness is a skill that we all have to learn. We're all on a crash course with reality. Every single one of us is on a crash course with reality.
There's a lot of narrative on the internet that everybody can live their dream, and I wonder whether it's good. I wonder whether it's good advice to tell everybody to quit their job and pursue their dream.
I believe that the new size of business that makes the most sense is small and dynamic and lean, and is probably close to 10 to 50 people. And that is the new size of company that is really shaking things up and doing stuff. In fact, it's probably 2 to 20 people. I think that being part of a small, dynamic, vibrant entrepreneurial team is a great place for people to go and have a look and explore. Does that mean that everyone's suitable to quit their job and go start something from scratch with a blank piece of paper? Probably not, right? That's a particular role called the founder. Not everyone's ready to be a founder. In the same way, everyone could probably get a black belt if they joined a martial arts and stuck with it. But not everyone can start as a black belt. That's not where you start.
Even in those numbers, so if we said everyone's going to have a team of 10 to 50, those numbers suggest that 1 in 50 or 1 in 10 people are going to be a founder.
Possibly. A lot more people are going to be founders. I really believe a lot more people are going to be founders. I also don't think it's wildly unnatural to be a founder. If you go through all of history, most people worked in little family businesses. That was actually the vast majority of people. Most businesses never got past 30 people. Our natural way of being is in family groups and tribal groups and little groups of less than 150 people. We've built up this idea that to be a founder means Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, or something massive like that, and that you're trying to build something that changes the world. I've got so many friends and clients who it's them, their assistant, and someone who's like head of customer development, and there's 3 or 4 of them, and they're having a great time, and they're doing 600-700 grand worth of revenue, and they've got loads of flexibility. Everyone takes their kids to school, everyone finishes up at 4 p.m. They can travel, they can live and work anywhere. That's really cool.
This is your most recent book, Lifestyle Business Playbooks: How to Have Fun, Freedom and Fulfillment with Your Own Business. You've written a lot of books. You could have written a book about anything. What's this book about, and who is it for?
This book is about the times that we're living in, right? So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to give people some hope. There's such a negative narrative that AI is going to wipe out everything, and that technology is going to destroy everything, and that all this negativity about the times that we're in. I'm trying to create a counter narrative that actually, more than any other time in history, you could live and work from anywhere. You could have a group of 500 to a few thousand clients all over the world. You could add value to people in a unique and interesting way. You could have a career that's based on randomness and creativity and fun, and that there are some new rules to play by. And that if you learn playbooks of entrepreneurship, and if you learn the trends that are unfolding, that actually it could work out really, really well for you.
A lot of people want to, they want a side hustle, they want passive income. What's your general perspective on the reality of being able to generate passive income and a side hustle?
I think passive income reflects people's desire that they currently feel that they're working really hard, and they hate work, and they hate going to work, and that earning money is a horrible thing, and therefore they just wish it would just kind of take care of itself. the truth is that when you discover what I would call a lifestyle business, where you work a reasonable amount of time and you have a lot of fun with great people, you don't necessarily, as if by magic, the desire for passive income just evaporates. You go, this is better than passive income because I'm on a creative journey and I'm making great money and I'm having a lot of fun and I'm expressing myself. I think passive income ultimately comes from assets. It's not passive income, it's asset income. You're either going to have to create an asset, which could be a business that is a digital asset, or you make so much money in your lifestyle business that you own traditional assets like houses or stocks and shares and all that sort of stuff. But I'm not really focusing people on the idea of passive income. I'm focusing on the idea of having a lifestyle business that supports the way you want to live anyway.
A lot of people would want that, but they're scared, right? They're scared that they have to quit their job and they've got a mortgage to pay, I've got kids, so it's easier said than done, Daniel.
Yeah, so that's why in the playbooks, playbook 1 is called a side hustle or an apprenticeship. So an apprenticeship, let's say you currently earn $100,000 a year for a really big corporate, but you know that's not your future. An apprenticeship might be that you join 4 boards for $25,000 each, and you actually work with some startups that are more entrepreneurial, and you take a position where you have 4 companies that are paying 25 grand. So you still earn 100 grand a year, but now you've got 4 smaller startups that you're learning from, and they're learning from you, and you're learning from them. So that's a version of an apprenticeship. An apprenticeship could also be that you go from working for a big traditional company to getting a job that pays almost as much, but with a smaller, more interesting business that you can learn from a founder. A side hustle is where you do stuff on the side, and it's open and shut. You build your entrepreneurial confidence. So those are like starting points. And then after that, and these are not designed to make a big leap financially. After that, we talk about a 2-person scout team, scouting an opportunity. We talk about a 4-person fire starting team, getting something started. We talk about an 8-person core team, running a really cool little lifestyle business. So it's not like people think that they have to go from 0 to 100 in one jump. And it's like, no, there are little steps along the way that make this really easy.
I think it's really important with all of this advice to like know your nature and to know who you are, and kind of honestly to like know what you want from life, which a lot of people don't, and they're handed what they want from life from like scrolling on Instagram or LinkedIn. They think,
cool.
I need to build a $5 billion AI company, etc. I think I've noticed with myself that I started a business. I was ambitious about the goals for that business, and then I ran that business for some time. I left that business when I was 20 years old. Went to work in Silicon Valley as basically a consultant, and that was okay for a time being. But then eventually I realized that the money really doesn't matter. It's really about like doing it with people you like,
yes,
and having a challenge. So that then led me back into the ambitious building businesses. Did that for 6 years, built big business around the world, and then left that. And then I went through a period where I guess I was kind of a consultant, freelancer type guy for a while. Again, fundamentally unfulfilling for me.
Yep.
Because going on a mission with a group of people, an audacious mission, really regardless of what it is, that filled me up. It was never really about the money.
A lot of people discover this. A lot of people discover that more is not better. A lot of people discover that bigger is not more fun.
Do you know what else they discover? They discover that their idea of independence and freedom is also not what they thought. And this is like a quite contrarian take, but I have more responsibility now than I've ever had.
Yeah.
I could choose less responsibility, more freedom, and I'd be less satisfied when I fulfill my life.
Totally. Look at rich kids. They've got everything taken care of, and there's all this financial resource around them, and there's nothing for them to do. They live in a constant state of depression. We love responsibility. We love creative tension. We love being up to something in the world. There's nothing greater than being up to something, to being on a mission, especially with a great group of people that you're traveling through life with, that you're on this rock with. And you find a group of people that you want to be up to something with, and you natter and you solve and you get curious and you run ideas past each other and you voice note at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, that's where the juice is. That's where the joy is. There's a chapter in there that says know when enough is enough. And it says that a huge part of the times that we're in is, we live in a time of endless scrolling. There's no cue that says you've been scrolling long enough, go to bed. And it's the same with business, that we think bigger would be better, having a bigger business, another product, another thing, another million would make you happier. And the truth is, it's normally not the case.
But what is the case though is that we need increasing levels of challenge, it seems to me. This is why crosswords get more difficult and video games have levels, because they realise through studies that when something becomes incrementally more difficult, motivation increases, and if it doesn't, then you lose motivation. And so I think this is why in my life, I'm striving to make things bigger and better, because it's actually just proxy, I want to be challenged.
Well, there's a couple of things. You can either go really big with one thing and just be really, really focused, or you can have challenge across a portfolio of interests. One thing that is happening to your generation, if I can be so bold, because I'm just 15 years older or whatever, is that you've taken all the energy that normally went into kids and you're putting it into business, right? And the normal, natural thing that is meant to happen around this age is that you're meant to struggle with a business or struggle with a way of providing, and also struggle with raising kids and all that sort of stuff. So there's this reservoir of creative energy that is meant to be divided amongst a few projects. And I'm seeing a lot of people that misplaced maternalism or paternalism goes into just one thing, and we're expecting to get the joy and the fulfillment that would normally come back from family, and we wonder why that's missing. it's like, I'm pouring myself into the creation of these companies and their properties for kids. And it's like, why don't I feel this warmth back? Because your biology is not wired to receive warmth back from something other than a kid. So this is happening because we're not having kids. So one of the things that one of the things I encourage everyone to do is have kids because it's the best thing ever, and to have a portfolio of interests. So you don't have to struggle to get to $1 billion. You could say, you know what, the business bucket's full at $3 million, and I'm really, really happy with the revenue of $3 million and a team of 10. And now I want to have a portfolio of interests that includes health and fitness, or travel, or teaching at a local, youth group, or I want to play a big role in my church. Like, there's all these other things that you say, okay, these are the portfolio of interests that are more human.
Lifestyle Business Playbook. Going to link this top below for anyone that wants to get a read who is compelled by the lifestyle that Dan has described there, where you can have fun, freedom, and fulfillment with your own business. As you know, Dan, because this is only your 7th time being on this podcast, record break, we have a privilege tradition. The question that has been left for you is, what fear have you overcome to become who you are today?
Now, I grew up on the Sunshine Coast. I dropped out of school, or I dropped out of university. I've got 0 qualifications. I'm not particularly good at anything in particular. I've got no skills. Yeah, there's me at 21. I tell you, this was a huge fear. Running my first ad in the newspaper. I put everything on a credit card just to run an ad in the newspaper for $8,000, and it had to work or else I was in serious trouble. I've had a weird 25 years. I've boom busted over and over again. So I had a massive boom in my early 20s, built a $10 million company rapidly and then lost it, and then I built another multi-million-dollar business and then lost it, and then I got wiped out by a COVID experience and had to reinvent the business, and then I had a negative experience with co-founder and had to reinvent the team. So I've had these kind of like huge, for the first 15 years it was boom, bust, boom, bust, boom, bust. And the fear is that it would never feel a sense of fulfillment. I'd never get to a place where I could actually say it was all worth it. And to just keep going and going and going when I felt exhausted was a massive thing, yeah, and the fear of, will I be able to provide for the family, and the fear of, will my business ideas be valued by anyone else other than myself? Am I doing something stupid? Am I doing something that will fail again? So it's been a lot of fear, but you know what? It's been a wonderful journey that every time I push through that fear, we get to the other side, and actually it's better on the other side. It's even better.
How do you know how hard it will be? Do you think that 21-year-old Daniel would have done it?
I don't think I had any other choice.
But if I sat that Daniel down and I'd say, Daniel, this is what's going to happen in the next 20 years. You're going to go up, and then you're going to lose all, then you're going to lose all. You're going to feel like this at this moment, it's going to be the worst day. You're going to feel like this, and then this, and then this. You're going to be working on the whole time, and then you lose faith. Would you have done it?
Secretly, yes. And the reason for that is I kind of like a roller coaster. I feel like I needed to go through boom bust, boom bust, boom bust, because I secretly didn't want a straight line. I think I actually wanted I want a more interesting story. At 24, I was offered $14 million to my company, and I blew it. I screwed up the negotiation, and we ended up all walking away from the deal. I think it would have been the worst thing possible had I had $14 million at age 24.
So I've drawn a little graph here on this iPad. One axis is your success, and the other axis is time. Could you draw for me what your career looks like in terms of success over time, including the ups, the downs, etc.?
Yeah, well, if we just talk objectively what other people would have seen, I do this nightclub party, and that's amazing. And then I go and I get a job with a mentor, and then we build this business that's like $6 million in its first year, and I'm like right close to it. We go from 0 to like 60 employees. And then I have a fight with my mentor, and he tells me, go start your own business. So I go right down, start from scratch again, and I'm in a really negative place. And then we get started, and suddenly I've got myself a multi-million-dollar business, and then the government changes the law, and we have to reinvent that business. And then we get a new amazing contract, and now we do $1 million a month. And this, by the way, this is only like age 24. And then we screw up the negotiation, and it's right back to the start. And then I go to London, and I start a new business, and that goes really, really well, really quickly. And like 1 year in, we've got the Palladium Theatre, and we're doing hundreds of thousands a week worth of sales. And then the global financial crisis resets the whole business, and I lose the major contracts that we have. And then I relaunch the business, and then COVID comes along. By this stage, we're in 11 cities, doing a couple of million per city, and then I relaunched the business as a digital business, and it goes off the scale again, right? I'm running out of space here. And now we've figured out, okay, we own the assets, we own the brand, we've got a great team, we've got multiple businesses, and at the moment, and this is around the time I have kids as well, and it starts to really become more stable and more fun and less up and down. But that was my starting point, up, down, up, down, up, down.
And this is over the period of how many years?
And this is from 20 to 35. It was just boom, bust, punch in the face, get back up, punch in the face, get back up. 0 millions, 0 millions, 0 millions.
I say all this because I think it's important for people to realise the reality of what it takes and how hard it is. You know, oftentimes, if we want to get ahead of a high-performing podcast or a great selling book, we kind of describe it as a living journey. You're going to do this, and you do this, and this is going to happen, and you do this, stick a different on left, and then why. But actually, in my experience, the graph either looks like boom and bust cycle, which is kind of what I'm seeing here in your graph, or it looks like nothing, something exponential.
Yeah.
I mean, even this podcast, if you look at the graph, it is nothing,
3 million, 2 million, 4 million, 8 million, 16 million, cool. Yeah.
And so the question for me always becomes like, what would it take for you to survive? Either in your story, this boom and bust scenario, or in many of the things I've done in my life, this no man's
Long
land,
period of no
nothing
feedback.
else. It takes a certain something in someone
Yeah.
to be able to weather such a storm. And what is that? You said a second ago, I had no choice.
Yeah, I had no choice because I have no skills. I'm not good at anything. You know, I've got friends who are good at coding, or good at editing, or they're good at designing, they've got accounting, or they've got dentistry, or something like that to fall back on. I have no qualifications. I've got a driver's license as my only qualification. All I'm good at is organising teams and getting people in the room and getting them excited and essentially encouraging them to work with me and build something together. So I kind of didn't have a choice but to keep playing the game, keep trying. I mean, by the way, I wouldn't change any of that. Like, there's no point there where I go back and say, actually, because where I am now, every single one of those crushing drops is where I really learned something that I leveraged today.
Actually, something I said to someone who works in my team, business like Nigel Gibson, when she emailed me 2 years ago asking me to invest in a startup that I myself failed at. I basically was trying to say, this is not going to work, but do it anyway. Because the actual thing of value here might not be the $1 million exit. It's going to be the lessons you learn from the failure are going to then be leveraged. As I did at 20 years old, when I went to Silicon Valley and started talking to people about this thing. I'd spent 2 years failing and was getting paid $70,000 a month to talk about this thing as a 20-year-old with no qualifications, because I was one of the very few people who had failed in social media and therefore had a deep understanding and a rare skill. You're no longer going on BBC Newsnight or in Forbes as the person who did this. But of all the things you've done in your life, this great failing is going to be the most valuable asset you have. And this is what your story proves, because every time it goes higher.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, it was amazing. Like, like I can tell you what the moments feel like at the bottom, and they're horrible. And alcohol's involved, and you know, like wanting to just completely hide and never be seen by anyone ever again. And then suddenly you go, okay. I mean, I've got this friend of mine who's an entrepreneur who's failed several times, and he says you feel like you're on a tightrope, and then you fall off the tightrope, and you realize it was only 6 inches off the ground. You know, it's not as bad as you think, and you can hop back on the tightrope and go, and you can go again. But every single time, it's just gotten better and better and better and bigger and more stable and more like reliable.
There is another story, which is one that doesn't have the survivorship bias, because now, Daniel, you've been wildly successful. You walk down the street, people know who you are. You've got millions of people that tune in to watch you give advice. But there's also a version of reality where that wasn't the ending. And I actually know someone who has fought for 15 years to build businesses all across the world, and they just don't have that self-awareness piece. I don't know if I'm self-aware. Like, none of us can actually know, because that requires self-awareness.
We've all got our blind spots.
They'll continue to start businesses, and it's putting their family at risk now. They go through the same boom and bust cycle, but it never goes higher.
Yeah.
And if you were to ask me objectively, do I think they'll ever have the moment you've had now? You have a survivorship bias that I have. We did something, it was hard, and then it paid off.
Here's the thing. There are no happy endings. Life ends abruptly. One thing that happens when you get a little older is you start discovering that actually, when you're under 40, you think everything ends well. And then later on you discover there are no happy endings. Everyone dies. You get a phone call one day and someone who is an amazing person has a stroke. And that's them. That's them hit. That's it. What you thought of, that you thought they'd have 20 more years, and they don't. You know, their entire life changes. You're left with the realization that it's just an adventure. Sometimes the happy ending that other people would call as a happy ending, an objective happy ending, is actually pretty miserable in the middle of it. There are people who have everything, you've met them, and objectively they have the houses and the cars and the private jets and all that sort of stuff, and they're not particularly happy, they're miserable. And then there are some people who, they lose all of that stuff, but then they reconnect with a group of friends and they're like happier than they've ever been.
Something's giving you this insight.
Yeah, so someone very close to me, very dear to me, recently had a stroke, and yeah, you realise that the happy ending is not guaranteed. In fact, the opposite is guaranteed. You realise everyone dies, everyone decays, everyone gets old. If you're lucky, you get old, and if you're unlucky, you don't get old. So you have to. There comes a point where you have to release the idea that you're going to have this happy ending. You're going to have moments of triumph and moments of disaster. You're going to lose people. You're going to have everything taken from you. It's guaranteed. Everything is taken from you.
How did that change your perspective, this loved one going through this?
You realise that. I realised that the mental timeline of endless decades spreading out ahead, endless amounts of health, endless amounts of relationships is not. It's a nice
No
fantasy that
belonging
keeps
to
us together, but it's not guaranteed. And then the impact for me is to treasure relationships. There comes a moment where, I don't know if this has ever happened to you yet, but you go, wow, I didn't know that was the last conversation. You don't realize this, but one of the legacies that you leave behind, not you, because you've got this body of work, but one of the legacies that people leave behind is little voice notes that they leave in your phone, that they leave in your WhatsApp. And you listen back to some of these voice notes and you go, wow, I didn't know that was a treasure. I didn't know that was a special thing. And this particular person who got impacted with the stroke, he was wonderful at voice notes. He had this thing that he would do called It's Not Lost on Me voice notes. And I don't even think he knew he was saying this, but it was one of his favourite phrases, which was, it's not lost on me. So he'd leave a voice note and he'd say, Stephen, it's not lost on me how much you're dealing with at the moment. And it's not lost on me that you are responsible for a lot of people's lives and all this. And I just want to acknowledge you. So so he would leave these voice notes. And he did this with everyone. Like it came out of the woodwork that everyone got these lovely voice notes from this guy. And yeah, you don't realize, but like literally that is a huge part of people's legacies. You think you're going to leave behind all this money, you think you're going to leave behind all of this big stuff, you think you're going to leave behind some huge financial structure, and in the end, you leave behind some really touching voice notes as one of the things that will be most treasured, if you're lucky.
You've been listening to the voice notes?
Yeah, I have, yeah. Yeah, really, really nice. Really, really nice.
What is that emotion in your face, Daniel? What's the range of emotions?
It's just the deeper awareness that the real, we talk a lot about technology, we talk a lot about business, but the whole game is relationships.
It's very easy to get that wrong.
Isn't it? Very easy for you to get that wrong, because you're surrounded by such a whirlwind. And people want so much from you. A lot of people want a lot from you, and you think you have to lift people up around you and you have to do this heroic effort. Actually, little text message, little voice note means a lot. It's interesting. For me, I figured out that we're on a rock. We get a few little laps around the sun. That's it. We get this. We like literally pop into existence like an electron spinning around a neutron, whatever it is, and we're on the rock. The most valuable thing is that we're on the rock together. Like, you zoom out enough, we're all just little dots. We're all just little dots trying to figure stuff out. And we're all trying to make sense of our own lives, and we're all trying to ignore how difficult things can be. And but then you realize that it's just the fact that we are moving through time together. But yeah, you as I said, you hit a point where you realize that there is no happy ending. Unfortunately, there's not. The ending is sad. When you hit a certain age, people that you really love get old and die, or they get illnesses. They lose a big chunk of themselves in one fell swoop. So while those moments are happy, while you've got those happy moments, treasure those happy moments. Really, really embrace them.
Do you have any regrets in this regard? That might help me avoid having similar regrets.
I really don't. I'm really, really happy that the biggest relationships are with my kids and with my wife, and family formation. I've had unbelievably high highs. Like, I've been on the big boats, I've flown on the private jets, I've had parties in my honor, I've had big paydays, all of that cool stuff that people dream of. Family formation is where, like, the core of it. Like, that's the core of happiness for me. The intergenerational passing of life, which is kind of like, wow, like that I think we've forgotten how cool that is. I think we've forgotten the idea that you're passing on consciousness, and that this being has their own consciousness. They do their own thing. They come up with their own ideas. They have their own challenges. Yeah, it's wild.
Daniel, thank you. We're done.
That was great.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out. I bet you might love it.
I was a first-time founder, right? I dropped out of school. Like, I cared a lot about what others thought, what my team thought, my leaders thought, right? Like, oh, well, people quit because this person, the story executive comes in and then leaves. I cared what our investors really thought, right? Like, oh, like, how is the board meeting going to go? Like, how do we, like, paints a positive picture about the business and press and all this other stuff. You care about a lot of these things, and then the second time you really are like, you know what, it's my time. I just want to build something that people want that like really works. I'm here with my friend Rajul, the founder of Zip, and we're going to talk today about what he's learned as a two-time founder, as well as employee of Airbnb, as well as visiting partner at Y Combinator. So to get started, what is Zip? What do you guys do? What's your two-line description? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Zip is a procurement software company, and so we provide one front door for any employee in an organization to request a purchase, and we route it for approval across budget, legal, and IT, and security, and all the different teams before connecting into the ERP or financial system.
You guys have done really well. You were in the summer 20 batch, and now you're a pretty legit company. I mean, I don't know what the public numbers you can disclose are around valuation or money raised or revenue or whatever you can share. I'd love to hear. Yeah, so the company is about 350-ish people. We've raised about $370 million now, and the most recent round was actually at 2.2 million post. I'd love to hear the story of Flightcar. Let's set the stage. You were very young, and you started a startup. So take it away. Like, how did Flightcar get started? Yeah, so this was back in like late 2012, early 13. I dropped out of college, and I remember. So this was technically still in high school, really. So my co-founder dropped out of freshman. Dropped out of just before freshman year, actually. And you know, I remember I called up Kevin, my co-founder, and was like, hey, maybe we should let's do a company together. And you know, he was like, okay, like. I'm free this weekend, and like let's chat through ideas. And he was like, I've got to go somewhere, but let's meet up at, you know, I grew up in New Jersey. The local hangout spot, of course, was Panera Bread, right in Princeton, right near where I grew up. And so we agreed on a Sunday to meet up at Panera Bread for an hour before Kevin had to go run somewhere. And we were like, let's just think about the best idea. Let's try to come up with the best idea we can in the hour, and then like let's just do it. And he's like, hey, you know, have you heard of this thing? It's called Airbnb. And I was like, no, I've never heard of that. And I was like, well, people are sharing their homes with other people. And I was like, no way, like really? And you know, we kind of just started talking. We're like, well, if people are, you know, what's the most expensive thing you own? Your home. And if people are sharing that, well, the second most expensive thing people own is generally their car. When are they not using their car? When they're traveling. And this is, you have to remember, like pre-Uber and Lyft, like really, you know, I mean, they must have been early stage companies with that. And so we were like, yeah, car, you know, we would potentially do car sharing, but at the airport when people are not using their cars, they're traveling, and other people are coming in, and you know, they can rent the car. And so that's how Flightcar was born. Free airport parking by renting out your car, fully insured. That was the one-liner. That 1 hour led to 5 years of doing that company. And so the second time around, I took a very different approach, but I would really encourage that, like, you know, if you're thinking about doing a company, like, you really put the right level of thought into it. More than an hour at least. Yeah, at least more than an hour. Yeah. And so you have all these funny anecdotes. You guys did such a great job of doing things that don't scale. Can you just share some of the anecdotes or how you got your first customer and how you got it all together? We actually had a bunch of crazy stories. So I remember we were in the winter 2013 YC batch, and we hadn't launched yet. And so this is like, I remember doing office hours distinctly with PG like 2 weeks into the batch, and PG was like, oh, so like, how many customers do you have? And I remember we were like, well, we haven't launched, so we have no customers. And he was like, well, why don't you have launch? And we're like, well, we don't have a parking lot to park people's cars. And he's like, well, that doesn't, like, that sounds like a thing you guys can figure out. Like, you need to launch, like, tomorrow. And we really took it to heart. We were like, we need to launch. And looking back, like, that was the right advice, you know, for us, because that's how you get feedback. And so we were like, okay, well, where would we park the cars? And we were like, well, there's a BART, which is the local Bay Area, like, transit system. There's, like, a huge, like, basically subway parking lot at BART, which is, like, 5 minutes from the SFO airport. We can just park there. And so we literally launched, like, within a couple of days, and we basically would meet our customer at BART, get in the car, drop them off at the airport, and then come back, and then we told them we would park the car, but we would just park it at BART, and I remember it was $2 a day, so it was pretty cheap. And what happened was that then turned into, like, 200 cars parked at BART. Over the course of like 3 weeks, and it got like, we had increased so much parking there that it got reported to the BART police, which they have their own police force, so it turns out. And we basically, like, the cops called us, they were like, you need to get these cars out, and we had nowhere to put these hundreds of cars, so we then switched to an undercover operation where we would not wear Flightcar uniform or anything else, and meet people, like, you know, get their cars and park it, and then eventually, you know, we got another parking lot, but like, that was like an example of like just, you know, we had to be so scrappy. I mean, there's so many other, I mean, I remember early on, we were like, in the marketplace, right, you need supply and you need demand, and so you have to solve for the supply, you have to fake it, and so we, one compounding challenge was that we were 3 co-founders, one of whom, not me, but one of them did not have a license, who couldn't drive. And then you guys were old enough to rent a car, and yeah, we were all, I think, 18, and so, you know, like, a lot of car rental agencies do not rent to, like, 18-year-old kids, for good reason. And so we found this company called, like, Super Cheap Car Rental in San Jose or something.
And this dude was like, yeah, I'll rent you guys like 30, 40, you know, crappy base model Corollas. And so we're like, great. And so we actually just, me and one of my co-founders, we literally took the Caltrain down to San Jose and drove up a car one at a time, like 15 times each, which is terrible, and then parked it at the same BART lot. And that's what we initially started. That's how we got supply. That's how we got supply. And so, you know, you realize like doing such an operationally intensive business like Flightcar, when you have to like do something scrappy, it's like it's almost at a comical extreme, you know, compared to like running a B2B SaaS.
You spent an hour thinking about the idea. You spent 5 years working on it. As I recall, you got to no scale. You guys raised a fair amount of money. Like, what was like the summary or the post-mortem?
At our peak, we had 17 different airport locations. It was a very, we took a very sort of asset-heavy sort of approach, right? We had like leases at 17 different airport facilities. We had shuttle services to and from the airport. I mean, we were washing and gassing up like hundreds of cars every day. Like, it was a very, very operationally intensive business. And I sort of equate it to, like, if you think about like making money in a business, is like kind of like, you know, if you have a lemon, it's like squeezing the juice out of the lemon, and like what's left is like the money you make. Flightcar was the type of business where, you know, it's the last drop out of the lemon, that's the money you keep. And so if you screw up squeezing the lemon earlier, you don't need to squeeze the rest of it to understand that you are not making any money, right? And it was a very, very, very sort of poor gross margin business because you have all this fixed expenditure. And so one very key thing is start a business that is a higher margin business, right? And that's why the idea matters.
It's almost like instead of going to college, you went to like the hardest boot camp I can ever imagine, which is here's a really low margin, asset heavy business. Yeah, good luck at the airport. And you spent 5 years on it. That was your early 20s.
You learn so much about what to not do, I feel. You know, in an experience like that. The problem with margin butter is like, oh, well, why are low margins bad? Well, if it weren't obvious, like, they're bad because there's a couple of things. One, it means your multiple as a company is lower. You're less likely to be able to raise money because you have a lower margin business, so it's harder. You have a lower multiple. Yet, and this is key, you need the money more desperately because you have a low margin business. And so you have this really negative feedback loop. And Flightcar, I mean, we almost ran out of money so many times. I mean, I even remember our Series A, I got to know a lot of people because I pitched like 80 different firms. Nearly all of whom, except for one, said no. And I remember at a point where we had like 2 weeks of cash left, and we were like, you know, payroll cycles are every 2 weeks, so we had just done executed the cycle. We're like, we can't even make the next one. You know, when do you tell the team that you don't have enough money to run the payroll, right? Like that was, I remember distinctly having that conversation, and we got lucky, and we had to do EPA, but we went through a lot of moments like that. And so one key thing is just, you want to set yourself up with positive feedback loop, not negative.
So you ended up, I think, selling the company, and I think you ended up joining Airbnb as an employee. Can you just kind of set up the context there, and then I'd love to hear what it was like working at Airbnb during that time.
So what happened was, you know, I knew after Flightcar that I wanted to do another company. I knew I was going to do another startup, but I felt like, reflecting, I'd never worked anywhere. Like, I'd never worked at a real company. And so what you miss when you don't work at a real company is, like, I think a lot of the basic stuff, like, how do companies, like, even generally work at scale? And, like, what is, like, the best in class? Like, what do great engineers and designers and, you know, like, what do those people look like? Like, how do they work, right? And actually, I remember one of the reasons I reflected and realized I needed to learn this was we had hired a marketing leader at Flightcar. And I remember, like, she starts, and then 1 week into the job, in my one-on-one with her, she's like, you know, Rajul, like, it kind of feels like you went to a bus stop and just picked up everybody from the bus stop, and like, that's who works at your company. And it's like, wow, like, that's tough feedback. But like, looking back, like, you know, there was some truth to that, if I'm being honest. And so I was like, you know what, this is not acceptable. Like, I need to learn this. And so, of course, you know, a company that I always had a tremendous amount of sort of affinity for was Airbnb. And so I ended up joining as a product manager at Airbnb, and certainly learned not just a lot about like what, you know, how like sort of best-in-class products are built. So I worked early on the experiences team, which is where I met my co-founder, Lou. And we actually, a lot of our early team actually comes from that experiences team at Airbnb. But it was great to see Brian Chesky, the CEO, be so involved in all the details of the experiences product. And I mean, just at such a critical level of quality that, like, I definitely learned a lot from sort of seeing that. And so that was one of the things that I set up for. But I also, I think, learned at Airbnb at the time, the company had grown a lot. I think I remember I was like the 30th or something product manager. And then when I left, almost 2.5 years later, there were like 100 product managers. So, I mean, and that's just product managers, you know, and then you look at engineers, and it's thousands and thousands of people, hundreds and hundreds of designers. And you sort of realize, like, it's so important to have the right incentives for your team members, because you don't want to create situations where you have a lot of people that were hired because maybe some people wanted to, you know, build up their functions or teams, and there wasn't maybe the best justification for them. And then, of course, you can't blame a certain, you know, designer for wanting to build something because they were literally hired, and so they have to produce something. you don't want, as a company, to have that much self-inflicted pain. Like, you already get enough pain from external sources, right? Like, how do you make sure that, like, most of the pain you're experiencing as a company is externally inflicted, not self-inflicted?
You were at the retreat we had where the founder mode, it was not called that at the time, it was just Brian Chesky talking about it. PG he coined the phrase founder mode. But you were there, and again, you worked at Airbnb in the years where they were going so fast. Do you have any thoughts on the whole thing?
It absolutely resonated with me, and I also at the same time I love Airbnb. Like I could not be more happy that that like there was so much change that was executed and delivered within the company. But certainly I can totally see how there was a need for change, right? And like a need for like creating conflict within the company to actually ask the hard questions and say, hey, do we need these folks, or are we actually doing this project because somebody actually needs to execute this project so that they can get promoted, versus like the company is the right thing for the company.
You've had a unique experience as a founder where you've actually worked at Y Combinator as a Disney partner. That was after you left Airbnb. You and I worked directly together, working on a batch. And so we sat in interviews together, we sat in office hours, we sat in group office hours. And so you've seen it from the other side of YC. So I just wanted to like reflect on that. What do you remember from that batch? It was winter 20 that you and I worked directly together. What are your big memories?
Yeah, I mean, I remember that was the like half remote unplanned batch because it was right at the.
It's like the last meeting.
Yeah,
right. It was like the lockdowns happened chaotically when you had to make some stuff.
Yeah,
it was like 2 or 3 weeks before.
Right at the tail end, exactly. Just reflecting, we've had some great companies just from our group that batch.
Yeah, I think we had like 50 or 60 companies, and I think the success rate is astronomical. Whatnot is a multi-billion-dollar company. Airbite is a unicorn. There's a number of other well-known companies in our group: Hostpod, GoBuddy, 99 Doritos, Yasser, Spunk Bank in Brazil. So it was phenomenal talent that was in our group.
At least my reflection from this is that like how formidable the founder really is, and like how much they really want to make something work. Maybe not that specific thing, maybe something else, but like make something work in the world. Like is such a critical thing.
That was just a really special group of people. And they were all doing very different ideas, very different verticals, very different types of founders. There wasn't a lot of overlap, I would argue, between who we had in that group. So yeah, we sat in office hours together, we sat in group office hours together, we saw all these companies in the most nascent stages. And then, I guess you're a bit of a masochist. And I remember you saying, oh, you know what, I got another company and I'm gonna do a do-over. What was your thinking on deciding to do another startup?
Yeah, no, I mean, it wasn't a decision I feel like I had to make. I knew I was, after Flightcar, I knew I was going to do it again. But this time, we'll get to that, but I was, we're going to be much more thoughtful about it. And I had spent a lot of time working with Lou and getting to know Lou when my co-founder, when we were at Airbnb, he was my engineering counterpart at the company. And we were working on, we'd been noodling on ideas and stuff for pretty much 2 years, really, until we ended up starting Zip. So just kind of on the side. And we both committed to both quitting basically and kind of going full time, literally March 31st, 2020. So that was right after.
Isn't that funny? I mean,
yeah, it's like a week.
A few weeks after the lockdown.
After the lockdown, and for Lou, it was quite a change because I think Airbnb revenue dropped 95% the week he left, which was quite a change for the company. But, yeah, and so but we were forced to we were alone and kind of in lockdown, just trying to figure out what we wanted to do. It is such a humbling experience, right? Because you literally working at YC as a visiting partner, you're meeting all these founders and you're helping people think through pivots, and yet you realize you don't know yourself what your idea is and what you're going to do. And candidly, Zip for us was a mid-YC batch pivot. We actually were working on a series of different ideas, and I remember, we had a really, really helpful come to Jesus office hours with you, Dalton, where you were like, guys, what are you doing? And your advice was you guys know you want to start something with execution risk, but you don't so much want to take on market risk as a second-time founder. So why don't you find an old software company that exists in the world that hasn't changed much in a long time, and sort of figure out what's changed in that space in the world, and trying to solve a new problem. And so we did that, and that led us to procurement. But I have to say, it was just that changed. I mean, that changed the trajectory of my life and created the company. And that was as a second-time YC founder after working at YC, right? And it's just so helpful.
I would love if you could help demystify enterprise sales. There's a lot of founders that have a lot of questions about enterprise sales that haven't done it before, and you're someone that is really good at enterprise sales, that has immense scale doing it, and you went 0 to 1.
It's certainly been a learning experience for me, and still is, right? Because we literally had never worked at a company before Zip that had a sales team in it. But one, to your point actually about your time is the most valuable thing. You want to prove to yourself really that this is the right thing to even be investing your time into. Lou and I had decided that the first 10 customers that we closed, we were going to try to sell them completely cold, through cold LinkedIn outreach or whatever, but not referrals, not friends, not anyone we know, because if you can get 10 different people in 10 different companies in the world to,
take out their proverbial credit cards and buy your thing when they don't owe you anything in the world, that means that you're more likely to have market fit, and that's what we wanted to prove, or disprove. And so that's how we started out, and we built the muscle for outbound, which even today we're a significant majority outbound of the business today, not inbound. And so we literally reached out. We would max out our LinkedIn connections diligently every morning, and then we would message people that add us back because it doesn't cost you in mails, so it's free. And we would just reach out, and we would ask truthfully initially for advice because we wanted to learn more about the space and what their problems were. And that was helpful. I mean, in 2 or 3 weeks, we have a document that has 107 pages of notes in it from all these conversations. And that helped us sort of cement the idea that we were going to work on, which is exactly what Zip still does today. But it helped us then convert that into sales because we learned from these folks. We took all these notes and then we were like, oh, we should do this. And we go back and say, hey, remember that conversation we had? Your feedback was so helpful to us that we, in fact, rebuilt it. Can we show it to you? And then they were like, wow, that's really cool. Like, no one ever does that, you know, for me. And that's how we ended up getting people excited and closing our first set of customers. But we wanted to do it totally cold. And step by step.
And how did you price for these first customers? That's a really common question.
Well, one, it is important to charge because I've also seen founders that like want to do a design partner thing, or you know, it's free for some reason because they're just, as a founder, right? You're like, I have no customers or like a few customers. I don't have confidence in my product. Like, how could I possibly charge money for it? And the truth is, like, if there's enough of a pain and promise of a solution, like people should and will pay for it, and it's a test. And you want the people to pay because you want feedback that actually helps your product. You don't want feedback from people who would never have otherwise bought it potentially. And so it's really important to charge. I don't think you need to think too much about how much you charge. You charge maybe 10 grand or 20 grand a year or whatever, something rational that like there's no company out there that's a reasonably sized company that can't afford like a $10,000, $20,000 year.
What if someone's thinking, wait, but I can never charge that much and the product is bad. I haven't built much. Like, how do you
What I would say is you'd be surprised how much enterprise software is bad. And it's not, they're not charging 20K, they're charging like
millions first, and second of all, like in the big picture, like 20K a year, like this doesn't matter to a company. That's that.
What the fuck, man? Though it would not stop me.
The ring. Treat AI like your sparring partner. Argue with it. Push back. Sharpen your thinking. Sharpen its thinking. That's where the Ocean framework comes in. It's how you turn generic answers into tasteful insights. Something that sounds like you. Oh, original. Look at the response. Is there a